Chapter 267. The number 1 Swordsman Overseas. Mahayana Realm Cultivation Base. Lin Chang'e was shocked. There were all sorts of legends about the northern wilderness region overseas. When he was young, he had also been curious about overseas. He did not expect that Zhou Xuanji had already subdued a powerful sword cultivator from overseas. "You're not lying to me?" Lin Chang'e asked with a frown. If it was really as Zhou Xuanji said, and he took him as his master, it would not be shameful. Wait a minute. How could I have such a strange idea? I am the exquisite Swordheart, the descendant of the hegemon Sword Emperor. Lin Chang'e took a deep breath and cast aside all the random thoughts in his mind. "Do I look like a liar to you?" Zhou Xuanji said with disdain. He looked as if he didn't care whether he came or not. Seeing this, Lin Chang'e became anxious again. He really wanted to learn the ancestral dragon sword. A 5-clawed golden dragon was so awe-inspiring that he wanted to learn it even in his dreams. Zhou Xuanji did not speak anymore. If Zhou Xuanji kept him in suspense, this brat would take the bait sooner or later. Following that, they roamed around the great Zhou dynasty. All the demons they encountered were drained of their demonic energy and driven away. Zhou Xuanji did not kill them all, as he had a big and small heir, Chongming, demon monarch, and a little black snake. His hatred towards demons was far less than that of ordinary people. Meanwhile, the news of Zhou Xuanji killing Huangquan Drake King was like a meteor falling to the ground, shaking the heavens and earth. The northern wilderness region went berserk. 42nd in the world killed the 5th in the world. Everyone's first reaction upon hearing this was disbelief. However, when they heard that Zhou Xuanji had the Xianxia map, they were all shocked. The owner of the Xianxia map would rule the world. This legend was known to everyone in the northern wilderness. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji had relied on the Xianxia map to kill Huangquan Drake King? For a time, both the human and demon races were in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji has already grown to become the 5th in the world. He's only 28 years old. Oh my God, are you kidding me? A 28-year-old ranked 5th in the world. He is even more powerful than Yang Di. The Xianxia map is with Zhou Xuanji. No wonder he's so powerful. The reason why Zhou Xuanji is so devilishly powerful is because of the Xianxia map. If we obtain the Xianxia map, will we be able to roam the world like him? All the dynasties, sacred grounds, dynasties, and sect were discussing this matter. On the 7th day after the news was made public, the Shanghai Ziggurat released the new top 100 of the northern wilderness. The name of Huangquan Drake King was erased. Zhou Xuanji made a huge leap. The number 1 in the world, Sunlight Emperor, the Eternal Emperor, dominating both the past and the present. 2nd in the world, Jihuang Demon Lord, supreme of the demon race, unparalleled. 3rd in the world, Jiang Wudi, has reversed yin and yang and mastered the Qilin Zither. 4th in the world, Xianxia, Tanhuan, a human world, Azura in hell. The 5th in the world, Zhou Xuanji, the current Sword Emperor, the owner of the Xianxia map. In a small town in the forest, Jiang Shui, the old man, Xianxia, Zhao Songjian, and the others gathered together, along with dozens of second-generation disciples. They all looked at Han Shenhua excitedly and listened to him talk about Zhou Xuanji's accomplishments. The Shanghai Ziggurat nominates the 5th in the world, the current Sword Emperor, and the owner of the Xianxia map. 5th in the world, just 1 rank away from sect leader Xian. Han Shenhua was so excited that his whole body was trembling. He didn't notice Xianxia's cold gaze. "You can boast about Zhou Xuanji. Why did you whip my corpse?" Xianxia had never taken being ranked 4th in the world as an honor, but she was still excited for Zhou Xuanji. This kid's growth is too fast. At this rate, how long will it take for him to surpass me? Her eyes lit up as she thought to herself expectantly. Ning Zifeng said excitedly, "That was a great tribulation scattered immortal, and he was killed by Master just like that." He knew about the stages above the Great Realization stage. He had seen how powerful Great Tribulation scattered immortals were in the Chaos Tide Sea, and they were ridiculously powerful. Xuanji has really exceeded everyone's expectations, Daoya old man said in amazement. He had guessed that Zhou Xuanji would excite Huangquan Dray King, but he did not expect him to kill him. How difficult was it to kill the fifth in the world? Even Xianxia couldn't do it. If Xianxia knew what he was thinking, she would definitely attack him. She couldn't kill Huangquan Dray King alone. You can rest assured now, right? Huang Lianxin said to Jiang Shui as she covered her mouth and smiled. During this period of time, this girl had always been worried about Zhou Xuanji, and she rarely smiled. Jiang Shui shook her head at her before looking at Han Shenbua and asking, "Is Xuanji injured?" Everyone came back to their senses. After such a huge battle, how could Zhou Xuanji not be injured? He might be, but it shouldn't be serious. He's currently slaying demons in Great Zhou, and he should be back soon, Han Shenbua said. If he was heavily injured, how could Zhou Xuanji dare to run around? Hearing this, Jiang Shui let out a sigh of relief. Within the barren desert, there was a canyon that cut across the land. There was a figure standing on each side of the cliff. It was Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat. Both of them had met Zhou Xuanji before. One was curious about Zhou Xuanji's fate, while the other felt that Zhou Xuanji did not deserve the Xianxia map. Dao Seeker narrowed his eyes and looked at the man in the woven rush raincoat as he asked, "I didn't expect you to also be paying attention to Zhou Xuanji. What do you want?" His tone was a bit serious, as if he was a bit wary of the man in the woven rush raincoat. "Can't you divine what I want to do?" The man in the woven rush raincoat crossed his arms in front of his chest and pulled on the brim of his conical hat. His tone was just as indifferent as before. The two of them were opposing each other. Evidently, they knew each other. "Didn't you value Yangdi? Why aren't you paying attention to him?" Dao Seeker asked again, his gaze filled with judgment. The man in the woven rush raincoat said faintly, "He's already the top in the world. Why should I pay attention to him? If I get close to him, he will sense me." Dao Seeker heard him and frowned. Yangdi was already this powerful? Zhou Xuanji has the Xianxia map, and he has great talent. He reached Spirit Refinement Level 5 at the age of 28, and he has the monarchical violet chi. Tell me, is he the 10,000-year prince or the child of fate? The man in the woven rush raincoat asked curiously. Dao Seeker snorted coldly and waved his sleeves to leave. "He's neither. I advise you not to pay too much attention to him, or else you will get yourself into trouble." The man in the woven rush raincoat did not stop him, but pondered on the spot. More than a month later, Zhou Xuanji and Lin Chang'e stopped in the forest at the border of Great Zhou. "Have you thought about it? Are you going to take me as your master or part ways?" Zhou Xuanji looked sideways at Lin Chang'e and asked with a smile. Lin Chang'e couldn't fight him at all now. Therefore, the two of them tacitly didn't mention the 10-year promise from before. "This is an important matter. I must go back and discuss it with my father." Lin Chang'e sighed. These days, Zhou Xuanji intentionally used the ancestral dragon sword every day, which made him fall into the trap of the ancestral dragon sword. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "If you've thought it through, come to Skyfall to find me." With that, he walked away. Looking at his back, Lin Chang'e sighed faintly before turning into a stream of sword light and leaving. After leaving the forest, Zhou Xuanji flew toward the south at full speed. Since the Xianxia map was exposed, it was time for him to return to Skyfall and cultivate in peace. Calm. Wonderful Bookhouse. Chapter 268. Zhou Xuanji traveled at full speed and crossed Juemal Wasteland within 3 days. The battles between the two races that he encountered along the way were all ended by him with his absolute power. Soon, all sorts of legends about Zhou Xuanji spread around Juemal Wasteland, which made the demon army retreat quickly and not dare to get close. He had originally wanted to go to Great Chun to see Chun Bantian. That fellow had awakened his yellow dragon bloodline, and he wondered how he was doing. He was thinking that after Chun Bantian ascended to the throne, he would have Great Chun support his sect just like Great Zhou, while his sect would provide support to Great Chun. This was the best of both worlds. But after thinking about it, as long as there were humans or demons, they would be talking about him. It was better for him not to wander around. Huangquan Dray King's fall left the Huangquan path without a leader. Jihuang Demon Lord was even more furious and said that he would find Zhou Xuanji and kill him. Jihuang Demon Lord was much more powerful than Huangquan Dray King. Even if Zhou Xuanji killed Huangquan Dray King, he did not fear Zhou Xuanji. After knowing that Zhou Xuanji had obtained the Xianxia map, Jihuang Demon Lord wanted to kill Zhou Xuanji even more. Once he obtained the Xianxia map, he believed that he would have the power to fight against Yangdi. As such, the entire demon race started to list Zhou Xuanji as a wanted man. If they met Zhou Xuanji, they were not allowed to attack and only needed to report their whereabouts. There was no obstruction along the way. Another half a month passed. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 29 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, sword owner, for obtaining Amethyst World Fool Sword, Hades God-slaying formation. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, and he immediately stopped. Great hell, God-slaying formation. Another sword formation. He was secretly delighted. The destructive power of the 100-star, sky-covering sword formation was already strong enough, allowing him to taste the sweetness of a sword formation. Now that he had obtained another sword formation, how could he not be happy? He was not in a hurry to inherit it. Instead, he took out the World Fool Sword and continued on his way. 3 lines of words appeared before his eyes. Sword name, World Fool Sword Grade. Amethyst description, created by a mysterious magnet. Once this sword is unleashed, all living beings within a radius of 1,000 meters will suffer damage to their intelligence and lose control of their emotions. Zhou Xuanji blinked to make sure that he did not see wrongly. Damaged intelligence? Lower my intelligence. Damn, the sword spirit is really a talent. Delighted, he began to observe the World Fool sword closely. The World Fool sword looked like an ordinary iron sword. Compared to his other legendary swords, it seemed mediocre. He waved his sword, but he didn't feel any special power. From the looks of it, the World Fool sword could only lower one's intelligence. There was no one around, so he could not test out the power of the World Fool sword. Hence, he asked the sword spirit about the Hades God-slaying formation. The Great Hell God-slaying formation is a sword formation that summons the fiends of hell. The fiends will have extreme killing intent towards the people the sword master wants to kill. They will even dare to kill immortals. The strength of the fiends depends on the sword master's luck and strength. They will be summoned randomly, and the duration will not exceed an hour. The sword spirit's explanation brightened Zhou Xuanji's eyes. What's the upper limit of my strength? It depends on the sword master's luck. Generally speaking, demons that far surpass the sword master will not be bewitched by the sword formation. Of course, there are exceptions. Zhou Xuanji nodded. If he was lucky, this sword formation might be a powerful killing move. Although there was only one godly sword for his 29th birthday, he had obtained this sword formation, which was pretty good. His mood became very good, and he hurried on at full speed. Another half a month passed. He finally returned to the small town where Xianxia, Xiao Jinghong, and the others were. His arrival was greeted by cheers from everyone in the town. The second-generation disciples even shouted Zhou Xuanji's name. Soon he saw Xianxia. The girl did not care about the others and leaped into his arms. He stroked her hair and said with a smile, "Why? Did you miss me?" "Yeah." Xianxia looked up and replied seriously. After that, he returned to the courtyard under the escort of the group. Facing the questions from his trusted subordinates, he did not hide anything and told them about what happened. As for Emperor Hanlin, he hid it from them and only said that he was a great emperor in the Xianxia map. Or else, he would have to explain the origin of the ancient god sword. Lin Chang'e, Great Realization Level 5, Exquisite Sword Heart. Ning Zifeng frowned and mumbled to himself. This guy only remembered Lin Chang'e. He had a feeling that this person would be his lifelong enemy. Not an enemy, but a rival. According to Zhou Xuanji, Lin Chang'e had the exquisite sword heart and was as talented as Zhou Xuanji in the Chaos Tide Sea. He also admired the Ancestor Dragon Sword. We should return to Skyfall now. The Xianxia map will bring an even greater disaster. Daoya old man suggested to Zhou Xuanji. He hoped that this boy did not become arrogant. It would not be good for him to continue roaming the battlefield. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, Yang Di has already appeared, and he still wants to dominate the northern wilderness region. Soon, the demon race will be defeated. Tomorrow morning, we will depart. He had also found Xianxia. Next, he wanted to study the world Buddha art. In the past year, he often absorbed spirit energy and demon energy. Although his cultivation grew rapidly, he felt that his foundation was not stable. As expected, it was difficult to have both. How could it be easy to cultivate quickly and have a stable spirit energy? Hearing this, everyone was delighted. Now, there were dozens of second-generation disciples. They were all talented and intelligent. If they cultivated for a few decades, they would be able to hold their own and recruit the next generation of disciples. Only then would the sect's legacy begin. If there were too many disciples, it would be difficult for them to manage. Zhou Xuanji did a head count. There were 73 second-generation disciples. After he left, Xiao Jinghong and the others expanded their recruitment. All of them were talented. Nightfall. Zhou Xuanji lay on Jiang Shui's thighs and enjoyed her massage. Xuanji, the man in the woven rush raincoat that you met before, was he Tian? Jiang Shui asked curiously. From the man in the woven rush raincoat's words, she could guess that he did not fear Yang Di too much. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and said vaguely, How would I know? The man in the woven rush raincoat was unfathomable. He might be an immortal powerhouse like Zhang Quanglan. This person was not interested in the Xianxia map. If he wanted to kill him, he would have done so long ago. Jiang Shui continued to think. During the time when Zhou Xuanji was away, Daoya old man taught her the divination technique. Although she was still young, she would be curious whenever she encountered a mysterious and powerful being. She even wanted to divine it, but she was not proficient enough. Zhou Xuanji began to impart the memories of the Hades god-slaying formation. A massive wave of memories entered his mind, and his body trembled. What's wrong? Jiang Shui asked, but Zhou Xuanji did not reply. She took a closer look and thought that he had fallen asleep. She caressed his face gently. Recalling the past, she could not help but feel a little dazed. Unknowingly, you have grown so big. In the house, the candlelight flickered, and the place fell into silence. The next morning, Zhou Xuanji and the others packed up and left. Everyone in the small town came to send them off. Some of the second-generation disciples came from this town after all. How many demons are there in Skyfall? How powerful is that 9th-rank demon? Suyang came up to Xiao Jinghong and asked excitedly. As the senior apprentice brother of the second-generation disciples, he naturally had to find out so that he could act cool in the future. Come, Wonderful Book House. Chapter 269. There are countless demons in Skyfall. That rank 9 demon dragon is called Fenyu Dragon King. You have to call him Lord Dragon King from now on, understand? Xiao Jinghong glared at Su Yang and warned. If he offended Fenyu Dragon King and was trampled to death, he would be heartbroken. In any case, this kid was his first disciple. Su Yang nodded and asked excitedly, I heard from Marshal Uncle Zhao that the patriarch subdued the Dragon King with the ancestral dragon sword. Was it a spectacular scene? The more he knew, the more he could brag to his junior brothers and sisters. Xiao Jinghong told Su Yang everything he knew. No matter what Su Yang asked, he answered everything he could. Of course, he did not tell Su Yang some secrets about Zhou Xuanji. For example, why did Zhou Xuanji have so many legendary swords? Ahead, Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, Xianxia, and Daoya old man walked side by side. A person who can talk about Sunlight Emperor in the Tianxia map is not simple. Maybe he is related to the Haotian sect. Xianxia said softly, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Why didn't she know that such a person was hiding in the world today? Daoya old man said in a low voice, I'm afraid it's not just that. Feng Kyul himself is a legendary earth deity. Back then, Xuanhe and I received guidance from him. He's like half a master to us. If even he can't see through him, then his background is probably even older than the Haotian sect. At the mention of Xuanhe divine monk, he could not help but look sad. Zhou Xuanji looked back and saw that Zhang Quanlan's hands were tied up and held by a second-generation disciple. The Thunder Demon's sovereign looked so lonely. He was as thin as a match, and his eyes were lifeless. Zhang Quanlan seemed to have suffered greatly during the year he was gone and had become silent. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself and felt that Zhang Quanlan could be used. Using it as a spirit energy container was really overkill. You are now ranked 5th in the world. When you reach Skyfall, start cultivating the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji slightly frowned. He had already cultivated the World Buddha art and was not interested in the Great Sun Heavenly Devil Rebirth art. Cultivating an additional cultivation technique might clash with one another, and it would also take up a lot of time. The more cultivation techniques one had, the stronger one would become. We'll talk about it when the time comes, Zhou Xuanji said vaguely. Back at the fallen immortal heavenly lake, she had often suggested to pass on her energy, but he had refused many times. However, this guy just refused to give up. After leaving the town, they slowly walked towards Skyfall. They did not move quickly, as they still had to teach disciples on the way. Zhou Xuanji planned to take the shortest route, and if there were any suitable geniuses in the way of the sword along the way, he would accept them. In his heart, it would be wonderful if there were 99 second-generation disciples. After all, 9 was the limit. As Zhou Xuanji thought to himself, he turned his attention to the Xianxia map. Huangquan Drake King was no longer making noise and was conserving his energy. It was a pity that he could not escape from the Xianxia map no matter what. Every day, he would check on Huangquan Drake King. Even if his cultivation surpassed Huangquan Drake King, he would still kill this guy. Leave no one alive. Ning Zifeng began to guide the second-generation disciples in sword practice. 73 disciples practiced their swordsmanship in unison, creating quite a scene. What they practiced was the 36 paths Jade Shao sword technique. They were all familiar with the sword moves, and their elegance was imposing. Time passed day by day. In 3 months, they passed by 5 cities and recruited 7 disciples. After that, when they entered the demon clan's territory, it was very difficult to see any cultivators. The news of Zhou Xuanji leading a group of disciples had already spread. When the demons saw so many sword cultivators, they all hid. At Daoya Old Man's suggestion, they had to speed up. All of them flew on their swords and stopped practicing along the way. Xianxia said that Jihuang Demon Lord's desire to defeat Yang Di was even stronger than hers. After knowing that Zhou Xuanji had the Xianxia map, he would surely turn his attention to him. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji was thinking about how to deal with Jihuang Demon Lord. Although he could defeat Huangquan Drake King, it was because of Emperor Hanlin. Emperor Hanlin was already in a deep sleep, and Xianxia was severely injured. How to deal with Jihuang Demon Lord was a big problem. Even if he returned to Skyfall, Jihuang Demon Lord would come looking for him. This day, they were stopped by a great demon. 8th in the world, Nether Ghost. Xianxia squinted her eyes and mumbled to herself. Below them was a boundless forest. 1,000 meters ahead of them, a silhouette levitated. He wore a blood-red robe with golden threads and a bone crown on his head. His face was covered with thin fur, and his eyes were sinister. He had a pair of beast ears amid his brown hair, and the 7 tails behind him danced wildly like pythons. Nether Ghost. His original form was an ancient fox. He was extremely talented and ranked 3rd in the world, right after Jihuang Demon Lord and Huangquan Drake King. His eyes were locked onto Zhou Xuanji, and greed could be seen in his eyes. Huangquan Drake King is dead, and you, the 8th in the world, still dare to come. Daoya Old Man sneered. He pretended to be calm, but he was actually feeling guilty. After all, they already knew the truth about how Zhou Xuanji killed Huangquan Drake King. Nether Ghost laughed coldly. Really? But I want to try. After that, he walked toward Zhou Xuanji and the others. For the Xianxia map, he dared to take the risk. Once he got the Xianxia map, he could turn the tables on Jihuang Demon Lord and become the new sovereign of the demon race. 8th in the world? Is this stupid demon here to die? Su Yang laughed loudly. He even held his stomach as he spoke, as though his laughing acupoint was sealed. The other disciples were the same. They did not know the truth, but they knew that Zhou Xuanji was the fifth in the world. Why would the fifth be afraid of the eighth? Moreover, the fourth was here. Facing the wild laughter of the second-generation disciples, Nether Ghost frowned slightly. He had heard about the details of the battle. At the beginning, Zhou Xuanji was completely suppressed by Huangquan Drake King. The Drake King even tortured and killed tens of thousands of people in front of Zhou Xuanji, forcing him to use the Xianxia map. This meant that the power of the Xianxia map could not be used easily. So he came to take the risk. But judging from their attitude, they obviously thought that Zhou Xuanji could kill him easily. He was a little hesitant. Without a word, Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and dozens of legendary swords appeared above his head. They quickly spread out and formed a circle. Seeing this, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Songjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and the others were all in a cold sweat. Are we really going to fight? Once we go all out, it will be troublesome. They did not know that Zhou Xuanji was just scaring Nether Ghost. The real disdain was to attack directly, not to threaten him verbally. For example, if Xianxia was at her peak, anyone who dared to offend her would be dead. If she was severely injured, she would scare people. To make it look real, Zhou Xuanji set up the formation straight away. Hades' God-slaying formation. It was his first time using this formation, and he felt a little uneasy. Billowing spiritual chi surged toward him. Strands of black sword chi flowed out from the legendary swords and intertwined with each other, forming a horrifying black hole with a diameter of 300 meters. In an instant, an evil might swept across the heavens and the earth. Su Yang and the other 82nd generation disciples were so frightened that they immediately shut their mouths. Xianxia and Daoya Old Man opened their eyes wide. Nether Ghost felt a chill down his spine because of this evil aura. He immediately turned around and fled, transforming into a black cloud and disappearing into the horizon. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 270. He escaped just like that? Zhou Xuanji laughed in disdain. So the Nether Ghost was just a paper tiger. Perhaps the world's fool sword had played a part in this. He raised his right hand and prepared to withdraw the array. Then, his expression suddenly froze. His eyes widened as he thought to himself, why can't I deactivate the array? The Hades God-slaying formation had already been formed. Bolts of lightning emerged from the black hole like dragons and snakes, looking sinister and terrifying. What sword formation is this? Northern Sword Valiant widened his eyes in curiosity. Zhao Songjian said excitedly, it must be a sword formation that Master practiced before. At that time, he refused to say what sword formation it was. Now it's finally revealed. Back then, Zhou Xuanji had completed the Hades God-slaying formation in front of the second-generation disciples, and all of them worshipped him to the core. Xuanji, he has already escaped. You can withdraw the formation now. Xianxia said. The Hell God-slaying formation was truly strange, and it made her hair stand on end. Not only her, but Huang Lianxin and the female disciple were also a little scared. Xianxia, Daoya Old Man, and Ning Zifeng looked fearful. This formation was so evil. Hell, God-slaying formation. How could this be? How do you know this array? And you can make this array by yourself? Zhang Quanlan cried out in alarm. Everyone turned around to see a terrified expression on his face. Hades' God-slaying formation? Everyone's hearts trembled when they heard this. This name alone was enough to make one tremble in fear. Hell, slaughtering God formation? Wasn't that the ancient demon array that had disappeared for tens of thousands of years? Legend has it that it can summon demons from hell to do battle. Every time the formation is set up, the demons will slaughter the human world. Even the person who set up the formation will find it hard to control it. Xianxia frowned and mumbled to herself as she looked at Zhou Xuanji suspiciously. When the others heard this, they also turned their heads in astonishment. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, I learned this from the Xianxia map. The Xianxia map had been passed down for countless years, so it was normal for it to leave behind an inheritance. He suddenly had a headache. What if I summon a world-shocking demon? What should I do? Xianxia map? Zhang Quanlan's eyes went wide. He felt that something was wrong, but after some thought, he couldn't figure out what it was. Not only him, but Xianxia and Daoya Old Man also felt like they had forgotten something. Roar! Right at this moment, a peerlessly terrifying roar came from the sword array. Everyone looked up. A ghastly and horrifying huge face emerged from the sword formation. It was drenched in blood, as if it was a human face that had been skinned, and its eyeballs were on the verge of falling out. It was covered in blood streaks and revealed extreme hatred and killing intent. Everyone was stunned, including Zhou Xuanji. Just this face alone was close to 1,000 feet in size. Just how huge would its original body be? Most importantly, this face was simply too frightening. The blood-faced evil demon's eyes swept across Zhou Xuanji and the others. Everyone trembled in fear and did not dare to look at it directly. In front of this pair of eyes, Zhou Xuanji felt that he was no match for them. He felt even more pressured than when he faced Huangquan Drake King. In other words, this evil demon was stronger than Huangquan Drake King. Zhou Xuanji was covered in cold sweat. He was in big trouble. At this moment, all of a sudden, the blood-faced evil demon turned into a streak of blood-red light and flew out of the sword formation. It quickly rushed into the sky and disappeared without a trace. Everyone was stunned. He left just like that? Zhou Xuanji frowned. Could it be that this guy went to kill the enemies he wanted to kill? The people he wanted to kill the most were naturally Jihuang, Demon Lord, and Nether Ghost. What should we do next? Daoya Old Man asked. He could not help but frown at the question. What's going on? Why did he ask Zhou Xuanji? His mind was in a mess, and his emotions were restless. There was something wrong with his condition. Let's continue our journey. Zhou Xuanji stored all the legendary swords into the supreme storage and said, if that evil demon came back, it would be troublesome. Xianxia, Daoya Old Man, Ning Zifeng, Zhang Quanlan, and the others with high cultivations felt a sense of clarity, as though the clouds had parted and they could see the sun. They did not think too much about it, and instinctively thought that it was because of the Hades god-slaying formation. The group advanced at full speed. Nether Ghost landed on a hill. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and mumbled, "Luckily, we ran fast." The Hades god-slaying formation was too horrifying. That evil aura was rarely seen, and he could not understand it. What was hidden inside? Zhou Xuanji must have used this sword formation to kill Huangquan Drake King. He sat down cross-legged, rubbed his chin with his right hand, and began thinking. He did not notice that a gigantic face covered in blood appeared on the hill behind him. It was even bigger than the hill. The pair of eyes stared at him with extreme, murderous intent. Nether Ghost sensed that something was wrong and looked up instinctively. A ferocious mouth descended and swallowed him in one gulp. Zhou Xuanji and the others flew on their swords and leaped over mountains and lakes. Looking ahead, Skyfall Shadow had already appeared on the horizon. It was like a heavenly pillar that connected the heavens and the earth. Beixiao Wangjian heaved a sigh of relief and said, "We're finally here. This is strange. Jihuang Demon Lord has already given up on killing our master?" It had been 8 days since they encountered Nether Ghost. They did not encounter any other great demons, nor did they encounter Jihuang Demon Lord. Maybe he's busy dealing with Yangdi, Xianxia guessed. Xianxia guessed. Although she had lost to Jihuang Demon Lord, she did not think much of him. Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and said, "Cultivate for 100 years. After the second-generation disciples finish their studies, we will establish our own sect." How powerful could he be in 100 years? Cough. I can't think like that. Every time I make such a decision, I will be slapped in the face. Will that Lin Chang'e come? Ning Zifeng asked. In the team, other than Zhou Xuanji, no other sword cultivator posed a threat to him. He needed an opponent of equal power. With this, Zhao Congjian and Xiao Jinghong squinted their eyes. They had heard of the name of the exquisite sword heart. They were great Zhou's geniuses in the sword's way, But Lin Changa was a famous genius in the sword's way in the entire northern wilderness region. They were looking forward to meeting such a genius. Who knows? Zhou Xuanji replied casually, as though he did not care if Lin Changa would come or not. After half an hour, they flew up to the peak of Skyfall. Fenyu Dragon King, Dade Bear Monarch, Hao Ian Boar King, Liuwu Wolf Demon, and Jingtian Eagle were already waiting at the peak. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, they immediately knelt down and cupped their fists. Congratulations, Master, for becoming the 5th in the world. They looked excited, and admiration could be seen in their eyes. Zhou Xuanji's growth was too fast. He became the 5th in the world before 30 years old. This was even more exaggerated than Yang Di. As long as he continued to grow, he would surely become the top cultivator in the world. How could they not look forward to the future with such a master? Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Get up. Tell me about Skyfall." Xiao Jinghong, Han Shenbua, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin led the second-generation disciples down the mountain. Dade Bear Monarch was with them to prevent them from being injured by demons. The peak was where Zhou Xuanji lived. The disciples could only live below. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 271. Fenyu Dragon King reported truthfully. After Zhou Xuanji and the others left, the Huangquan Path sent people here but could not find Zhou Xuanji, so they left. Other than them, there were some demons. But with the might of a 9th-ranked demon, no demons dared to barge in. There were not many 9th-ranked demons in the demon race, and most of them were already on the battlefield. After hearing about it, Zhou Xuanji instructed, "None of those disciples can be harmed. You guys pay more attention." Fenyu Dragon King, Liuwu Demon Wolf, Jingtian Eagle, and Hao Ian Boar King received the order. After they left, Jiang Shui, Daoye Old Man, and the others began to clean up the wooden huts. Ning Zifeng ran to the waist of the mountain and began to practice his sword techniques. "My little husband, when are you going to start cultivating the celestial devil rebirth technique?" Xianxia asked with a smile. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Zhou Xuanji already had an energy technique that was even more powerful than the celestial devil rebirth technique. If he were to cultivate the celestial devil rebirth technique, what stage could he reach? Having heard that, Zhou Xuanji said with disdain, "I don't want to learn it. I already have a more powerful energy technique." Xianxia shook her head and said, "That's not a problem. Do you know what's the most powerful thing about the celestial devil rebirth technique?" "What is it?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. Xianxia grabbed his shoulder and brought him away from the peak to the sea of clouds far away. The celestial devil rebirth technique was not created by the Tanhua sect. Legend has it that a long time ago, when old ancestor Tanhua was traveling around the world, he received the legacy by chance. After he cultivated the celestial devil rebirth technique, his cultivation grew tremendously. At the same time, even if he died, he could be reborn. Xianxia said slowly with pride in her eyes. Rebirth. This was the most powerful thing about the celestial devil rebirth technique. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide and asked in his heart, "Sword Spirit, can I learn this energy technique?" Of course. The sword owner is a sword cultivator. The celestial devil rebirth technique can be used on any cultivation path, except for the Buddhist path. He was satisfied with the sword spirit's answer. "Okay, you can start teaching me," Zhou Xuanji said with passionate eyes. With the celestial devil rebirth technique, he had no reason to refuse. Xianxia beamed with joy. Then, she started to explain the mental cultivation method of the celestial devil rebirth technique to him. The celestial devil rebirth technique was divided into 9 levels. Every time one reached the next level, one would obtain the power of rebirth. Every time one reached the 9th level, one would be able to be reborn 9 times. Every time one was reborn, one's physical body, bone root, and soul force would be perfectly inherited. Although one would not have any cultivation, one would be able to recover very quickly after being reborn. After she finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "What level are you at?" Xianxia answered, 4th floor. "How many times have you been reborn?" "Twice." "No wonder you're so young." Do you need a beating? Anger appeared in Xianxia's eyes. Was this brat looking down on her because she was old? Zhou Xuanji muttered. The cultivation of the celestial devil rebirth technique is a little difficult. It might take a long time to master the first level. It took Xianxia over 10,000 years to reach the fourth level. It was hard to imagine how long it would take to reach the ninth level. He asked curiously, how many levels did the evil king reach when he was alive? In his heart, he always felt that the Diablo was stronger than Xianxia when he was alive. He's also at the fourth level. His attainments aren't as good as mine. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji sank into his thoughts. A while later, the two returned to the summit. Zhou Xuanji seized the time to cultivate, while Xianxia sat by the cliff to recuperate. His target was still world reincarnation. In less than 3 days, all the second-generation disciples had already built a small village halfway up the mountain. To prevent demons from attacking, they chose to stay together. In the blink of an eye, for months passed. During this period, Liu Wolf Demon would occasionally go out to gather information. Recently, something big happened in the demon race. The 8th most powerful cultivator in the world, Nether Ghost, died without even leaving a corpse behind. According to his subordinates, he went to assassinate Zhou Xuanji and never returned. The two powerful beings from the two races divined his fortune and found that there was no longer any sign of him in the northern wilderness region. They were sure that he had died. His death caused all cultivators below the 8th in the northern wilderness top 100 to rise by 1 rank. The news reached Zhou Xuanji and the others, and they all had a strange expression on their faces. It must have been done by that evil demon. Daoya Old Man reminded Zhou Xuanji not to use the Hades god-slaying formation unless it was absolutely necessary. The 8th most powerful cultivator in the world was killed just like that. God knew if he would summon an even more horrifying evil demon. Zhou Xuanji nodded in agreement. He was a little shocked too. The Hades god-slaying formation was more powerful than he imagined. It was the first time it was summoned, and it was already so powerful. It could be used as a life-saving technique. On this day, Zhou Xuanji came to a cliff halfway up the mountain and gathered all the second-generation disciples. Ning Zifeng, Xiao Jinghong, Beixiao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, and Zhao Songjian were beside him. All the disciples looked at Zhou Xuanji passionately. All along, they had been taught by Xiao Jinghong, Ning Zifeng, and the others. Now that Zhou Xuanji had gathered them together, they had a bold guess, and their hearts began to race. Today, I will teach you a sword formation. From now on, you will practice it for an hour every day, Zhou Xuanji said. Zhou Xuanji said. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Sword formation. With so many people in formation, they would surely be able to unleash power that surpassed their cultivation stage. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Numerous legendary swords flew up from Zhou Xuanji's back. Other than the World Fool sword, he took out all his legendary swords. This formation is called the 100-star sky-covering sword formation. Back then, I used this sword formation to subdue Fenyu Dragon King. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, which made Fenyu Dragon King, who stretched his head out from the sea of clouds, embarrassed. The disciples heard him, and their eyes brightened. Ning Zifeng and Zhao Songjian were excited too. They had witnessed the prowess of the 100-star sky-covering sword formation many times, so they naturally wanted to learn it. At this moment, an air-piercing sound came. Fenyu Dragon King turned around and roared, "This is Skyfall. No one is allowed to trespass." The dragon roar was domineering and mighty, which made the disciples shudder in fear. "It's okay. My sword slave is here," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, which shocked Ning Zifeng and the others. Exquisite sore mind, Lin Chang'e. It was Lin Chang'e. He wore a green robe and stood on a sword, looking like a sword immortal who came from the north. He flew over quickly and landed in front of Zhou Xuanji. He half knelt down and cupped his fist. "From today onwards, I, Lin Chang'e, will take Zhou Xuanji as my master. I will officially join the sect that Zhou Xuanji created." He looked excited and had no intention of forcing himself to do so. Ever since he returned to the Hegemon Sword sect, he immediately told his father about this, which infuriated his father so much that he beat him up. He did not give up and told his father all about Zhou Xuanji's prowess, which made his father silent. But his father still did not agree. It was only after the 8th in the world died mysteriously because of Zhou Xuanji that his father relented. Zhou Xuanji had already demonstrated the brilliance of the future top cultivator. If Lin Chang'e cultivated with him, he would surely become even more powerful. Although the Hegemon Sword sect was a top-tier force, it was inferior to the Sanctums. In the world, it could not shake the world. To break through, Zhou Xuanji was the opportunity. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 272. Lin Chang'e, ranked 76th in the world. The second-generation disciples were in an uproar. Among sword cultivators, Lin Chang'e was very famous, second only to Zhou Xuanji. Of course, the difference in fame between the two was like a chasm. One could only blame the decline of the sword's way. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "You came just in time. The 100-star, sky-covering sword formation is your Hegemon Sword sect's sword formation. You should join and guide these disciples." "Yes, sir." Lin Chang'e got up and said excitedly. He looked at Xiao Jinghong and the others. He was looking for the top sword cultivator overseas. Soon, he locked his eyes on Ning Zifeng. Great realization, level 1. It's this guy. Ning Zifeng stared back at him. Their gazes met, and even though they did not speak, they still felt like they were at loggerheads. "Stop looking. Hurry up and enter the formation." Zhou Xuanji threw them a stare and cursed. Could it be that these two were lovers? Xiao Jinghong and the others entered the formation and practiced the 100-star, sky-covering sword formation together. With a thought, the legendary swords above Zhou Xuanji's head separated. He walked to the disciples and pointed at them one by one. "You two, look at that sword. It's the one with the crimson dragon soul coiled around. You three, look at that sword. That's the swine-culling sword. The three of you are too weak. Look at the same sword together. That's the one. Swing with it later. The two of you stand together and help each other." Zhou Xuanji assigned them a target. At least 2 people should look at the same sword. To prevent anyone from being injured and unable to maintain the formation, at least 2 people should be assigned to each key point of the sword formation. After a while, the assignment was over. Zhou Xuanji began to control the legendary swords. They moved slowly so that everyone could see them clearly. So powerful. Lin Chang'e was shocked in his heart. It was his first time being taught by Zhou Xuanji. Seeing the legendary swords swinging different sword forms, he was in awe. Even his father could not do it. He was right to come. He had only learned the 100-star, sky-covering sword formation, but did not practice it in depth. So he was learning from it now. Because Zhou Xuanji was too famous, none of the disciples dared to let their guard down. Together with their intelligence, they memorized every sword form in less than an hour. After memorizing the sword moves, Zhou Xuanji began to teach them how to circulate their qi. Memorizing the sword moves did not mean that one could set up a formation. Every spell had its own unique method of channeling qi. This was one of the difficulties of cultivation. After he finished imparting the qi circulation technique, he stood up. "Continue practicing. Today, all of you will focus on practicing this sword array. If there are any mistakes, promote each other. You are all second-generation disciples. When I establish my own sect, all of you will lead the disciples alone. Therefore, there will be no competition between you for now. You have to help each other, understand?" Zhou Xuanji looked at all the disciples and smiled. He looked young, but he was already quite dignified. Apart from his cultivation level and aura, it was also related to the tyrant imperial ring on his finger. "Understood." The 82nd-generation disciples shouted in unison, all of them looking excited. Zhou Xuanji's words made their blood boil. Establishing a sect, they were going to be doyens. When Zhou Xuanji became the top cultivator in the world, they would also ascend with him. "Chang'e, come with me." Zhou Xuanji waved his hand. After that, he leaped up and soared into the clouds. Lin Chang'e followed closely behind. Humph! Ning Zifeng snorted lightly, but the corner of his mouth was raised slightly. Finally, an opponent came. They could spar often in the future. He wanted to be the most powerful sword cultivator after Zhou Xuanji. On a cliff that was a few hundred meters away, Hao Ian Boar King, Dade Bear Monarch, and the other 8th-ranked demons were looking down. Looking at these energetic disciples, they looked at each other in dismay. I feel that we cannot relax. If they surpass us in the future, Hao Ian Boar King swallowed his saliva and said, these disciples' learning and comprehension abilities were too powerful. They tried to memorize the 100-star sky-covering formation, but they were not as fast as these disciples. They had to watch them practice a few times before they could memorize it. Jingtian Eagle said with a cold face, yes, we must not embarrass the 4 mountain guarding kings. 4 mountain guarding kings. This was the title that Zhou Xuanji gave them. As the name suggested, on the other side, Zhou Xuanji brought Lin Chang'e to the top of the mountain. Lin Chang'e was stunned. The stars hung above his head, as though he could touch them with his hand. The awe he felt was indescribable. He noticed Xianxia and Zhou Xiaoqi, the top cultivator of the evil sects, the legendary divine beast, Qilin. He was shocked in his heart. As for Xianxia and Daoya Old Man, he ignored them. Since you chose to take me as your master, I will not mistreat you. I will now teach you the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance. Zhou Xuanji turned around and said to Lin Chang'e, he wanted to teach the sky-dominating divine sword to this brat. Now, the sky-dominating divine sword was not his most powerful sword technique, so it was fine to teach it to him. With Lin Chang'e's talent, it would take him at least a few decades to master the sky-dominating divine sword. If it were an ordinary person, he would not be able to master it in his lifetime. Lin Chang'e heard him and opened his eyes wide. His breathing hastened, and his heart beat rapidly. Zhou, master, is what you said true? He asked carefully. He felt as though a pleasant surprise had fallen on his head. Zhou Xuanji took out the dog-culling sword and said, the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance is his sword and sword technique. I will not give you the sword, but I can give you the sword technique. This sword technique is called the Sky-Dominating Divine Sword. Have you heard of it? Sky-Dominating Divine Sword. Lin Chang'e swallowed his saliva and replied, I've heard of it. In the Hegemon Sword sect's ancestral shrine, there is an ancient record of the Sky-Dominating Divine Sword. Legend has it that our ancestor became unrivaled with this sword technique. Zhou Xuanji nodded and began swinging his sword, displaying the sword moves of the sky-dominating divine sword one by one. Lin Chang'e watched intently, afraid that he would miss any detail. Far away, Xianxia opened her eyes and smiled inwardly. This brat really knows how to win people's hearts. After that, she continued to recuperate. Jiang Shui glanced at Zhou Xuanji but did not pay much attention to him. She continued to listen to Daoya, Old Man's divination. One had to admit that the exquisite swordmind's talent was indeed domineering. Lin Chang'e had a photographic memory. Zhou Xuanji only demonstrated it once, and he memorized all the sword moves. Then, he began practicing with his sword. Zhou Xuanji watched from the side and felt satisfied. When Lin Chang'e mastered the sky-dominating divine sword, he would become one of Skyfall's most powerful cultivators. 2 hours later, Lin Chang'e descended the mountain excitedly. Zhou Xuanji asked him to stay with the second-generation disciples so that they could bond more easily. Night fell. Zhou Xuanji began cultivating the world Buddha art by the cliff. He had a premonition. He was about to master the second level, world reincarnation. As for how soon it would be, it could be a few months or a few years. But it would not be more than 10 years. Life returned to normal. Everyone was working hard on their cultivation. But the good times did not last long. One day, after a month, thousands of cultivators surrounded Skyfall. Even the weakest cultivator was at astral projection level 5, and there were 3 great realization cultivators. The leader was a man in a purple robe. He had a medium build and looked ordinary, but there was a small flame levitating between his brows. Calm. Wonderful book house. Chapter 273. Zhou Xuanji, hand over the Xianxia map. You will not be able to escape. The purple-robed man shouted loudly. His name was Zhu Hanlong, and his cultivation base was at Mahayana Stage 7. He was ranked 39th in the Northern Wilderness Top 100, and his name shook the entire region. The cultivators behind him were all excited. Xianxia map. Hearing these 3 words, they were moved. Humph! You're courting death. Lin Changa's cold snort was heard. Then, a beam of sword aura that was 1,000 feet long broke through the sea of clouds and charged toward them. The purple-robed man raised his palm and slapped it down. A huge tiger head appeared out of thin air and shattered the sword chi. As soon as he retracted his palm, the tiger head turned into smoke and dissipated. Lin Changa flew over, and Ning Zifeng followed him. The 2 of them frowned slightly when they saw so many cultivators. Skyfall was in the territory of the demons. If Jihuang Demon Lord knew how so many experts had rushed over, he would definitely take action. Could it be that they had already colluded with Jihuang Demon Lord? The 2 of them were not afraid. Instead, they were eager to try. Let's compete and see who can kill more. Ning Zifeng raised his brows and asked provocatively. Lin Changa snorted and said, "Let's compete then." Without another word, the 2 of them raised their swords and charged forward. A great battle immediately broke out. At the top of the mountain, Zhou Xuanji was still cultivating. Daoya Old Man walked up to him and said, "Be careful." With a sweep of his divine consciousness, he could clearly see the lineup below. In the entire human race, there wasn't a single sacred ground that had so many spirit refinement cultivators. In other words, these people came from various forces and joined forces to seize the Xianxia map. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and frowned. Will come. However, he was not afraid. Besides Lin Changa and Ning Zifeng, there was also Finyu Dragon King, which was enough to defend against the next wave of attacks. He stood up, looked at Xianxia, and asked, "Hey, how are your injuries?" This old demonic woman was a great tribulation scattered immortal. Even if he was injured, he was not someone a Mahayana cultivator could threaten. "It's all right. It's not a problem to deal with these minions." Xianxia replied without opening her eyes. She was as domineering as ever. As expected of the dragon's proud flower. "Can you find a mastermind?" Zhou Xuanji asked Daoya Old Man. After he killed the 5th and 8th in the world, those who dare to make trouble for him would definitely be even more powerful. He first thought of Jihuang Demon Lord. Daoya Old Man closed his eyes and pinched his fingers together to calculate. After a while, he opened his eyes and frowned. There is demonic aura. Other than Jihuang Demon Lord, there shouldn't be any other demon that dares to target you. Zhou Xuanji rubbed his chin and began thinking. Why didn't Jihuang Demon Lord do it himself? Could it be that he wanted to test his strength? No matter what, a bitter battle was coming. He immediately sent a telepathic message to Xiao Jinghong, who was at the foot of the mountain, and asked him to gather all the disciples in case they were ambushed. Boom, boom, boom. Under the sea of clouds came the sound of explosions one after another, and one could faintly hear the battle cries of cultivators. Zhou Xuanji observed the battle with his mind. Lin Changa and Ning Zifeng were surrounded by 3 great realization cultivators and were at a disadvantage. But from the looks of it, they could still hold on for a while. It was a good opportunity for them to temper themselves. When they could no longer hold on, Finyu Dragon King would take action. Meanwhile, 10,000 miles away, Jihuang Demon Lord stood on the peak of a mountain and looked into the distance. From here, he could vaguely see Skyfall's silhouette. Behind him, an old demon wearing a Taoist robe stood in human form. He had a head of white hair and a kind face. If not for the bull tail on his back, others might mistake him for an immortal. "Sovereign, what are you afraid of?" The old demon in the Taoist robe asked. As the 2nd in the world, was there a need to be afraid of the 5th? This was not Jihuang Demon Lord style. "Humph, why would I be afraid? I only want to lure him out before suppressing him." Jihuang Demon Lord snorted coldly. Although Zhou Xuanji killed Huang Quandre King, it was not a threat to him. He was confident that he could kill Huangquan Dray King after all. But he was indeed a little afraid. With the Xianxia map and Xianxia, who would dare to charge forward? He was not a nether ghost who had multiple lives. It was strange that a nether ghost with multiple lives died immediately. There must be something wrong. Fate Ox, how is Daoya, old man's divination, compared to yours? Jihuang Demon Lord asked suddenly. Almost every major faction had someone who was proficient in divination and divination. Only by doing so could they avoid disasters and develop in the long run. Of course, not as good as me. The old demon in the Taoist robe, who was called Fate Ox, replied arrogantly. Among the demons, his divination technique was the most powerful. He had contributed a lot to Jihuang Demon Lord's progress. Or else, with Jihuang Demon Lord's personality, how could he have grown to where he was today? Without him, he would have died long ago. This was also why Jihuang Demon Lord valued him so much. I have heard that although a Qilin appeared when Zhou Xuanji was born, his lifespan was short. If not for Daoya Old Man changing his fate, he would have died long ago. Now, no one can divine Zhou Xuanji's fate. Tell me, what fate did Daoya Old Man change for him? Jihuang Demon Lord looked straight ahead and asked slowly. The Xianxia map and the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique were at Skyfall. He could not wait to crush Skyfall with a punch. Fate Ox was stunned and fell into deep thought with a frown. He could not answer this question. He knew how to change fate too, but he could not change Zhou Xuanji's fate. Jihuang Demon Lord did not speak anymore, and the two demons fell into silence. Sometime later, a domineering dragon roar came from Skyfall. Fenyu Dragon King had joined the battle. His participation changed the situation straight away. Damn, why isn't Jihuang Demon Lord attacking? The purple-robed man cursed with gritted teeth. Blood was flowing from his face, and he looked a little pathetic. The other two great realization cultivators were also in a miserable state. They were severely injured. Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng were panting as they stared at him fiercely. The domineering Fenyu Dragon King stood between them. Scorching lava flowed all over his body, which frightened the cultivators so much that they backed off. If you continue to be stubborn, I will eat you. Fenyu Dragon King roared furiously. His voice swept up a powerful gale, which shook the forest below like a tsunami in a green ocean. The cultivators were furious too, but they did not dare to go against Fenyu Dragon King's aura. I want to see if you can eat them. At this moment, Jihuang Demon Lord's cold laughter came. His voice shook the heavens and earth, and it was even more domineering than Fenyu Dragon King's. He came walking in the air with Fate Ox behind him. Seeing him coming, Fenyu Dragon King's expression changed drastically. Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng's eyelids twitched violently too. Second in the world. Great tribulation scattered immortal. Jihuang Demon Lord looked up at Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji, the Xianxia map is not something you can have. If you hand over the Xianxia map, I can consider sparing your life, he said with a mocking smile. After that, he pressed down with his right hand. Before Fenyu Dragon King could react, he felt a formless giant mountain smashing into his body. He fell into the forest, sweeping up a cloud of dust, and the ground shook violently. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 274. Dragon King. Impossible. Ning Zifeng and Lin Chang'e exclaimed. Fenyu Dragon King was a 9th-stage demon. He was defeated by Jihuang Demon Lord in an instant. Isn't this too exaggerated? The human cultivators were also shocked. The strength of the demon clan's sovereign was beyond their expectations. This kind of strength made people uneasy. If Jihuang Demon Lord obtained the Xianxia map, would he let them go? Their eyes flickered and their hearts began to sway. Zhou Xuanji, if you still don't come out, your 2 sword slaves will die. Jihuang Demon Lord mocked. Right after he spoke, Zhou Xuanji flew over through the clouds and stopped in front of Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng. He was dressed in white, and he held the ancient god sword in the sky extinguishing sword in his hands. His expression was calm, and he did not seem nervous at all. If you want a Xianxia map, why go through so much trouble? You could just look for me. Could it be that you want to share the Xianxia map with them and comprehend the great Tao together? Zhou Xuanji asked with a faint smile. In his heart, he was thinking about how to deal with Jihuang Demon Lord. It was already so difficult to defeat Huangquan Drake King, let alone Jihuang Demon Lord. Emperor Hamlin had yet to awaken, and the ancient god sword needed 3 years to summon the soul of a powerhouse. The only thing he could rely on was the Hades god-slaying formation. Share the Xianxia map? The cultivators' hearts raced as they subconsciously looked at Jihuang Demon Lord. There were too many legends about the Xianxia map. It was said that the Xianxia map contained a peerless technique. It was said that the Xianxia map contained a huge amount of wealth. It was said that the Xianxia map contained an elixir that could instantly turn one into a sage. They had gone through so much trouble to get here, not just to help Jihuang Demon Lord. Why should I share what I want with others? Jihuang Demon Lord mocked. He could tell that Zhou Xuanji was trying to sow discord, but he did not care. He waved his left hand through the air, and a massive black claw appeared out of thin air, sending thousands of cultivators flying with blood gushing from their mouths. Only 3 Grand Ascension cultivators managed to evade the attack. Jihuang Demon Lord, what are you doing? Are you trying to break the contract? The purple-robed man bellowed furiously. The massive black claw had killed several hundred leaving Aperture Realm cultivators in an instant. How could he not feel a pang in his heart? Of course, it was mostly fear. Jihuang Demon Lord said in disdain, "A bunch of ants dare to negotiate with me? Have you forgotten that this is a time of war between the 2 races? No one will say anything even if I kill you traitors of the human race." The purple-robed man's expression changed, and he immediately turned to flee. Xiao! A black spear formed by demonic qi pierced through his chest, stopping him in his tracks. Then, he turned into a dried corpse at a speed visible to the naked eye. His soul screamed as it was absorbed by the black spear. Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng broke out in cold sweat. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless, but he was sweating in his heart. This guy was even crueler than Huangquan Drake King. The other 2 Grand Ascension cultivators did not manage to escape either and perished one after the other. Jihuang Demon Lord did not stop but strolled toward Zhou Xuanji. Seeing this, he immediately took out all the divine swords. All of you retreat to the mountain. Zhou Xuanji stared at Jihuang Demon Lord and said coldly. Lin Chang'e and Xianxia didn't try to be brave and left quickly. That's more like it. There's no need for others to disturb the matters between me and you. Jihuang Demon Lord laughed maniacally, his expression somewhat deranged. It was as though he could already see the scene of him obtaining the Xianxia map. Jihuang Demon Lord, you ignored the war between the 2 races and came to snatch the Xianxia map. Do you really think you can defeat Yang Di with the Xianxia map? I'm afraid that before you become powerful, Yang Di will have already conquered the northern wilderness region and exterminated the demon race. By then, you will have no place to stay. Zhou Xuanji mocked. The World Fool sword was above his head, and Jihuang Demon Lord was already within 1,000 meters of him. Jihuang Demon Lord stopped and said with a deep voice with a frown, "You think I'm you? I don't know how to use the Xianxia map after obtaining it." Hearing Zhou Xuanji mention Yang Di, he was infuriated. "Are you sure? You have never used the Xianxia map. Even if I give it to you, it will take time for you to make the Xianxia map recognize you as its owner again. Why don't we work together and kill Yang Di first? Then I will give you the Xianxia map. By then, you will be the top cultivator, and I will be the second. Isn't it a win-win situation?" Zhou Xuanji stopped smiling and looked serious. He prayed in his heart, "Wisdom-subduing legendary sword, please show me your power." Jihuang Demon Lord heard him and fell into deep thought, frowning even more. What he wanted the most was not the Xianxia map, but the top cultivator in the world. Zhou Xuanji's words moved him. "Sovereign, what are you thinking about?" Fate Bull cried out. He kept his distance from Jihuang Demon Lord and Zhou Xuanji within 1,000 meters, so he was not affected by the World Fool sword. He felt that it was strange. If it was the usual Jihuang Demon Lord, he would have attacked straight away. Why would he talk so much nonsense? He's thinking about the top cultivator in the world. Do you understand? When your master is thinking, who gave you the right to interrupt? Zhou Xuanji glanced at Fate Bull and shouted furiously. Fate Bull was so furious that he snorted and said with a deep voice, "Noisy brat, you will die today. Don't try to deceive." He stopped before he could finish his sentence, because Ji Huang Demon Lord was staring at him with the corner of his eyes. He was covered in cold sweat immediately. He knew that he had crossed the line. Ji Huang Demon Lord looked at Zhou Xuanji again and said with a murderous aura, "Brat, today you have to hand over the Xianxia map, even if you don't want to." After that, he raised his right hand, and a long black spear appeared in his hand. The tip of the spear was like the head of a dragon, hideous and horrifying. Strands of black, demonic qi wrapped around the spear. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. The effect of lowering one's intellect was not higher than his desire for the Xianxia map. "Stop!" A violent cry came. Before he could finish, a beam of light came from the horizon and landed in front of Zhou Xuanji. As the light faded, a domineering figure appeared. It was Jiang Wudi, the third in the world, the second in the human race. He stared at Ji Huang Demon Lord with a dignified face and said, "Demon Lord, Zhou Xuanji is the husband of my descendant. How can I let you attack him?" Zhou Xuanji was astonished. This old brat was trying so hard to rope him in. "Jiang Wudi, I know who you are. Very well. Today, I will kill you here and eliminate a great threat for the demon race." Ji Huang Demon Lord said coldly. He was furious when he saw Jiang Wudi. Jiang Wudi heard him and laughed condescendingly. "Let's see who kills who." Boom! He charged straight at Ji Huang Demon Lord. The two powerful cultivators turned into two beams of light and clashed violently. They flew into the sky and dove into the ground. They were so fast that Zhou Xuanji could not keep up with them. On the peak of Skyfall, Xianxia looked confused and mumbled, "Why is this brat so hot-tempered? It doesn't seem like him." In her understanding, although Jiang Wudi was powerful, he was a coward. He would hide from Ji Huang Demon Lord if he could. Xuanji and Jiang Shuel love each other after all. The Xianxia map is in Zhou Xuanji's hands, and he can benefit from it. Daoya Old Man analyzed, but he felt that his guess was a little far-fetched. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 275. Boom, boom, boom. Ji Huang Demon Lord and Jiang Wudi fought fiercely. Each of their spells was ever-changing, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Jiang Wudi's spells leaned towards physical cultivation. Every punch and kick had the power to destroy the world. Ji Huang Demon Lord was shrouded in demonic qi. The black spear in his hand pierced out continuously. Numerous demons appeared and surrounded Jiang Wudi like an army. When they were far away from Zhou Xuanji, they regained their senses. "What's going on? I'm here to force him to retreat. Why did I fight with him?" Jiang Wudi regretted in his heart. "Why did I get carried away all of a sudden?" He came to cheer for Ji Huang Demon Lord. With him, Xianxia and Zhou Xuanji, he thought that Ji Huang Demon Lord would retreat. But he did not expect him to fight with Ji Huang Demon Lord the moment they met. Now that things had come to this, he could not care less about regret. He could only fight with all his might. Ji Huang Demon Lord also sensed that something was wrong. His target was Zhou Xuanji. How could he fight with Jiang Wudi? Where did Jiang Wudi get the courage to fight with him? It must be because of the Xianxia map that made him lose his mind and go crazy. At the thought of this, Ji Huang Demon Lord's eyes turned ferocious. He decided to kill Jiang Wudi with all his might. The battle between the human and demon became even more violent. Mountains were crushed one after another, and the sea of clouds billowed like a flood dragon. A horrifying pressure swept across the heavens and the earth, causing countless demons to flee in fear. Zhou Xuanji looked into the distance. From his perspective, he could see continuous explosions at the horizon. Dust covered the sky, and two silhouettes collided like auroras. The scene was terrifying. It was like a battle between immortals that could destroy the world. He sighed in amazement. Was this the power of a great tribulation scattered immortal? He wondered if he could unleash such destructive power when he broke through to the great realization stage. It was so tempting. Brat, the sovereign did not have time to deal with you. Let me deal with you. Fate Bull Demon's voice came from behind him. Before he could finish, Zhou Xuanji had already teleported away with the 8-step sword launch. After countless battles, he had a keen sense for sneak attacks. Heavenly lightning surrounded his body, and his skin turned golden. He stared at Fate Bull Demon and laughed coldly. You are only at the great realization stage. You want to kill me? Seeing his expression, Fate Bull Demon's heart jolted. He did not panic. He quickly created many clones that filled the sky, dazzling everyone's eyes. Zhou Xuanji, you should not exist in this world, and the Xianxia map should not belong to you. Take out the Xianxia map now. Thousands of doppelgangers threatened in unison. Their voices converged together, causing one to be in a trance. Zhou Xuanji said expressionlessly, shouldn't exist in this world. Xiao, Xiao. Swoosh, all the divine swords attacked one after another, bringing with them dragon-shaped sword chi that wreaked havoc in the sky. The clones were pierced through by the divine swords one after another. It was difficult to tell which one was the true body. Zhou Xuanji was prepared to do it himself. At this moment, he suddenly felt a formless energy wrap around his limbs. Wisps of black chi appeared out of thin air and wrapped around his hands and feet, rendering him immobile. This guy, what kind of spell is this? He widened his eyes in shock. He felt that he couldn't activate his spirit energy as if it was sealed. At this time, Fate Ox appeared behind him again. Zhou Xuanji, you are too young and have little experience. I hope you can remember this lesson in your next life. Fate Bull laughed coldly and reached for the back of Zhou Xuanji's neck. Smack! A jade-like hand swung across his face, directly smashing his head into smithereens. It was Xianxia. She pulled back her right hand, and Fate Bull's soul fell in her hand. Instant kill. The black chi that wrapped around Zhou Xuanji's limbs disappeared. Xian, aren't you severely injured? Fate Bull cried out in fear. Could this old demonic woman be faking it? At the thought of this, his soul shuddered uncontrollably. He roared in his heart, Sovereign, run quickly. Not even Jihuang Demon Lord could resist Xianxia and Jiang Wudi at their peak. Xianxia's eyes were cold. She clenched her right hand and crushed Fate Bull's soul. Zhou Xuanji's spirit energy recovered. He turned around and said to Xianxia, Thank you. He almost fell into Fate Bull's trap. What kind of spell is that? He did not catch it all. Be careful in the future. He's using a divine ability that imperceptibly seals the enemy's spiritual energy. I'm not sure what kind of divine ability it is, but I've seen similar divine abilities before. In the face of absolute strength, it's nothing. Xianxia replied calmly, which made Zhou Xuanji sigh. Such a show-off. The two looked into the distance. Jihuang Demon Lord and Jiang Wudi were still fighting intensely. They were so fast that Zhou Xuanji could not tell who had the upper hand. Have you recovered from your injuries? Zhou Xuanji asked. He had a feeling that Jiang Wudi would lose, because Jihuang Demon Lord's demonic chi was just too powerful. It surged endlessly and enveloped the heavens and the earth. No, Xianxia replied straightforwardly. If she had recovered, why would she stay here to watch the show? Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile. On the other side, Jihuang Demon Lord noticed Fate Bull's death too, and waves of shock surged in his heart. Xianxia has recovered from her injuries? If so, the situation would be extremely disadvantageous to him if the battle continued. He immediately turned around and fled, no longer fighting. Jiang Wudi was no match for Jihuang Demon Lord, so he naturally would not pursue him. He heaved a sigh of relief and thought to himself, I must not be so reckless in the future. After the thought, he turned around and flew towards Skyfall. At the peak of Skyfall, in the stone pavilion, Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Wudi sat facing each other. Xianxia and Doya Old Man sat on either side, while Jiang Shui sat on the wooden railing behind Zhou Xuanji, avoiding Jiang Wudi's gaze. Thank you for your help, sir. Doya Old Man raised his wine cup and smiled. Jiang Wudi also raised his wine cup and shook his head with a smile. You're too kind. We are a family. A family? You're really shameless. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. But if not for Jiang Wudi's help, it would have been very troublesome. He understood Jiang Wudi's intention, which was to rope him in. I have no interest in the Xianxia map. My cultivation has reached its limit after all, and I can't go any further. But you're different. With the Xianxia map, you can create a new era. I came to help you because I hope to leave the Jiang clan a way out. Jiang Wudi looked at Zhou Xuanji and said solemnly, on the path of cultivation, one could not continuously grow more powerful just by cultivating. Everyone had their own limit. Most people could not even reach inner pellet. It was not because they did not work hard, but because that was their fate. Jiang Wudi was the same as Daoya Old Man. He had already reached his limit and could no longer grow more powerful. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, no matter what, you helped me today. If the Jiang clan is in danger in the future, I will help. Jiang Wudi heard him and smiled in pleasant surprise. Xianxia snorted coldly and said, don't be fooled by him. He searched for the sea-freezing stone personally because he wants to go overseas to find new serendipity. This means that his ambition is not dead yet. Calm. Wonderful Bookhouse. Chapter 276. Of course I will look for opportunities, but I won't set my eyes on the Xianxia map. I don't deserve such a treasure. Even if I get it, it will bring trouble to the Jiang clan. Jiang Wudi explained as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Xianxia's impression of him was simply too poor, and this was not a good thing. Zhou Xuanji ignored Xianxia and asked, can you tell me what serendipity you are looking for overseas? There's someone from overseas in Skyfall. If you can convince me, we can work together in the future. Jiang Wudi's eyes widened when he heard that. People from overseas? He anxiously asked, where is he? Xianxia glanced at him, and he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly retracted his attitude. Jiang Wudi immediately told him the reason. To tell you the truth, I accidentally entered cave and found the words left behind by a great tribulation scattered celestial. He came from overseas, and his name was Dao Hongshun. He claimed that there were countless dynasties, and even the great Fate dynasty above the ocean. This person obtained a heaven and earth stone by chance. Legend has it that the heaven and earth stone contains the power of heaven and earth. After this was exposed, he was chased by countless enemies. In the end, he hid the heaven and earth stone on a small island overseas and came to the northern wilderness region himself. However, he attracted a powerful enemy, the demonic emperor bloodline. Jiang Wudi's expression turned solemn as he spoke. Demonic emperor bloodline? What the hell was that? Zhou Xuanji looked confused. Xianxia frowned and said, the bloodline of the demonic emperor. Legend has it that this race only has a single descendant, and a demonic emperor will appear in every generation. Once awakened, they will possess invincible power. They are bloodthirsty by nature, and even they cannot control themselves. Up until now, the descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline hasn't appeared in 15,000 years. The last descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline fought against the evil king and the hegemon sword emperor alone. At that time, 20 great tribulations scattered immortals gathered together before they managed to kill him. In that battle, aside from the evil king and the hegemon sword emperor, everyone else died. Since then, the northern wilderness region's fate has declined. Until today, the number of great tribulations scattered immortals is far less than before. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. No wonder people often said that this era was not as good as 10,000 years ago. After the hegemon sword emperor, there had never been a true great emperor. He wasn't sure what a great emperor was. A true great emperor wasn't as simple as claiming to be. It was said that he needed the approval of the heavens and earth, and that he needed to be imbued with fate energy. Wait, what does this have to do with the demonic emperor bloodline? Xianxia couldn't help but interrupt. For some reason, she didn't have a good impression of this great ancestor. Because of Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Wudi's attitude towards her was completely different, so she had to be on guard. Jiang Wudi glanced at her and shook his head with a smile. Xiao Shui, don't be anxious. I'm not done yet. Little Snow. Everyone's expression was strange, and they felt a chill run down their spines. Could this old fellow not be so attentive? The fortuitous opportunity overseas is that world stone, but Dao Hongqian's last words predicted that the successor of the demonic emperor bloodline would think of a way to obtain that world stone. In other words, if we want to obtain the world stone, we might have to face the successor of the demonic emperor bloodline. Jiang Wudi sighed with an ugly expression. He gritted his teeth and said, the descendants of the demonic emperor bloodline are like the 10,000-year princes. Once they are born, they will be invincible or even more exaggerated. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and Xianxia expectantly. It would be best if he had the help of these two people. As for who would obtain the world stone, he already had a plan. If you are willing to help me, once we obtain the world stone, we can take turns to comprehend it. I will provide the map, manpower, and resources. I don't ask for much. I just want to break through heaven's secrets and ascend as soon as possible, Jiang Wudi said seriously. Ascension was something he yearned for day and night, and it was almost becoming a demon in his heart. Apart from becoming an emperor of an empire and ascending every 1,000 years, it was very difficult for ordinary people to ascend. It was not that he did not want to become an emperor, but he gave up on it. An emperor of an empire was mighty in the mortal realm, but if he ascended, he would be subdued by the immortals of the upper realm. He would never have freedom, and it would be difficult for him to improve his cultivation. No one knew the reason behind this, but this legend had long spread throughout the northern wilderness region. Almost everyone who stepped into the cultivation world knew about it. Jiang Wudi was proud. He would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, let's talk about it in the future. Skyfall has not stabilized yet. Jiang Wudi nodded and smiled. Of course, we have to think about this at length. He still had his lifespan, so there was indeed no hurry. Xianxia said disdainfully, the sea-freezing stone is in my hands. Of course, you are not in a hurry. Jiang Wudi heard her, and his mouth twitched. After that, they chatted for a while more before Jiang Wudi left. According to him, Jihuang Demon Lord could not keep an eye on Zhou Xuanji for a long time. After all, the two races were at war. Daoya Old Man reminded Zhou Xuanji, the descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline is like a world-destroying demon. He is born to be bloodthirsty and is even more difficult to deal with than a 10,000-year prince. If you offend him, it will not be a good thing. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He had the Xianxia map, so why would he need the world stone? 10,000-year prince, Tian, the descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. How could there be so many overpowered people? Each of them sounded like the main characters of the world. In the next period of time, Zhou Xuanji asked the 4 mountain guarding kings to gather all the demons within a radius of 10,000 miles so that they could gather information and spread the news. How powerful were the 4 8th-grade demons? In less than 10 days, they had subdued more than 200,000 demons, most of whom were weak, with the momentum of the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. But the weaker they were, the more inconspicuous they would be, and it would be harder for the enemy to discover them. A month later, a shocking piece of news shook the entire northern wilderness region. Jihuang Demon Lord encountered Yang Di. Within 10 rounds, Jihuang Demon Lord suffered a crushing defeat and escaped with severe injuries. Once the news spread, the two races were in an uproar. The humans were exhilarated, while the demons were terrified. The first and second in the world had such a huge difference in power. Everyone understood that the war between the two races was about to turn around. Liu Demon Wolf told Zhou Xuanji about the news. He was shocked and could not calm down. Back then, he respected Jihuang Demon Lord. He did not expect Yang Di to defeat Jihuang Demon Lord so easily. Zhou Xuanji heard about it and frowned. He had witnessed Jihuang Demon Lord's prowess. He was like a god and could not be resisted by the current him. Such a powerful cultivator was defeated in less than 10 rounds. With their power, 10 rounds were like the blink of an eye, which meant that Ji Huang Demon Lord was defeated by Yang Di instantly. Seems like Yang Di broke through again. Daoya, old man, sighed in amazement. Such a person should have appeared 10,000 years ago. In the current age, he was truly the most outstanding individual, and no one could rival him. Xianxia frowned. Her eyes were filled with displeasure. Zhou Xuanji gathered everyone at the top of the mountain, including the second-generation disciples. He told them about Ji Huang Demon Lord's defeat, and everyone was dumbfounded. They had witnessed Ji Huang Demon Lord's prowess before, but they did not expect such a person to suffer such a crushing defeat. For the next period of time, everyone focus on cultivating and practicing your sword. Try not to go out. With Yang Di, the demons will surely be defeated. Don't worry too much about your families. Zhou Xuanji said, and the disciples nodded. At this moment, analyze that the sword owner has reached 30 years old. Gotcha started. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 277. 30 years old. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. Time does not keep anyone. In the blink of an eye, I'm already 30 years old. Fortunately, this was the northern wilderness region. He was still young, still a teenager. Ding. Congratulations. The sword owner has obtained bronze flaming sword. Bronze? I'm already 30 years old. Why didn't you give me a surprise? Zhou Xuanji was a little angry, and the disciples before him were all shocked. Why did the Grand Teacher's face suddenly turn grim? Gold flying leaf sword, amethyst soul sword. In the end, the sword spirit did not give him a surprise. Now, the amethyst legendary sword could no longer bring him excitement. The amethyst legendary sword could not threaten a great tribulation scattered immortal. It was the same for the glorious gold legendary sword. Only a heavenly soul legendary sword or a higher grade legendary sword could make him happy. Especially in such a situation, he longed for an intimidating spirit legendary sword. Heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, celestial shaking, God slaying, Armageddon. He was looking forward to it. Okay, disperse and continue your training. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said, Shout Jinghong, Ning Zifeng, and the others immediately left with the second-generation disciples. He took a deep breath. He could not place his hopes on the legendary swords. His own power was more important. It was better to focus on cultivating the world Buddha art. The information of the 3 legendary swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, flaming sword grade, bronze description. In ancient times, a cultivator traveled the world alone. Every time he extinguished his fire, he would use this sword. After extinguishing the fire 10,000 times, the sword transformed into a bronze legendary sword. Sword name, flying leaf sword grade, gold description. This sword has absolute control over leaves. It is extremely destructive and can sense the spirits of all plants. Sword name, soul sword grade, amethyst description. Soul origin is an extremely powerful soul. Once released, this sword will summon an army of soul origin. Not bad. Zhou Xuanji took out the 3 legendary swords and familiarized himself with them before continuing his cultivation. On the other side, the second-generation disciples were walking on a mountain path. Su Yang asked Xiao Jinghong carefully, Revered teacher, how could the Grand Teacher be in a bad mood? Beishao Wang Jian stared at him, which scared him so much that he shrunk his neck. Ning Zifeng chuckled and said, Sunlight Emperor has come out and is leading the way. Master is naturally unwilling to be left out. He must have comprehended something. When everyone heard this, they felt that it made sense. Everyone thought that Zhou Xuanji would become the top cultivator in the future. Facing the #1 expert in the world, his mood was naturally different. Cultivate well. It's our chance to rise up when Sunlight Emperor is in control of the human tribe. Don't let our master down. Lin Chang'e said, his tone full of expectation. He was already imagining the scene of Zhou Xuanji fighting Yang Di. It wasn't just him. Everyone in Skyfall felt the same way. The sun set and the moon rose. Late at night, Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui sat by the cliff, and looked up at the starry sky. Today, I'm already 30 years old. You're almost 34 years old. Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. Hearing this, Xianxia stretched out her right hand with a smile and pinched his waist. She asked with a faint smile, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Well, you're almost 18. Zhou Xuanji corrected himself and looked at her with a gentle gaze. Even though she was already 34 years old, this girl was still like a young girl. Although she was intelligent, in his eyes, she was still as pure as snow. The beauty in front of him had accompanied him for 28 years. In both his past and present life, she was the person who had accompanied him the longest. He hoped that 10,000 years later, he would still have her by his side. He would definitely try his best to do so. Oh yes, I want to marry you. When do you think is a suitable time? Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and asked softly. Xianxia was not surprised. She blushed and said, I'll do whatever you want. Before, Zhou Xuanji felt that he was not powerful enough, so he did not mention this matter. But during this period of time, he thought about a lot. Cherished the present, whether they got married or not. He had a responsibility for Xianxia in his heart. Actually, I want to let the world know that you are my wife on the day I establish my sect. But I feel that it's too far away now, and I'm afraid that you will be sad, Zhou Xuanji said seriously. Zhou Xuanji said seriously. These were his heartfelt words. Xianxia hugged his arm and leaned on his shoulder. Then we'll wait for the day you establish your sect. Now is not a good time. You and I both need to cultivate hard, and I don't want you to be distracted because of me, she said with a smile. Of course, I also hope that the world knows that we are married. How grand will that be? In the future, the establishment of our sect will be our wedding anniversary. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Zhou Xuanji felt a warmth in his heart. He held her hand and began talking about the details of their marriage. Far away, in front of a building, Xianxia looked at their backs and snorted coldly. A look of displeasure could be seen in her eyes. This brat did not take her seriously at all. After Yang Di defeated Jihuang Demon Lord, the world changed drastically. In that month, he charged into the demon army alone and killed millions of demons to save the imprisoned powerhouses from the sanctums. Because of this, Yang Di's reputation skyrocketed, and his name spread across the world. 3 months later, the demon army that the demons left in the human race were all defeated. In the 4th month, Jihuang Demon Lord retreated, and so did the entire demon army. This even caused the demon race's territory to shrink. In the 6th month, Yang Di descended to the Shanghai Ziggurat and announced to the world that he invited the 8 sanctums, 7 empires, and top-tier factions to gather at Duantian Cliff. It was a year later. Rumors spread all over the world. Many said that Yang Di wanted to dominate the human race alone. Because of his powerful performance, the voices of opposition were far less than those of support. Across the entire human race, Yang Di's reputation was unprecedented. Compared to him, Zhou Xuanji was like comparing a grain of rice to the bright moon. At the top of Skyfall, Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply. Daoyo old man, Xianxia, Xiao Jinghong, and the others gathered here. The letter that Zhao Songjian received was an invitation from the Shanghai Ziggurat, inviting the master of Skyfall to Duantian Cliff. Now, everyone in the world knew that Zhou Xuanji was in Skyfall. He would establish his own sect sooner or later, and he was already a faction. Humph! Yang Di is so ambitious. No, I must go to the surrounding mountains to spread the news and gather the Tanhua sect's disciples. Xianxia snorted coldly and disappeared on the spot. Zhou Xuanji ignored her and fell into deep thought. Should he go to Duantian Cliff? You cannot go personally. Although Yang Di is the top cultivator in the world, no one knows his true nature. What if he wants to kill you? The entire world thinks that as long as you continue to grow, you will become the top cultivator in the world. Moreover, you have a Xianxia map. Daoya old man reminded him with a grave expression. He had encountered many things in his life, and even his beloved disciple had died. He had a deep understanding of people's hearts. Lin Chang'e said, "Let me go. I represent Skyfall. Yang Di can't kill me, right? As long as he's not stupid." If Lin Chang'e was killed, Yang Di's reputation would plummet. Moreover, there was another faction behind him, the He Jimin Sword sect. Calm. Wonderful Bookhouse. Chapter 278. That's right. Master can't go there personally. Huang Lianxi nodded. Zhou Xuanji's situation now was even more dangerous than before. Xianxia map. Even if Sunlight Emperor didn't kill him, what about the lords of other forces? After all, this was the territory of the demon race. Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and decided not to be reckless. He nodded and said, "Then I will leave this matter to you, Chang'e." Lin Chang'e was no ordinary person. He was a famous genius in the northern wilderness region. "Little Ge, don't embarrass our Skyfall," said Xiao Ge. Ning Zifeng patted Lin Chang'e's face and instructed him with an irritating expression. Lin Chang'e became angry and scolded, "Don't call me that." The two of them started bickering again. Zhou Xuanji was still thinking about Duantian Cliff. With Sunlight Emperor's strength, he could have just unified the world. Why did he have to gather all the heroes in the world? In the northern wilderness region, the strong ruled. Most importantly, he had chosen the heavens and cliff. Back then, Xianxia was besieged by the heroes of the world at the heavens and cliff. In this 1 year, focus on cultivating the sky-dominating divine sword. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Zhou Xuanji said to Lin Chang'e. Hearing this, Lin Chang'e was overjoyed. Ever since Zhou Xuanji had taught him the sky-dominating divine sword, he had not personally taught him much. He was proud of his talent, so he naturally didn't have the face to take the initiative to speak. This was not a loss. After giving some instructions, Zhou Xuanji dismissed everyone and continued to cultivate. On the peak of the mountain, dressed in a purple dress, Xianxia stood proudly in the cold wind. The veil on her face was not affected by the wind. She gazed into the distance, as though she was waiting for something. 5 black shadows appeared out of thin air in front of him, floating like smoke and dust. Their figures fluctuated, and their faces could not be seen. "Greetings, Sect Master." 5 different voices sounded at the same time. Xianxia's eyes were cold as she said, "Yang Di wants to take over the world. Tanhua sect can't be depressed anymore. Summon the 36 demon chiefs and save the 1,000 Hands demon from the underworld path. I want to conquer the world." "Yes." The 5 demonic shadows answered in unison and disappeared into thin air. Xianxia looked towards the north and muttered, "I shouldn't have let you go back then." After saying this, she turned and flew back to Skyfall. 4 months later, that night, Zhou Xuanji finally broke through to Spirit Refinement Level 6. He had to rely on various treasures, the Xianxia map, and the rich spiritual qi in Skyfall to break through quickly. Ordinary spirit refinement cultivators would spend thousands of years to break through a small realm. Spending 100 years would be considered very fast. Not only that, Zhou Xuanji's understanding of world reincarnation had reached a critical point. Somehow, he felt that something was missing. Just a little. Once he comprehended it, he would be able to cultivate world reincarnation. The amount of spiritual energy required for world reincarnation was already sufficient. He had even practiced the mental cultivation method countless times. Just one step away. Sometimes, you can only reap the rewards if you let go. Xianxia's voice suddenly entered his ears. He opened his eyes and saw Xianxia standing beside him, looking at the starry sky. He sat cross-legged and had to look up at her. He didn't say anything, instead pondering over the meaning of her words. "When I cultivated the celestial devil rebirth technique, I encountered many cultivation shackles, whether it was in terms of techniques, magical spells, or divine abilities. Often, when you long for a goal too much, you will lose yourself," Xianxia said with deep meaning. She had observed Zhou Xuanji for a long time. This boy always looked like he was in a dilemma. She did not want to care too much. After all, everyone had their own path of cultivation. However, Jiang Shui felt heartache and could not help but find her, hoping that she could help. On Skyfall, Xianxia's cultivation was the highest. Even in the northern wilderness region, she was at the peak of cultivation. Lost, Zhou Xuanji frowned and sank into deep thought again. Xianxia lightly patted his head and harumphed. "Little husband, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand?" Zhou Xuanji felt quite surprised. He suddenly came to a realization. So that's how it is. World reincarnation. Everything is reincarnation. From nothing to something. From something to nothing. From not knowing to memorizing. From memorizing to forgetting. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself, his eyes becoming brighter. Xianxia was attracted by his words. He did not notice that he had entered a state of enlightenment. World reincarnation could completely reflect the power of an enemy. Apart from this, there were other effects, but he would only understand them after truly cultivating them. At this moment, he finally understood. He had practiced world reincarnation's circulation technique countless times, and it had almost become an instinct of his body. At the last step, he should forget to let his body control world reincarnation. Let his soul control world reincarnation, and not his memories. Billowing spirit qi gathered toward him, forming a hurricane. Everyone on the mountain peak looked over. Xianxia looked pleasantly surprised, while Douya, old man, stroked his long beard and smiled, while the others sighed in amazement. Master broke through again, Zhao Songjian said excitedly. Zhao Songjian said excitedly. Could it be another powerful sword technique? Xianxia looked at Zhou Xuanji with a strange expression. This boy, her heart trembled. Even though she wanted to enlighten Zhou Xuanji, she did not expect him to gain enlightenment so quickly. And he had broken through directly. This kind of talent in comprehension. Zhou Xuanji had completely comprehended world reincarnation, and the spirit energy in his body went through a qualitative change. He could feel a strange energy lingering around him, changing his physical body and spiritual energy. This feeling was very mysterious. He could not explain it clearly. However, he suddenly remembered what Daoya old man had said. There were many things in the world that the naked eye and divine sense could not capture, such as fate and fate, or the heavenly law. Only these things could explain what he was feeling. The onlooker sees the game more clearly than the player involved. What a world reincarnation! Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement in his heart. The world Buddha art was a top-notch divine art. How could anyone bear to forget it after learning it? Even if he wanted to, it would be difficult. If not for his innate talent of multitasking, it would be difficult for him to do so in such a short time. Of course, he could also seal his memories with spells, but that would obstruct his physical memories. Spirit qi flowed into his body wildly, and his spirit energy grew tremendously during the transformation process. A purple meteor streaked across the starry sky and disappeared in an instant. There seemed to be a meteor just now, the little black snake said in surprise. But it was a pity that no one paid attention to it, because everyone's attention was on Zhou Xuanji. Time ticked by. A full 6 hours passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to spirit refinement level 7 straight away. At the same time, he finally learned world reincarnation and cultivated it into a divine ability. A faintly discernible and strange pattern appeared on his forehead. At first glance, it looked like a purple 8 trigrams diagram. Boom! He felt an explosion in his mind, and his senses transformed. His perception of his surroundings became dozens of times stronger. He could even sense other people's spirit energy. The most powerful one was Xianxia. Her spirit energy was like a blazing sun, burning fiercely. Before her, the spirit energy of others was so insignificant. Analyze that the sword owner has learned a divine ability. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained intimidating spirit. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 279. After comprehending the world reincarnation divine ability, Zhou Xuanji took an hour to get used to his new senses. His spirit energy had gone through a great transformation in both quantity and quality. Putting aside world reincarnation, he was like a completely different person compared to before. If he used world reincarnation, he could instantly kill his previous self. He once again regained the confidence to look down on the world. Ever since he saw Ji Huang Demon Lord's power and knew that Jihuang Demon Lord was easily defeated by Yang Di. He had always felt pressured. Even if he did not want to admit it, it was indeed there. Would someone as powerful as Yang Di really ignore the Tianxia map? Zhou Xuanji slowly opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed in them. Wait, when I comprehended world reincarnation, there seemed to be two more legendary swords. He suddenly remembered something. Following this, the information of the two legendary swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name: Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment Grade. Intimidating Spirit Description: a legendary sword born when the world was created. It contains a trace of the might of the heavenly law and is extremely destructive. With the martial punishment, it can greatly increase the strength of the sword owner's body. Evil demons will not be able to get close to it, and it cannot be used by those below the Great Realization stage. Sword name: Spring Water Sword Grade. Silver Description: a sword that has undergone a qualitative change after being soaked in 1,000-year-old spring water. When fighting in water, it is like a fish in water. Intimidating Spirit Legendary Sword. Fudge! Is this real? Zhou Xuanji immediately jumped up from the ground as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He clenched his fists and breathed heavily. He was so excited that his body trembled. Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment. It contained a trace of the might of the heavenly law. However, the requirement for this sword was the Great Realization stage, which made him feel a little disappointed. This showed how powerful Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment was. He had already reached Spirit Refinement Level 7 and was very close to the Great Realization stage. Now that he had cultivated the World Buddha art to Level 2, his internalization of Qi would be much faster than before. Breaking through to the Great Realization stage would not be too far away. Thinking about that, he felt even more joyful. At that moment, the others came up to him. Revered teacher, you broke through. Master, what were you comprehending just then? Xuanji, are you all right? Ha. As expected from my grand disciple. Amazing. Master, was it a sword technique? Everyone was incredibly excited. Yang Di had appeared out of nowhere and dominated the heavens and earth. Under such circumstances, the stronger Zhou Xuanji was, the happier they would be. Facing their questions, Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, all of you attack me. He wanted to test the power of world reincarnation. Everyone was stunned and felt a little guilty. Zhou Xuanji was already extremely powerful before he broke through, let alone now. Don't worry, I won't fight back, Zhou Xuanji said with a mysterious smile. After saying this, he activated the world reincarnation divine ability. Sneaky people like the little black snake and Chongming Demon Monarch might suddenly attack and catch him off guard. As expected, Chongming Demon Monarch was the first to attack, throwing a punch. He activated all of his body's demonic force, his power reaching its peak. This fist was unstoppable, pressing forward courageously, tyrannical to the extreme. Bang! Before Chongming Demon Monarch's fist could touch Zhou Xuanji, he could already feel the rebound of his demonic energy. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood as his body flew backwards. He leaped over many buildings and fell down the mountain from the other side of Skyfall. The others who were about to make a move were frightened out of their wits. They retreated one after another, not daring to make a move. The little black snake that had already leaped into the air froze in fright. It fell to the ground and curled up into a ball, shivering. So close. The group swallowed their saliva and felt a trace of gratitude toward Chongming, Demon Monarch. Xianxia thought about it and asked curiously, "You didn't use any spirit energy. How did you send him flying?" A divine ability. A very strange divine ability. As the top evil cultivator, she could tell a glance. But she could not see how powerful this divine ability was. Zhou Xuanji shrugged and said with a smile, "Because I am the heavens. Anyone who dares to harm the heavens shall be punished by the heavens." Xianxia rolled her eyes. This brat really knew how to boast. Ning Zifeng, Lin Chang'e, and Zhao Congjian came up to him and expressed their desire to learn. Zhou Xuanji cursed at them. This was not a sword technique, but his energy technique. There was no way they could learn it. The three heard him and were like deflated balloons. They knew that Zhou Xuanji's energy technique was not simple and required massive amounts of spirit energy. If they learned it, their progress would be slow because they did not have the Xianxia map after all. Zhou Xuanji chatted with them for a while before continuing his cultivation. He wanted to completely control his senses and spirit energy, which could not be achieved in a day. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji had become more powerful, the others were stimulated and worked hard on their cultivation. Halfway up the mountain, Chongming Demon Monarch, who was covered in blood, lay unsteadily in the forest. Blood was bubbling from his mouth, and his eyes were rolled back. His right leg was still twitching slightly. Why? He said with difficulty. He could not understand what had just happened. But this battle had cast a shadow over his heart. He would not dare to attack Zhou Xuanji again, even if it was requested by Zhou Xuanji. A second-generation disciple ran over. Seeing Chongming Demon Monarch's miserable state, he cried out immediately, "Chongming Old Bull is going to die." Chongming Demon Monarch heard him and fainted in anger. In the middle of the northern wilderness region, on a grassy plain, Chief Monk Xuanhe led a group of monks ahead. Their faces were rosy, and they were no longer as miserable as before. Suddenly, someone walked toward them, which made Chief Monk Xuanhe squint his eyes. It was Feng Qiu. "Xuanhe, long time no see. It seems like you're fine." Feng Qiu chuckled and came up to Chief Monk Xuanhe in 3 steps. They were less than a meter apart. Chief Monk Xuanhe asked, "Why are you looking for me? Tanhua's sect has fallen. Could it be that you wanted to deal with Yang Di?" Now, Yang Di was the only one who dominated the world. No one could stop him. "Do you really understand Yang Di?" Feng Qiu asked, which made Chief Monk Xuanhe frown. Ever since he achieved great accomplishment in his dharma, Feng Qiu always came to him for help. The most powerful cultivators in the world would be targeted by Feng Qiu. For example, Xianxia and Jihuang Demon Lord were both schemed against by Feng Qiu. After the tribulation with Jihuang Demon Lord, Chief Monk Xuanhe thought through many things. He did not plan to participate in worldly battles anymore. He only wanted to become more powerful. The true tribulation is about to descend. You are the top Buddhist cultivator in the world and should save the world. You cannot run away from your responsibilities, Feng Qiu said seriously. He looked at Zhou Xuanji as if he was looking at his savior. Chief Monk Xuanhe shook his head and said, "You are indeed my teacher, but I cannot help you anymore. What you want is not world peace, but the ruler of the world. I helped you deal with Yang Di. Next time, do I have to deal with Jiang Wudi and Zhou Xuanji?" He was quite confused. Since Feng Qiu wanted to fight for the world, why did he not do it himself? Having heard this, Feng Qiu's expression darkened, and he said, "This tribulation will engulf the northern wilderness region. Even if you don't do anything, the tribulation will come to you. Take care." With that, he disappeared into thin air. Chief Monk Xuanhe was indifferent. A young monk asked anxiously, "Master, where are we going next?" Chief Monk Xuanhe replied calmly, "The North Shore, to search for the immortal Buddha's legacy." Smiley face. Smiley face. Chapter 280. Over a month later, Zhou Xuanji was completely familiar with world reincarnation and his new senses. He began to focus on increasing his cultivation level and did not immediately cultivate the 3rd level of the world Buddha art. His goal was the Mahayana realm. The sooner he broke through to the Mahayana realm, the less worried he would have to worry about Jihuang Demon Lord's attack. As for the fight with Sunlight Emperor, he was not sure, because even Xianxia didn't know how strong Sunlight Emperor was now. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 31 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Gold Spring Wind Sword. Emperor's Way Thousand Hand Sword Buddha. The sword spirit's voice continuously sounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, causing him to open his eyes. Just a divine sword? Furthermore, it was only a gold-ranked godly sword. Zhou Xuanji was inwardly disappointed. It seemed that he had used his luck on heavenly retribution martial punishment. 3 lines of words appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Spring Breeze sword level, gold description, created by the Divine Spirit Stone. This sword can weaken the enemy's negative emotions and make them happy. A sword that could make people happy? What the hell? He subconsciously took out the Spring Breeze sword. The sword was blue in color and looked like a crystal, appearing rather dreamy. Wait, this sword might be useful in negotiations. Just like the World Fool sword, it was a support-type godly sword. After playing with the Spring Breeze sword for a while, Zhou Xuanji stored it in the Supreme Storage and began to inherit the Emperor's Wei Thousand Hand Sword Buddha. This name sounded incredible. It must be an extremely powerful sword technique. A huge wave of memories entered his mind, causing him to slowly close his eyes. Apart from him, only Xianxia and Delia Old Man were on the mountain peak. The others were all cultivating in different parts of Skyfall. The reason was simple. If they internalized qi together, they could not compete with Zhou Xuanji. Recently, Xianxia had been acting mysteriously, as if she was plotting something. Xianxia was quite talented in the Tao of divination. She could already perform simple divination and predict some small things that would happen a day later. Deoya Old Man had exclaimed more than once that Xianxia might be able to surpass him in the future. It seemed that aside from the way of the sword, this girl's talent in other Daos was quite good. There is a sense of omnipotence. It complemented Zhou Xuanji perfectly. After the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes in amazement. Such a domineering sword technique. Its destructive power was even stronger than the ancestral dragon sword. The Emperor's Wei Thousand Hand Sword Buddha, upon reaching grand completion, will be able to condense sword qi into a 1,000-hand sword Buddha. Each hand would wield a sword, capable of destroying the heavens and earth. There were a total of 1,000 sword moves in this sword art. It was profound and unfathomable. He took out the Spring Breeze sword and started practicing. Once this sword appeared, his mood became joyful. Not only him, but Jiang Shui and Delia Old Man also felt the same. This kid comprehended a new sword technique again. Delia Old Man stroked his beard and smiled, his eyes filled with anticipation. Jiang Shui smiled. Her hands did not stop as she continued to draw the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The Tao of divination also required spiritual qi. After all, the things she divined were all in the world, and spiritual qi was the medium. Zhou Xuanji spent nearly 10 minutes practicing the Emperor's Wei Thousand Hand Sword Buddha's sword technique once. For the current him, 10 minutes was enough to accomplish many things. The more difficult the Emperor's Wei Thousand Hand Sword Buddha was, the more he anticipated it. Night fell. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Songjian, and the others ascended the mountain one after another. When they saw Zhou Xuanji training with his sword, their eyes lit up. This kid has already practiced for a day. It seems like this sword technique is not simple. Deoya Old Man said intently, which made Zhao Songjian, Xiao Jinghong, Ning Zifeng, Beixiao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, and Lin Chang'e all excited. Could it be a sword technique that could rival the ancestral dragon sword? In their hearts, the ancestral dragon sword was already the most powerful sword technique. It would be very difficult for them to create a more powerful sword technique. Zhou Xuanji ignored them and continued to train with his sword. The next morning, he finally reached small accomplishment in the Emperor's Wei Thousand Hand Sword Buddha. At dusk, he reached great accomplishment in the Emperor's Wei Thousand Hand Sword Buddha. His sword speed was so fast that even great realization cultivators were dazzled. Late at night, he developed the sword will of the Emperor's Wei Thousand Hand Sword Buddha. Once he used this sword technique, his mind would turn into the 1,000-hand sword Buddha. He took a deep breath and flew into the air, arriving above the sea of clouds next to Skyfall. He shook his long sword, and a golden Buddha image appeared from his body and expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the golden Buddha image grew to a height of 300 meters. Its palms were placed before its chest, and its facial features were exactly the same as Zhou Xuanji's. The Buddha image shone with a golden radiance that illuminated the night sky. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others opened their eyes wide. Even Daoya Old Man was shocked. Buddha, he was astonished. When did Zhou Xuanji come into contact with Buddhism? At this moment, numerous golden arms grew out from the back of the Buddha image. There were 1,000 of them, which dazzled everyone's eyes. What happened next was even more shocking. A giant golden sword materialized in each of the Buddha image's hands. The shape of the sword was exactly the same as the Spring Breeze sword. The Emperor's Way, thousand-hand sword Buddha had truly appeared. Everyone at the top of Skyfall was stunned, their mouths agape. Even Xianxia, who had just appeared, opened her eyes wide and was speechless for a long time. This brat, Xianxia, was shocked in her heart. It was her first time seeing a sword technique that was related to Buddhism. This brat was much more profound than she had imagined. Master, what sword technique is this? Zhao Tsongjin came back to his senses and asked excitedly. Zhou Xuanji entered the Emperor's Way thousand-hand sword Buddha's swordwell mode. His entire body sank into the thousand-hand sword Buddha, turning into the thousand-hand sword Buddha. The thousand-hand sword Buddha opened its eyes, which gave off 2 rays of golden light that illuminated the night sky. This is the Emperor's Way thousand-hand sword Buddha, a sword within a Buddha within a sword. Zhou Xuanji said. His voice was loud and clear, and it gave off an immense might, as if he was a god. The thousand-hand sword Buddha's might was very powerful, and it was not any weaker than the ancestor dragon sword. Lin Changa gripped his fists, and his breathing became ragged. He wanted to learn this sword technique. However, he had not even learned the ancestor dragon sword yet, and he was still far from learning the Emperor's Way thousand-hand sword Buddha. Daoya Old Man pinched his fingers together and tried to divine the origins of this sword technique. Puffed, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His legs gave way and he fell straight to the ground. No one paid any attention to him because they were already used to it. Xianxia looked at Zhou Xuanji and thought to herself, could it be that he used the thousand-hand devil's sword technique as a reference? When the others heard this, they also felt that it made sense. At the mention of this, they could not help but think of Qin Gang. They did not know if this fellow was still alive in the underworld path and if he had suffered a lot. However, this was not important. They quickly forgot about this matter. Zhou Xuanji deactivated the Emperor's Way thousand-hand sword Buddha swordwell mode and landed on the mountain peak. He sat down cross-legged and quietly comprehended. The Emperor's Way thousand-hand sword Buddha was broad and profound. The principles it contained were all helpful to his sword Tao. Although the others were excited and curious, they did not dare to disturb them. The moon set and the sun rose. Just as the sun rose, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and took out the ancient god sword. It had been 3 years since he obtained the ancient god sword when he broke through to the spirit refinement realm. Now it was time to awaken the soul of another great being. Chapter 281. Zhou Xuanji came into the forest away from the others. The reason why he avoided the others was not to avoid arousing suspicion, but to leave a surprise for them. Just the thought of using it when he encountered trouble in the future was enough to make him happy. He walked to a large tree and took out the ancient god sword. The method to awaken the next powerful being's soul was very simple, which was to infuse spirit energy into it and use your mind to summon it. Soon, a black shadow emerged from the blade. Zhou Xuanji understood his background. Saber Monarch Donghai. 30,000 years ago, when he ascended and left the northern wilderness region, he accidentally died. His soul wandered in the void and was absorbed by the supreme legendary sword system. He did not know anything else about Saber Sovereign Donghai. He could sense that Saber Sovereign Donghai was no weaker than Emperor Hanlin. Of course, this was only in terms of the strength of the remnant souls. He immediately infused Saber Monarch Donghai's soul energy into his body, causing his aura to skyrocket. It was the same as when he used Emperor Hanlin's soul to possess his body. However, his current cultivation level was far higher than before. He felt that he could already challenge Great Tribulation loose immortals. The weakest Great Tribulation loose immortal. He was still no match for an existence like Jihuang Demon Lord. After a simple test, he put away the ancient god sword and returned to the top of the mountain. Xianxia glanced at him and did not say anything. Xianxia was still learning divination from Daoya Old Man and did not notice Zhou Xuanji's abnormality. 1 month later, Xianxia left without saying a word. She only returned after 7 days. She claimed that she had gathered the 36 devil chiefs of the Tanhua sect and arranged for them to settle on a mountain that was thousands of meters tall. Zhou Xuanji had no objections to this. Ning Zifeng, on the other hand, was very curious. After asking for Xianxia's opinion, he went to find the 36 devil leaders for a spar and returned empty-handed. The next day, Ning Zifeng and Lin Chang'e went together, but they were still defeated. The two of them were completely intoxicated. Every few days, they would go to the 36 devil leaders. At the top of the mountain, the 36 demon chiefs of the Tanhua sect sat cross-legged and cultivated. There were both males and females, and all of them had powerful cultivations. 8 of them were female cultivators. There were 10 devil generals who had reached the Mahayana stage. It was no wonder that Ning Zifeng and Lin Chang'e were no match for such a lineup. A MO leader opened his eyes and said, "Will those 2 brats come again?" Hearing this, the other 35 devil leaders all opened their eyes. Their expressions were strange. When Ning Zifeng first came to challenge them, they were disdainful. Even with Lin Chang'e's help, they would not be able to defeat their combined forces. But if this continued, how could they cultivate in peace? Zhou Xuanji might be our sect lord in the future. Everyone, please bear with it. An elder said. His name was Qin Zheng, the #1 devil chief. He and the Thousand Hands Devil Qin gang were blood brothers. It had been 3,000 years since the 36 demon leaders had gathered together. Ever since Xianxia was defeated by Yang Di, the 36 chiefs had disappeared and left the Tanhua sect. Everyone thought that most of them were dead. He didn't expect them to still be alive and cultivating wholeheartedly. Qin Zheng's words caused the demon leaders to turn their attention to Zhou Xuanji. I heard that Zhou Xuanji is extremely talented. Even without the Xianxia map, he has the potential to become the top cultivator in the world. No wonder the sect lord is so interested in him. However, if he wants to establish his own sect, how will his sect interact with the Tanhua sect? It should be fusion, right? No. Tanhua sect cannot be absorbed by other forces. Yeah, the name of the Tanhua sect cannot be changed. This is our belief. The demon leaders discussed among themselves. Although they admired Zhou Xuanji, they were afraid that the Tanhua sect would change its name. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly appeared among them, which shocked them so much that they knelt down immediately. "Greetings, sect lord," they said at the same time. Their voices were filled with respect. Xianxia glanced at them and asked, "Have you rescued Qin Gang?" Thousand Hands Devil Qin Gang was a sharp blade for the Tanhua sect. Other than his cultivation and power, his ability to gather information was also very important to the Tanhua sect. Qin Zheng replied, "Thank you for your concern, sect lord. I have already arranged for him to gather the Tanhua sect's disciples. If not for Zhou Xuanji killing Huangquan Dre King, how could they have saved Qin Gang so easily?" So, Qin Zheng felt a tinge of gratitude toward Zhou Xuanji. After all, Qin Gang had said many good things about Zhou Xuanji to him. About the Duantian Cliff, do you think the Tanhua sect should go? Xianxia asked, changing the topic. Yang Di had invited everyone in the world to gather, but the Tanhua sect was in an awkward situation where everyone was their enemy. If they went, there would be a lot of trouble. A female demon leader licked her lips and laughed sinisterly. This is a good opportunity for the Tanhua sect to recover. Let's not go and focus on developing the Tanhua sect. Moreover, I'm afraid the Duantian Cliff banquet is not that simple. Everyone in the world wanted Yang Di to be the ruler of the human race. With just one order, everyone in the world would submit to him. Why do they need to beat around the bush? The Duantian Cliff banquet might be a trap. The other sanctums, empires, and sects could guess it too. But who would dare to reject Yang Di? Xianxia nodded and said, "Have you completed the mission that I gave you?" Although she was rebellious, she understood the current situation. The Tanhua sect was no longer what it used to be. It was no longer the overlord of the evil path. Qinzheng replied soon, "My disciple will bring him here personally." While the Tanhua sect was discussing the Duantian cliff banquet, Skyfall was there too. Zhou Xuanji gathered everyone at the top of the mountain, including the second-generation disciples. In the following period of time, no matter what happens, we must not leave Skyfall. We will act after I break through to the great realization stage. Zhou Xuanji placed his hands on his legs and said softly. His words were clearly heard by everyone. The little black snake flicked its forked tongue and asked, "Master, if you break through to the great realization stage, do you have the confidence to fight against Yang Di?" The others were also looking forward to it. Zhou Xuanji had always had the ability to fight those with higher cultivation levels. He could kill Huangquan Drake King with spirit refinement cultivation. When he broke through to the great realization stage, he would only have one opponent left. I have never seen Yang Di before, but I have the confidence to defeat Jihuang, Demon Lord, Zhou Xuanji said conservatively. The intimidating spirit legendary sword was much more powerful than the Heavenly Soul legendary sword. Together with world reincarnation and great realization cultivation, he had the confidence to defeat Jihuang, Demon Lord. What was worth mentioning was that Jihuang, Demon Lord had disappeared without a trace. It was as if he was really scared out of his wits by Yang Di. There was no news of him at all. A disciple asked carefully, "Will Yang Di really become our enemy?" I heard from my elders that Yang Di is very diligent in cultivation and does not care much about worldly conflicts. Chongming Demon Monarch glared at him and cursed. He wants to be the ruler of the world, not the ruler of the human race. Do you understand? Everyone would change. Su Yang changed the topic and asked, "Grand Teacher," Zhang Kuanglan said that he has news to report to you. Do you want to see him? Zhang Kuanglan was still a prisoner. Every few months, his spirit energy would be drained dry by Zhou Xuanji. As time went by, his heart began to waver. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 282. Bring him up. Zhou Xuanji nodded. After receiving the order, Su Yang quickly descended the mountain. After that, Zhou Xuanji asked every second-generation disciple to report their cultivation progress. These second-generation disciples were all geniuses and had their own gains. None of them had stage fright and were instead looking forward to the patriarch's praise. Jiang Shui, Delia Old Man, Huang Lianxin, Xiao Jinghong, Lin Changge, and the others sat behind Zhou Xuanji and watched silently. They were all sitting cross-legged without any sense of distance. Fenyu Dragon King and the 4 Mountain Garden Kings were also sitting nearby. They were conversing softly and were in a good mood. The disciples began to report their results one after another. If there was something that interested Zhou Xuanji, he would have them demonstrated on the spot. Up until now, the lowest cultivation level of the second-generation disciples had reached the enlightening realm. It seemed very low, but they were still young and had a bright future ahead of them. Half an hour later, Su Yang led Zhang Kuanglan up the mountain. The two sat to the side and didn't interrupt the reports of the second-generation disciples. The last person to report was naturally Su Yang. This bro was very crafty. He didn't say anything and immediately used the 36 Paths Jade Shao sword set. He was even more impressive than the other disciples. Zhou Xuanji looked at him thoughtfully. He was not attracted by his swordsmanship. Instead, he was thinking about which ancient powerhouse he was the reincarnation of. After he finished, Zhou Xuanji waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. Su Yang's face instantly sank when he saw this. Seeing this, the other disciples covered their mouths and giggled. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and Zhang Kuanglan leapt over the disciples' heads and landed in front of him. This kid's cultivation. Zhang Kuanglan inwardly felt quite startled. Every time he saw Zhou Xuanji, he seemed to become stronger. It was too scary. He felt that if he continued to fight against Zhou Xuanji, he would never be able to make a comeback. Speak. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said. At the age of 31, he had experienced countless slaughters. His every movement exuded an indescribable majesty. It It was difficult for ordinary disciples to remain calm in front of him. He had already grown into an expert whose name shook the world. The Sword Emperor of this era. I'll tell you a shocking secret, and you'll stop torturing me. I hope you'll give the Haotian sect a chance in the future. Zhang Guanlan knelt in front of Zhou Xuanji and said with gritted teeth. In the past few years, he had thought a lot. He felt that Zhou Xian had the opportunity to change the situation in the northern wilderness region, and it would be difficult for the Haotian sect to become his enemy. As such, he wanted to resolve the conflict between them. It depends on what kind of secret it is. Zhou Xuanji did not immediately agree. Zhang Guanlan glanced at the other disciples, hinting to Zhou Xuanji that the second-generation disciples should leave. However, he was unmoved. Zhang Guanlan sighed and began to reveal this shocking secret. Back then, the Haotian sect and the Tanhua sect dominated the demonic path and even suppressed the righteous path. If not for the Hegemon Sword Emperor becoming a great emperor, they would not have fallen. What I want to say is why the Hegemon Sword Emperor was able to become a great emperor. Why are there no more emperors in the world after him? He gritted his teeth at the mention of the Hegemon Sword Emperor. The Haotian sect and the Tanhua sect were mortal enemies, but the Hegemon Sword Emperor was also their common enemy. So there's only one way to become a great emperor, and that was to find Fate Emperor River. As long as one's cultivation was high enough and could withstand the cleansing of Fate Emperor River, they would be able to become a great emperor and become invincible. If a great emperor ascended to the upper realm, they would be able to dominate a region. After the Hegemon Sword Emperor became a great emperor, he directly sealed Fate Emperor River. Very few people knew about this, and only the Tanhua sect and the Haotian sect had clues about Fate Emperor River. They did not tell anyone about this, but they could not break the seal either. Fate Emperor River? Where is it? Zhou Xuanji asked as he narrowed his eyes. The others all had different expressions. Most of the second-generation disciples felt quite shocked. They had never thought that the legendary Hegemon Sword Emperor would be so vicious and selfish. His actions had destroyed the dreams of countless people in the future. He was simply despicable. In Sun Hill, Zhang Guanlan said as he sighed. Zhang Guanlan sighed. Everyone was moved by these words. Sun Hill, wasn't that Yangdi's base? The little black snake called out. Could it be that Yangdi was so heaven-defying because of Fate Emperor River? I knew it. How could there be such a monstrous person in the world? He instinctively glanced at Zhou Xuanji and did not say anything else. In other words, if we want to find Fate Emperor River, we have to defeat Yangdi? How do we know that Yangdi has not become a great emperor? Zhou Xuanji asked. Yangdi could easily defeat the second in the world. Could it be that he had already become a great emperor? Zhang Guanlan shook his head and said, if he becomes a great emperor, it will definitely be earth-shattering, and everyone will know about it. Sunlight Emperor is temporarily unable to break the seal of the Hegemon Sword Emperor, but if he becomes the ruler of the world, he will definitely absorb the vitality of the world to help himself become stronger. His cultivation method can absorb fate. This is also the reason why he could rise so quickly. His tone was complicated. It was not a good feeling to look up to a descendant. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said, what's the point of saying so much? We still have to defeat Sunlight Emperor first. Although this information was important, it was not enough for him to let go of Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance. Zhang Guanlan sighed and said, it's too difficult to defeat Sunlight Emperor. By the time you've achieved great success in your cultivation, he would have already become a great emperor, and the gap between you and him will only grow bigger and bigger. However, if you let me go, I'll resurrect the Haotian sect's demonic ancestor. At that time, we'll have a chance of winning together with you and Xianxia, the Haotian sect's evil ancestor. Everyone was in an uproar. Just from the sound of this name, they knew it wasn't a good person. Conspiracy. You're dreaming. Chongming Demon Monarch said bluntly. At most, we'll let Sunlight Emperor become a great emperor. After he ascends, we can take Fate Emperor River. He looked at Zhang Guanlan as if he was an idiot, which made Zhang Guanlan tremble in anger. That's right. Stop dreaming. Sunlight Emperor, can only be defeated by this sovereign himself. A cold and arrogant voice came, causing everyone to get up in shock. Jihuang, Demon Lord. The demon race's sovereign had come. He stood at the edge of the cliff and looked at them with a smile that did not seem like a smile. His gaze was locked onto Zhou Xuanji. Jiang Wudi has already gone to Duantian Cliff. Who else can help you now? Jihuang Demon Lord asked with a cold smile. His tone was filled with excitement. The Xianxia map was right in front of him. Everyone felt as if they were facing a great enemy and were covered in cold sweat. The horrifying scene of Jihuang Demon Lord and Jiang Wudi's battle was still vivid in their minds. Zhou Xuanji held his swords with both hands and stepped out. The ancient god sword in his left hand and the sky extinguishing sword in his right. He walked to the front of everyone and looked at Jihuang Demon Lord. You know nothing about power, he said with a disdainful smile. Now, he could sense the spirit energy in any living being's body. Jihuang Demon Lord's spirit energy was as powerful as the sun. Compared to him, Ning Zifeng and Lin Chang'e, who were at the great realization stage, were like ordinary flames. But to him, Jihuang Demon Lord was not undefeatable. It seemed that this guy had not recovered from his heavy injuries. His body turned golden, and heavenly lightning surrounded his body, making him look like a god of lightning. He walked toward Jihuang Demon Lord. His powerful aura gave the people behind him a sense of security. You've become more powerful. No wonder you're so arrogant. But you dare to talk about power in front of the sovereign? What a joke. Jihuang Demon Lord shook his head and laughed. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji was a fool. No matter how powerful a spirit refinement cultivator was, he could not resist him. Come, Wonderful Bookhouse. Chapter 283. In that case, let's leave Skyfall and fight to the death. Zhou Xuanji stopped 10 meters away from Jihuang Demon Lord and chuckled. Numerous divine swords appeared above his head, including the World Fool Sword. His tone and expression made it seem as if he did not take Jihuang Demon Lord seriously. Jihuang Demon Lord was furious. When he became the world's second, where was Zhou Xuanji? How could he tolerate such provocation? All right, follow me. Jihuang Demon Lord turned and flew into the distance, and Zhou Xuanji followed closely behind. The two of them flew down diagonally, like two rays of rainbow, light passing through the sea of clouds. On a tall mountain next to Skyfall, Xianxia and the 36 devil leaders raised their heads. What a powerful demonic aura. Could it be the sovereign of the demon race? Qin Zheng said in bewilderment. The other devil leaders were also frightened. Who is the other aura? Zhou Xuanji. So strong. Of course it's him. He's currently ranked 5th in the world. This is troublesome. Can Zhou Xuanji defeat Jihuang Demon Lord? He has the Xianxia map. How can Jihuang Demon Lord let him go? Hard to say. The demon leaders discussed among themselves. They all felt that Zhou Xuanji would not be able to defeat Jihuang Demon Lord. It was not that he was not strong enough, but Jihuang Demon Lord was too strong. Xianxia frowned, but she did not say anything, nor did she chase after him. The people on Skyfall were also very nervous. Ning Zifeng and Lin Chang'e wanted to give chase, but Daoya Old Man stopped them. Don't go up, lest you become Jihuang Demon Lord's hostage to threaten Zhou Xuanji. If Zhou Xuanji needed help, he would not leave Skyfall. Jiang Shui began to divine for Zhou Xuanji and Jihuang Demon Lord, but she could not divine anything. She didn't even have the qualifications to suffer the backlash. 1,000 miles away, Zhou Xuanji and Jihuang Demon Lord were hundreds of meters above the sea of clouds. Jihuang Demon Lord's eyes turned blood red, and a blood-black saber appeared in his hand. The saber was filled with a baleful aura, causing gusts of cold wind to sweep over. You've already lost your way. You've yet to recover from your injuries, yet you dare to cause trouble for me. You'll die miserably. Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly with a murderous aura. Jihuang Demon Lord was infuriated. What kind of existence was he? How could he allow a junior to look down on him? I don't know why, but I really want to kill you today, even more than before. Jihuang Demon Lord said coldly, the killing intent in his eyes solidifying. After he spoke, streams of demonic energy turned into countless black arrows that appeared before him and shot toward Zhou Xuanji. His imposing manner was like a rainbow, like a black river rushing over, covering the sky and covering the sun. Zhou Xuanji did not say anything and directly unleashed the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. The Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha condensed two golden swords in its hands. They were the ancient God Sword and the Sky Extinguishing Sword. They were 300 meters long. The two swords slashed forward, cutting all the black arrows in half and stirring up the sea of clouds. Domineering, Jihuang Demon Lord frowned. Looking at the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha on Zhou Xuanji, he asked with a deep voice, Buddha, have you studied Buddhism before? Zhou Xuanji looked condescending, and his body fused into the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. Sword intense state. At the same time, the power of the Sky Extinguishing Sword and the ancient God Sword burst forth, causing the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha to grow taller. It quickly reached a height of 1,500 meters. It was like a golden mountain, and its radiance was like the sun. Above the sea of clouds, he looked like an unparalleled god. He looked down on the heavens and earth and dispelled the darkness in the world. He was incredibly domineering. The Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha opened its eyes, and two rays of golden light shot out, causing Jihuang Demon Lord to squint. Golden arms stretched out from the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha's back like a blooming divine flower. Each hand held a golden sword, and the shapes of all the legendary swords could be found inside. Full power. Jihuang Demon Lord's expression changed. He had seen the Thousand-Hand Buddha before, but it was his first time seeing the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. The 1,000 massive golden swords were incredibly dazzling under the sunlight, giving off a divine glow. Zhou Xuanji did not say anything and quickly rushed towards Jihuang Demon Lord. The Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha swung its 1,000 swords and wildly slashed at him. Its might was extremely powerful, and it was like Pangu splitting the heavens and earth, like a god of war exterminating demons. Jihuang Demon Lord swung his saber to block. He was not weak at all, and his reaction speed was fast as well. He forcefully received each strike. However, the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha's attacks were simply too ferocious. They came wave after wave, forcing Jihuang Demon Lord to dodge. At the same time, Deoya Old Man was using a spell to project the battle. Seeing such a powerful Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha, everyone's blood boiled. The Grand Teacher is so powerful. So the Grand Teacher already has the power to fight against the world's second. Heavens, is this human power? He's like a god. Even though we're so far away, their auras make my heart shudder. So domineering, is this a sword technique or a divine ability? Not only the second-generation disciples, but even Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Lin Chang'e, and the others were stunned. I want to learn. Zhao Songjin was so excited that his body trembled. Zhang Quanlan gulped. In his heart, Zhou Xuanji had become unfathomable. It was his first time seeing the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. Such a domineering sword technique. He had lived for so long, and it was his first time seeing such a sword technique. It was like a divine ability. But with his eyesight, he could immediately tell that the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha was formed from sword chi and was incredibly powerful. Such attainment in the way of the sword, even the hegemon sword emperor back then could not compare. Most importantly, Zhou Xuanji was only 30 years old. When he was 1,000 years old, wouldn't he be like Yang Di, dominating the world and invincible? He might even be more powerful than Yang Di. Zhang Quanlan frowned, and his heart beat faster. A thought appeared in the depths of his heart. On another mountain, the 36 demon leaders were dumbfounded. Apart from admiration and shock, they had no other emotions. Xianxia's eyes were also filled with amazement. She did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be so powerful. This brat, under her eyes, Zhou Xuanji's rapid growth was not noticed by her. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji was shrouded in mist in her eyes. Boom! Jihuang Demon Lord suddenly flew up. His body grew to a height of 500 meters. His cloak and long hair danced in the wind, and his two horns pierced the sky. Black scales appeared on his face, and his demon energy turned into a gigantic black shield in his left hand. With the black shield in front of him, he swooped down with an aura that could collapse the heavens. The 1,000-hand sword Buddha raised all of its arms. The 1,000 swords combined into one and pierced toward the sky. Sky-dominating divine sword. The sword's might shook the clouds. A golden sword Qi soared into the sky and clashed with Jihuang Demon Lord's black shield. Boom! A powerful radiance appeared under the black shield. The two powerful forces clashed together, sweeping up a powerful gale and causing the sea of clouds below to billow violently. Looking down from the ground, the sea of clouds was billowing as though the sky was twisting. The scene was extremely majestic. This brat's sword Qi is so powerful. Jihuang Demon Lord was shocked in his heart. He suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had fully recovered, how could Zhou Xuanji be so arrogant? He gritted his teeth and asked, "Brat, what sword technique is this?" He tried his best to push down, but he could not resist the sky-dominating divine sword Qi. The 1,000-hand sword Buddha stared at him furiously. Its eyes were like torches, and its divine might was immense. Buddha within the sword, sword within the Buddha, 1,000-hand sword Buddha. This sword specializes in suppressing demons and slaying evildoers. Jihuang Demon Lord, if you are afraid, call me Grandpa 3 times for mercy, and I might consider giving you a quick death. Yes. Chapter 284. Beg for mercy 3 times, Grandpa. Hearing this, Jihuang Demon Lord's rage surged up. Powerful demonic Qi flowed out of his body and turned into 9 black dragons that coiled around him. Each dragon was hundreds of meters long. They roared at Zhou Xuanji, and their might shook the heavens. Zhou Xuanji did not panic at all. He provoked Jihuang Demon Lord on purpose. With the World Fool Sword, Jihuang Demon Lord could hardly remain calm. Zhou Xuanji could only find an opening by making him mad. He was not at his peak state after all, and the injuries inflicted by Yang Di had not fully recovered. The 1,000-hand sword Buddha swung its 1,000 swords toward Jihuang Demon Lord. The 1,000 swords moved like afterimages, dazzling the onlookers. The domineering sword Qi gathered together and rose like a golden crescent, but was blocked by Jihuang Demon Lord's black shield. The 9 black dragons around Jihuang Demon Lord roared and swooped down. They tore apart the golden sword Qi and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. The 1,000-hand sword Buddha did not dodge, but swung its swords quickly. Heavenly lights. Thousands of suns, moons, and stars shot out like a meteor shower. It was extremely majestic. Boom! The two powerful forces clashed together and shook the entire space. It was like the beginning of the world. A boundless and powerful might ravaged the heavens and earth like the manifestation of the heavenly law, and all living beings shuddered in fear. The battle between the human and the demon could be sensed by all the demons within 10,000 miles. Countless demons looked up at the same time. This guy is the second in the world indeed. Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart as he controlled the 1,000-hand sword Buddha to attack. Even though Jihuang Demon Lord was injured, he was still powerful. Compared to Huangquan Drake King, he was even more powerful. But he was not the same as before. Swoosh! 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 The legendary swords surrounded by dragon-shaped sword Qi shot out. The sword Qi was dozens of meters long, and to the 1,000-hand sword Buddha and Jihuang Demon Lord, they were like golden arrows. Jihuang Demon Lord slashed with his saber and sent the legendary swords flying away. Next, he spun around and appeared behind the 1,000-hand sword Buddha. He held his saber in a reverse grip and pierced it into the 1,000-hand sword Buddha's back. Brat, I will let you taste the true power of the demon's sovereign. Jihuang Demon Lord shouted coldly. With a loud bang, a terrifying demonic aura burst forth from the long saber. It It was like a nuclear explosion, directly blasting the thousand-hand-sword Buddha into countless sparks. A giant hole appeared in the sea of clouds below, as if the sky had been torn apart. This scene caused the spectators on Skyfall to tremble in fear. Was Zhou Xuanji going to lose? The power of the demon clan supremacy? Do you know the power of the Sword Emperor? Zhou Xuanji's cold laughter came from the powerful light, followed by a world-shaking dragon roar. The five-clawed golden dragon, which was thousands of feet long, was accompanied by countless golden stars. It crashed into Jihuang Demon Lord with an unstoppable force, causing him to fall from the clouds and crash to the ground. The two huge figures smashed into the mountains like meteors. The ground collapsed, the mountains shattered, and the trees were uprooted. Rows of dust soared into the sky. Zhou Xuanji returned to his original form, looking like a golden Buddha surrounded by heavenly lightning. He held the ancient god sword and sky-extinguishing sword in his hands. Jihuang Demon Lord also returned to his normal size, holding a saber in one hand and a shield in the other. Looking at Zhou Xuanji, his eyes were so red that they looked purple. He hated Zhou Xuanji to the core. This brat was actually able to fight evenly with him. To him, this was an extraordinary humiliation. If Zhou Xuanji did not die, how could he have the face to be the second in the world? He raised his long saber high, his expression becoming ferocious. Boom! A black beam of light descended from the sky and landed on the long saber in his hand. Black lightning circled around the beam, and the heavens and earth changed color. The people from Skyfall and the 36 demon chiefs were all frightened. What is this? Such a horrifying aura. Is he going to use his full power? SSS? If this continues, can Zhou Xuanji hold on? This is the power of the second in the world. Great tribulation scattered immortal, so powerful. Jihuang Demon Lord's aura filled the entire heavens and earth. It rose steadily, which made them feel like they were facing the heavenly might. Far away, Dao Seeker stood on the white cloud and looked at the battle. He was shocked in his heart. How did this brat suddenly become so powerful? Could it be that he used the saint energy? No, it should be those swords. Facing the arrogant Jihuang Demon Lord, Zhou Xuanji was fearless. With the support of the sky-extinguishing sword and saber monarch on high, he still felt that he could put up a fight. Just in time, I'll show you how powerful world reincarnation is. He smiled, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This was the moment when Jihuang Demon Lord was at his weakest. Go to hell. Jihuang Demon Lord laughed furiously. He swung his right hand forward, and the black beam turned into a blade and slashed toward Zhou Xuanji. This slash was as though it was going to cut the heavens and earth in half. Zhou Xuanji neither defended nor dodged. He welcomed the slash calmly with a smile on his face. Just when the blade was about to touch his hair, the black beam exploded with a loud boom. A horrifying shockwave swept toward the opposite direction and sent Jihuang Demon Lord flying backward with blood spurting out his mouth. His body smashed through mountains one after another. The ruins below collapsed again. Soil, rocks, and trees were all turned into ashes. Everything was like the end of the world. Everything was crushed into ashes, and a shockwave swept out in all directions, creating a gigantic crater on the ground that continued to expand. Zhou Xuanji's body swayed, and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Jihuang Demon Lord's cultivation was too powerful, and he was still injured. But compared to him, Jihuang Demon Lord was more severely injured. When everything calmed down, a horrifying crater with a diameter of a few hundred miles appeared on the ground. Dust curled up like smoke, and the air was filled with an oppressive aura. The demons at the edge of the crater trembled in fear. All of them looked as though they had seen a ghost. Such destructive power. Could an immortal god have descended into the mortal world? On the other side, Jihuang Demon Lord, who was covered in blood, lay in the collapsed mountain. He tried his best to climb up and stand up with difficulty. The black armor on his body was shattered, and the cloak on his back was burned. Blood covered his body, and one could vaguely see his white bones. He gritted his teeth and looked toward the horizon. Fear could be seen in his eyes. What was that just now? Waves of shock surged in his heart. He could not figure out what Zhou Xuanji had done. He slashed with all his might. But why was his attack reflected back? Could it be the Xianxia map? It must be. He opened his eyes wide. Jealousy, anger, and unwillingness intertwined in his eyes, forming a boundless rage. He swore to get the Xianxia map. Jihuang Demon Lord, who do you think will die now? Zhou Xuanji's voice came from above. He looked up and saw a blazing sun above his head. His body was golden and surrounded by lightning bolts. Dozens of legendary swords levitated and pointed at him. He squinted his eyes and said with gritted teeth, Zhou Xuanji, don't use the Xianxia map if you have the guts. Somehow, whenever he got close to Zhou Xuanji, he became agitated and could not maintain his rationality. You think I'm using the Xianxia map? Zhou Xuanji said with contempt. His expression made Jihuang Demon Lord furious again. Boom! Jihuang Demon Lord soared into the sky. Demonic energy came out from his palm and turned into a sharp claw that clawed at Zhou Xuanji. Before he could touch Zhou Xuanji, he was once again covered in blood from the impact and fell down. Smiley face, smiley face. Chapter 285. The summit of Skyfall was in complete silence. Everyone looked at the mirror of light created by Daoya Old Man, dumbfounded. In the mirror, Zhou Xuanji was high up like a god looking down at the mortal world, while Jihuang Demon Lord was in such a sorry state. He soared into the sky again and fell down again and again. Facing Zhou Xuanji, the world's seconds seemed so weak. They have a sense of unreality. It was like a dream. They knew that Zhou Xuanji had become more powerful, but they did not expect him to be so much more powerful. This brat, Daoya Old Man, swallowed his saliva in disbelief. Jiang Shui snorted proudly. The world's second is going to have a new owner. The others also chimed in to express their excitement. On another summit, Xianxia and the 36 demon leaders fell into silence. They felt even more surreal than Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Songjian, and the others, especially Xianxia. Although that guy is severely injured, he still has the power of a first tribulation scattered immortal. Xianxia mumbled to herself with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. She felt a little proud in her heart. Her foresight was so accurate. She had taken a liking to Zhou Xuanji before he grew up. If it were now, that brat would probably look down on her even more. She felt a little angry at the thought of this. Regardless of beauty, power, or influence, she felt that she was the best among all the women in the northern wilderness region. Why did this brat look down on her? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She swung her sleeves and sent Qin Zheng flying away. Qin Zheng slammed into a giant rock. He was stunned and looked at Xianxia pitifully. The other demon leaders trembled in fear and kept quiet out of fear. On the other side, Jihuang Demon Lord had already fallen dozens of times. He did not have enough demonic energy. He panted in the ruins. His eyes were still filled with rage as he stared at Zhou Xuanji. His heart was filled with shock and indignation. Why? Why? He was the sovereign of the demon race, and yet he was forced to such a state by a human brat. Xianxia map. At this moment, he was almost possessed. His mind was filled with the Xianxia map. Jihuang Demon Lord, as the sovereign of the demon race, you have lived a glorious life. Don't be disappointed. Dying in my hands will not bring shame to you. In the future, I will surpass Yang Di and complete your unfinished dream. Zhou Xuanji looked down at him and said coldly. Speaking of which, Jihuang Demon Lord was rather pitiful. In the past, he was suppressed by Xianxia. Now, he was suppressed by Sunlight Emperor. He had never become the number one in the world. His desire to be number one in the world was not any weaker than Xianxia's. Zhou Xuanji, you think you've won? Jihuang Demon Lord roared furiously. He hated Zhou Xuanji's confident attitude the most. It made him feel disgusted and humiliated. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji swooped down with the 8-step sword lunge. Puchi! The sky-extinguishing sword pierced into Ji Huang Demon Lord's chest. Zhou Xuanji stepped on his shoulder with one foot and on his abdomen with the other, forcing him to lean backward. But he had a backbone and did not fall down. His body remained leaning backward. Zhou Xuanji immediately used world internalization and quickly absorbed Ji Huang Demon Lord's demonic energy. He wanted to break through to the Mahayana realm quickly and could use Ji Huang Demon Lord's help. An image of mountains and rivers appeared around them, faintly discernible. My demonic power! Ji Huang Demon Lord's eyes widened. He wanted to struggle, but he could no longer move. The intense battle just now had already inflicted more injuries on him. With the help of the Xianxia map, he could no longer resist. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were cold and did not speak anymore. Ji Huang Demon Lord felt despair in his heart. He looked at the scenery around him and was shocked in his heart. Xianxia map. This is the Xianxia map. He fell into a frenzy. Together with the influence of the World Fool's sword, his rationality began to decline. The crisis of death and the Xianxia map's approach made him collapse instantly. I want to get the Xianxia map. I want to become the top cultivator in the world. I want to be invincible. Ji Huang Demon Lord's body trembled as he mumbled to himself. His face was hideous. The scenes of the past flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. He remembered the past. Back then, he was still young and had just transformed. It was a forest. He stood on a hill covered in injuries and looked up at an enchanting silhouette. It was Xianxia. With her back facing him, Xianxia laughed condescendingly. Little demon, you are still far from being the top cultivator in the world. As long as I am in the northern wilderness region, the world belongs to me. She laughed presumptuously before leaping up and flying toward the horizon like a fairy. The young demon lord gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. His face was filled with indignation. The distant memories became clearer, and the hatred in his eyes grew more intense. Boom! Zhou Xuanji broke through to Spirit Refinement Level 8. Ji Huang Demon Lord still could not move and was in complete despair. He turned his head with difficulty toward the horizon, toward where Xianxia was. If there's a next life, I must let you see me become the top cultivator in the world, he mumbled to himself as his eyelids drooped. He had thought of many endings, but he had never thought that he would die to such a young cultivator. Indignation, regret. There was also an indescribable sense of relief. Zhou Xuanji felt strange in his heart. Could it be that this guy had feelings for Xianxia? He did not think too much and did not let go. When a person was about to die, they would always reveal their true feelings. Back then, the Empress of Great Zhou was like this, and so was the Diablo. But this was the human world. The cycle of life and death was as such. For himself and the people he cared about, he had to kill Ji Huang Demon Lord. Massive amounts of demonic energy flowed into his body and turned into spirit energy, which flowed like a massive river and charged into his bones and tendons. Even after the battle, the demonic energy in Ji Huang Demon Lord's body was still massive. Most importantly, Ji Huang Demon Lord was still creating demonic energy endlessly, just that it was not as fast as Zhou Xuanji's absorption. A while later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to Spirit Refinement Level 9. Another half an hour passed. He broke through to Spirit Refinement Level 10, and Ji Huang Demon Lord died completely. The demon race's sovereign died here. The world was silent, and a cold wind blew across the ruins. Zhou Xuanji drew the sky-extinguishing sword and took off his storage ring. Just when he was about to leave, a voice came into his ears. Zhou Xuanji, come over. I have something to discuss with you. He remembered this voice. Tao Seeker. With a thought, he immediately disappeared from where he stood. On the other side, Skyfall was in an uproar. Everyone was exhilarated. On a mountain that was thousands of meters tall, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Although Zhou Xuanji had the upper hand, Ji Huang Demon Lord was a 10,000-year-old demon after all. He might have some tricks up his sleeve to kill Zhou Xuanji by surprise. Fortunately, he didn't. Why did this guy lose his mind the moment he touched Zhou Xuanji? She was confused, but she didn't think too much about it. She stood up and left. The 36 demon leaders were unable to contain their excitement and began to discuss excitedly. In the forest, sunlight shone on the grass through the gaps between the leaves. Zhou Xuanji and Dao Seeker stood face to face. He asked softly, "Speak, what's the matter?" Dao Seeker took a deep breath and cupped his fist. He suddenly half-knelt before Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 286. What are you doing? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He had always been wary of Dao Seeker, and even felt that he was more dangerous than Jihuang Demon Lord. Dao Seeker took a deep breath and said, "You've already mastered the second level of the World Buddha technique, right?" With this, Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. How did this guy know about the World Buddha art? Could it be that he had really lived for countless years just to pry into destiny? I've seen 3 owners of the Xianxia map. All of them had only reached the second level, but it was enough to rule the world and be invincible. Dao Seeker continued to speak, and Zhou Xuanji's heart trembled a little. According to historical records, the last owner of the Xianxia map was 20,000 years ago. At that time, even the Hegemon's Sword Emperor had to lower his head in front of him. After that powerful cultivator ascended, the Xianxia map disappeared without a trace. That was why the Hegemon's Sword Emperor, the evil king, and the Haoyan sect's evil ancestor had blossomed. 3. This guy was at least 30,000 years old, maybe even older. Who are you? Zhou Xuanji asked. After living for so long, why did this person not ascend? Was the mortal world that good? Now that he thought about it, it was indeed good. It was just like playing a game. A high-level player would open a smurf account to beat a low-level player. Every time they beat, they would feel good. What's important is that I see hope in you. I see hope that you can master the third level of the World Buddha art. Once you succeed, you'll be the master of the heavens and earth, and your fate will be connected to the heavens and earth. At that time, you can even go to the Yellow Springs. I am willing to help you, and I hope that in the future, you can go to the Yellow Springs and do something for me. Dao Seeker said seriously, which made Zhou Xuanji frown again. Yellow Springs? The Netherworld? Without waiting for him to ask, Dao Seeker took out a bronze dagger and said, "If you have any issues in the future, you can contact me through this dagger." Zhou Xuanji took the bronze dagger and played with it as he asked, "Let's talk about it first. If you want me to deal with the leader of the Netherworld, won't I be seeking death?" There were many records of the Yellow Springs in the northern wilderness region. Legend has it that there's a blue sky Yellow Springs in the Netherworld. Once you enter the Yellow Springs, you can be reincarnated. I only need you to save one person. I don't know what this person's identity and situation is in the underworld. After all, 70,000 years have passed. Dao Seeker replied calmly, which made Zhou Xuanji's eyelids twitch. 70,000 years. This person was indeed an old thing that wouldn't die. What can you help me with? Can it fight against Yangdi? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. He would agree first, and he would try his best in the future. If he could not do it, there was nothing he could do. Dao Seeker shook his head and said, "I can help you gather information and help you establish your sect, but I can't help you kill. If I were to kill, I would instantly turn into ashes because I once asked the heavens for help and used this ring to exchange for immortality." Zhou Xian was even more curious and asked how he could plead with the heavens. Indeed, Dao Seeker kept his mouth shut. His eyes were filled with fear, and he occasionally glanced at the sky, causing Zhou Xuanji's hairs to stand on end. Could it be that God really exists? If that was really the case, just thinking about it made his hair stand on end. It was as though he could already feel a pair of eyes staring at him. Deal. Zhou Xuanji agreed. He did not need any help for now, and only wanted to break through to the great realization stage as soon as possible. The two of them chatted for a while before dispersing. He had wanted to invite Dao Seeker to Skyfall, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. After all, he did not understand Dao Seeker, so he could not just listen to him. However, judging from Qiu Dao's appearance, he did not want to stay by his side either. At Skyfall, Zhou Xuanji gathered his trusted followers and told them about Dao Seeker. As for the second-generation disciples, they were all practicing their sword techniques at the foot of the mountain. 70,000 years. 3 owners of the Xianxia map. If what he said is true, he might be the person who has lived the longest in the world. Daoya Old Man said with a frown as he rubbed his chin. Compared to Dao Seeker, he was like a little kid. Xianxia said, "It's better to be careful. This person knows too much, and he might be plotting against you." She had never heard of someone like Dao Seeker before. She suddenly felt that she did not understand this world as thoroughly as she had thought. Only God knew how many powerful cultivators were hiding here. After that, everyone's topic shifted to Jihuang Demon Lord. They were all curious about how Zhou Xuanji could defeat Jihuang Demon Lord. Even if Jihuang Demon Lord was injured, he should not have been defeated by him, right? I already said that I had a breakthrough in my divine energy, so it's not difficult for me to defeat him, Zhou Xuanji said indifferently. Zhou Xuanji said indifferently. After that, he sighed and continued, "This feeling of constantly growing stronger is a little tiring and lonely." Everyone rolled their eyes and were speechless. They did not ask further. Everyone had their own secrets after all. Zhou Xuanji had already taught them a lot, and they should not be ungrateful. Within 2 days, the news that Jihuang Demon Lord was killed by Zhou Xuanji spread across the demon race. The battle that day was so earth-shaking that countless demons witnessed it. The death of the world's second was earth-shattering news. How can it be? The sovereign is dead? Yet he was killed by Zhou Xuanji, and he could not fight back at all. Could not fight back at all? Bullsh asterisk T. The sovereign was very domineering. It must be Zhou Xuanji's evil plan. My God, this guy is really on par with the 9 emperors of the Sword's Way. He could kill the world's second at such a young age. Countless demons cried out in shock after hearing about this. Skyfall quickly became a forbidden ground for the demon race. No demon dared to offend Zhou Xuanji. Of course, many demons wanted to join Zhou Xuanji. The news could not be stopped. It swept across the human race like a hurricane. The 8 sanctums, 7 empires, and countless other factions were in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji was already so powerful. Didn't that mean that the top 5 rankings were all taken by the human race? Great Shang. Yang Xindi listened to Yang Zhongtian's report and was in a daze. All the officials and generals were silent. A long while later, Yang Xindi sighed and said, "We should have tried our best to rope Zhou Xuanji in back then." Du and Yang Renlong, who fought against Zhou Xuanji in the World Hero Conference, looked at him with complicated expressions. Now, they could only look up to Zhou Xuanji. Great Zhou Qingxin, who was sitting on the emperor's throne, was agitated. "Xuanji is already the world's second?" he asked with a trembling voice. Killing Jihuang Demon Lord. That was something that even Yang Di could not do. Of course, it was most likely because Yang Di did not want to kill Jihuang Demon Lord. It should be. After all, not everyone can kill the demon race's sovereign. Shitan Changshi said with a smile. He looked calm, but his right hand was trembling in his sleeve. The great Zhou dynasty had produced an incredible person. Since ancient times, Great Zhou had never produced the world's second, not even the top 50. Great Chun Bantian, who had the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon, was petrified after hearing his subordinate's report. A gentle breeze blew into the stone pavilion and messed up his heart. Should I have followed him back then and not returned to Great Chun? He mumbled. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 287. On the 10th day of Jihuang Demon Lord's death, the Shanghai Ziggurat released the top 100 of the Northern Wilderness again. The number 1 in the world, Sunlight Emperor, the Eternal Emperor, dominating both the past and the present. Second in the world, Zhou Xuanji, the current Sword Emperor, the owner of the Xianxia map. Third in the world, Jiang Wudi, has reversed yin and yang and mastered the Qilin Zither. Fourth in the world, Xianxia, Tanhua in the human world, Azura in hell. Zhou Xuanji had officially become the world's second. No one doubted this. That was because he had used Jihuang Demon Lord as a stepping stone to his current position. His reputation had also reached its peak. As time passed, Zhou Xuanji would become a legend in the hearts of the Northern Wilderness region's humans and demons sooner or later, even a myth. The news also spread to the Sun Tomb. Sun Hill was located in the east of the northern wilderness region. It was surrounded by mountains and mist. There were many treasures and rare beasts hidden here. Because of Sunlight Emperor's fame, this place was also a pure land. In the bamboo forest, there was a stone pavilion. A man in luxurious golden robes was reading an ancient book while drinking tea. His expression was grave and stern. Between his brows was a flame diagram, a strange and divine steed. His entire temperament seemed extraordinary and refined. Together with the immortal mist around the stone pavilion, he was like an immortal hidden in the forest. He was the #1 expert in the world, Yang. Ascension is long. The prison is replaced, he muttered to himself, his brows slightly furrowed as he fell into deep thought. At this time, a boy in a dudu flew over. He rushed into the stone pavilion, knelt down, and said, "Great Emperor, the owner of the second in the world has changed." His face was full of surprise. However, he did not panic. No matter who was the second in the world, the first in the world would not change. "Oh, Xianxia?" Sunlight Emperor asked in a low voice, his eyes still fixed on the book. "No, it's Zhou Xuanji," the boy replied. Sunlight Emperor slowly put down the ancient book in his hand. He relaxed his brows and asked curiously, "The 30-year-old heaven's favorite?" He had lived for thousands of years and thought that he was the most powerful genius. But compared to Zhou Xuanji, he seemed to be a little lacking. Of course, talent did not mean anything. He had absolute confidence that Zhou Xuanji could not catch up to him. "It's him. He killed Ji Huang Demon Lord." The boy nodded. He was excited at the mention of this matter. He detested Ji Huang Demon Lord. At that time, he didn't understand why Sunlight Emperor spared that guy's life. So be it. I hope that Zhou Xuanji has the guts to go to Duantian Cliff. This emperor wants to see how powerful the #1 genius is. Sunlight Emperor said with a chuckle. After that, he picked up the ancient book again. From his tone, it was obvious that he did not take Zhou Xuanji seriously. The boy cautiously asked, "Do you need me to kill him?" Even though he had confidence in Yang Di, Zhou Xuanji's talent was simply too outrageous. Moreover, he had the Xianxia map, so he had to be on guard. Sunlight Emperor did not take his eyes off Zhou Xuanji and said unhurriedly, "Don't worry about him. The ones who can be this emperor's opponents are the 10,000-year prince and Tian. As for Zhou Xuanji, I'll leave him for the next generation. If this emperor ascends, at least there will be someone who can withstand the northern wilderness region's fate." Emperor's emperor was already top in. From dynasty, Emperor Zhou and Yang, and Emperor and Yang dynasty. Yang Zhou Emperor asked said and Zhou. Dynasty, Emperor Zhou. His tone was casual, but the boy named Fu Hao looked awkward. Great Emperor, there is no news about the Son of Fate. He might not be born yet. As for Tian, he has already come to the northern wilderness region, but his whereabouts are mysterious. He might be trying to become more powerful. The 10,000-year prince has not been found yet. According to my conjecture, the 10,000-year prince has just been born, so he should not be powerful. He might even be weaker than Zhou Xuanji, Fu Hao replied. He scratched his head. At the mention of Zhou Xuanji, he could not help but let his imagination run wild. He thought of something and continued. By the way, Daoseeker is already hooked up with Zhou Xuanji. Apparently, he wants to assist Zhou Xuanji. Do we really not need to deal with him? Sunlight Emperor glanced at him and said intently, Fu Hao, you seem to want me to become enemies with everyone in the world. Fu Hao heard him and was covered in cold sweat. He did not dare to speak anymore. At Skyfall, Xianxia was preparing to head to Duantian Cliff. The group was reminding him to be careful. If you encounter danger, try your best to avoid it. Zhou Xuanji patted Xianxia's shoulder and said. He was now the world's second and had the Xianxia map. He was worried that someone would capture Xianxia to threaten him. Xianxia nodded and chuckled, Don't worry. I'm at the great realization stage. After all, there are not many who can defeat me. Even if I can't defeat them, I can still escape. The other said a few words before Xianxia left on his sword. Daoya, old man divined for Xianxia and said with a smile, Luckily, this brat is lucky. He will not die at Duantian Cliff. Hearing his divination, the group was relieved. After that, Zhou Xuanji asked the old man to concoct potions for him. He planned to speed up his cultivation. He wanted to break through to the great realization stage as soon as possible. The reason why he did not absorb others' cultivation to become more powerful was simple. He was not at the great realization stage, so it would not be of much help to him. There were not many great realization cultivators in the northern wilderness region. After the war between the two races, there were even fewer. Those who were still alive were the pillars of their respective factions. Zhou Xuanji took out the resources he got from Jihuang Demon Lord and Huangquan Dray King and asked Dahlia Old Man to concoct potions. The others continued to cultivate. Jiang Shui stood beside Zhou Xuanji and asked, "Xuanji, have you thought about the name of your sect?" This matter had been delayed for many years. Now that the world's heroes had gathered, they could not keep saying that they were from Skyfall. "I've thought about many things such as the Divine Sword Way, 10,000 Sword Sect, Skyfall Sword Sect, Emperor Sword Court, and so on. Let me think about it," Zhou Xuanji said with a headache. It was too difficult to choose a name that was awe-inspiring and meaningful. Jiang Shui suggested, "I've decided that you can add Xuanji to your sect's name because you're the best name." After that, she turned and left, not bothering him. "Add my own name? Xuanji Sword Sect? Xuanji Divine Sword Way? What a chinibyu." Zhou Xuanji shuddered and did not think too much about it. The most important thing now was to break through to the great realization stage. Just as he was busy cultivating, Xianxia and the 36 demon leaders were secretly plotting. "Sect Lord, will it really work?" Qin Zheng asked with a frown. The other demon leaders were also very nervous. Xianxia said calmly, "I have the final say. Go and prepare. I must see results within 3 years." "Yes." The 36 demon leaders cried out in unison. All of them turned into black beams of light and flew in different directions. Xianxia turned to look toward the south. Her eyes were filled with worry. Time passed. 2 months had passed. The world's heroes gathered at Duantian Cliff. Every human city was discussing this. They were all curious about what Yang Di was going to do. Soon, a shocking piece of news shook the entire northern wilderness region. Yang Di was going to establish an empire to become a great fate empire and lead the human race's fate. Chapter 288. At the top of Skyfall. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions came from a gigantic cauldron. Zhou Xuanji, who was half naked, sat in the cauldron. Massive amounts of spirit qi gathered above the cauldron, forming a vortex that was 9 meters wide. Dahlia Old Man stood at the side, stroking his long beard and smiling. He was amazed in his heart. How powerful was this brat's body? He felt that Zhou Xuanji would break through to the great realization stage soon. At this moment, Hao Qianbo King appeared behind him suddenly. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was still cultivating, Hao Qianbo King did not dare to disturb him. He told Dahlia Old Man about the information he had gathered and left quickly. Great Fate Empire? What ambition? Dahlia Old Man mumbled to himself with a serious expression. Once Yang Di succeeded, he would possess the human race's fate, and the fate of the human race would be in his hands. How could anyone feel at ease? Right now, no one could stop Yang Di. There was an insurmountable gap between Yang Di's power and the second in the world. However, to create a great fate empire was not something that could be done in a day. It would take decades or even centuries. He looked at Zhou Xuanji. How powerful would Zhou Xuanji be in decades? Time continued to pass. After 10 days and 10 nights, Zhou Xuanji finally flew out of the cauldron. His body was golden and was surrounded by lightning. He gave off a powerful aura. With a thought, he exited golden invincible form. He used his spirit energy to evaporate the medicinal liquid on his body before walking up to Jiang Shui. He asked her to use a water spell to bathe him and wipe his body. "How do you feel?" Jiang Shui asked. Her actions were gentle, and she wiped him carefully. Zhou Xuanji muttered, "It's all right, but I'm still far from breaking through. The spirit energy required for the great realization stage is too much." Actually, he understood that he was just special. He cultivated in both energy and physique, and he cultivated the world Buddha art. As such, the amount of spirit energy required for each stage far exceeded that of others. It's all right. There's no hurry now. Xianxia smiled sweetly. She then told Zhou Xuanji about Yang Di creating a great fate empire, which made Zhou Xuanji narrow his eyes. Creating a great fate empire? This guy had Fate Emperor River and wanted to gather the fate of the northern wilderness region. Why do you feel like something was wrong? Could it be that he wanted to absorb all the karmic luck in the world to strengthen himself? He had once heard that there were cultivation techniques or divine abilities in this world that could absorb destiny. If a person's destiny was sucked dry, they would die very quickly. Without luck, it was just like the movie Final Destination in his previous life. An unexpected disaster could cause one to choke to death just by drinking water. Zhou Xuanji had never seen Sunlight Emperor before, so he did not dare to be sure. Perhaps he was doing this for the peace of the human race? After that, he and Xianxia returned to the house to rest. Time passed. 3 months later, Xianxia returned to Skyfall, and Zhou Xuanji gathered everyone to hear about what had happened at Duanting Cliff. Actually, the banquet at Duanting Cliff didn't cause too much disturbance. Facing the powerful Sunlight Emperor, no one dared to oppose him. Xianxia had a deep impression of Sunlight Emperor. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said profoundly, Yang Di gives off an unfathomable feeling, like a mortal facing a land immortal god. Not only that, but the boy beside him is also very powerful. The might that he gives off is even more powerful than that of Jihuang Demon Lord. A boy. Everyone was surprised and hurriedly asked. Xianxia only knew that the boy's name was Fu Hao, and he was Yang Di's personal attendant. Fu Hao? I seem to have heard of this name somewhere. Daoya old man mumbled to himself, but did not dare to divine it. Such a mysterious and powerful cultivator would surely bite back at him. Also, after the banquet, Fu Hao told us that the 10,000-year prince and Tian were born. He asked the human race to be careful and to keep this a secret. Xianxia continued, and everyone's expression changed slightly. The 10,000-year prince would soar into the sky after he was born. Tian specialized in killing monarchical violet chi. He once fought the Diablo and he Gemin Sword Emperor alone. Neither of them was easy to deal with. Zhou Xuanji became anxious again. He could only feel at ease if he broke through to the great realization stage as soon as possible. Sigh, why didn't any powerful villains come to find trouble with me? He sighed in his heart, feeling a little worried. At the south of the northern wilderness region, waves crashed onto the beach, and many birds circled above the sea. At this moment, a silhouette walked out from the sea. He was wearing a tattered black robe and had a head full of white hair. His face was expressionless, and he was drenched from head to toe as he walked toward the shore. He looked up at the end of the continent and mumbled, Monarchical Violet Chi. There are 2 very powerful Monarchical Violet Chi. If I can absorb them, I will become an immortal. He walked at a steady pace, leaving 2 rows of footprints on the beach. Behind him, the seawater suddenly turned red and spread rapidly. Corpses of sea demons floated up, and it was a horrifying sight. Time passed quickly. Another few months passed. After the banquet at Duanting Cliff, the world was shocked. Yang Di personally visited the 7 empires one by one. This made everyone understand that a great fate empire was about to rise. At Skyfall, analyzed that the sword owner has reached 32 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained Glorious Gold, Soul-Slaying Demon Dragon Sword. Gold, Evil Crimson Sword. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, and he opened his eyes slowly while he was cultivating. 2 legendary swords, one of which was Glorious Gold. Although it could not increase his power too much, it was at least 2 steps closer to 100 swords. Next, the information of the 2 legendary swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name: Soul-Slaying Demon Dragon Sword Grade. Glorious Gold description: a legendary sword forged from the soul of a demon dragon. It can devour the souls of all creatures and contains the divine power of the demon dragon. Sword name: Evil Crimson Sword Grade. Gold description: Legend has it that there are 7 colored legendary swords in the evil abyss. Each color represents a type of desire, and red represents rage. If all 7 legendary swords are gathered, they will merge into an ancient demonic sword. The 2 legendary swords were not bad. He took them out and familiarized himself with them. Until today, the number of his divine swords had already reached 69. He was getting closer to 100 swords. He had not used the 3rd form of the 10,000 Sword Dragon incantation, the 100 Swords mode, and he was looking forward to it. Zhou Xuanji was in a good mood. He stored the 2 legendary swords into the supreme storage and continued to internalize qi. About 6 days later, an uninvited guest came to Skyfall. The world's second, Zhou Xuanji, come down and fight me. A cold and arrogant voice resounded across the sky. Even everyone at the top of Skyfall could hear it. They saw a man in purple standing on the tip of a leaf. His robe fluttered in the wind, and he had a handsome face. He wore a violet gold jade crown on his head and exuded a noble aura. His eyes were filled with disdain. Ning Zifeng pierced through the sea of clouds and flew over on his sword. Where did this worm come from? How dare you challenge our master? He laughed coldly. Without a word, he charged toward the man in purple with the ancestral dragon sword. The ancestral dragon that he transformed into was only 3 meters long. Compared to Zhou Xuanji, the difference was too great. The man in purple laughed with disdain. I'm the emperor and have the bloodline of an immortal. It's Zhou Xuanji's honor to fight me. Yes, yes. Chapter 289. Celestial Bloodline? Ning Zifeng frowned slightly, but did not slow down. He continued to charge toward the purple-robed man with an unstoppable force. Emperor? There are many emperors in this world. Who do you think you are? Remember, the person who defeated you is the Chaos Tide, Sea's peerless sword immortal. His loud laughter was filled with arrogance. His arrogance was no less than the purple-robed man's. Facing the peerless sword immortal, the purple-robed man smiled. 2 beams of purple light shot out from his eyes. The 2 beams of purple light expanded rapidly. Silhouettes of purple soldiers appeared above them. They were translucent and looked like illusory shadows. Each of them held a weapon and charged toward the purple light, roaring continuously. Kill! Kill! Shouts filled the heavens and earth. At one glance, there were at least 1 million of these purple soldiers. When they got close to Ning Zifeng, they leaped up and charged toward him like arrows. The 5-clawed golden dragon that Ning Zifeng had transformed into was engulfed instantly. He did not even have time to resist. This is my violet soul divine army. How can an ordinary person like you defend against them? The purple-robed man laughed arrogantly. He did not take Ning Zifeng seriously at all. However, Ning Zifeng appeared behind him suddenly. 8-step sword lunge. Bastard, have a taste of my sword. Ning Zifeng held his sword in his right hand and stabbed forward. The blade pierced into the purple-robed man's back. It was as though he was stabbing an illusory shadow. There was no obstruction and no blood. His pupils contracted, and he quickly retreated in fear, distancing himself from the purple-robed man. Who are you? Tell me your name. Ning Zifeng cried out loudly. Just when he spoke, Xianxia flew down too. Little madman, you can't do it. He laughed loudly. The 2 of them surrounded the purple-robed man. The purple-robed man did not panic at all. Instead, he looked even more condescending. I'm Xianxia, the emperor of the Dongxing Empire. Hurry up and ask Zhou Xuanji to come down and fight with me. After I kill him, I still have to kill Yang Di. The purple-robed man laughed wildly, which made Ning Zifeng open his eyes wide. He cried out in shock. You are the emperor of Dongxing? How can it be? Why are you in the northern wilderness region? Xianxia frowned and asked in astonishment. What? Isn't he from a northern wilderness region? Xianxia raised his right hand, and a ball of light condensed in his palm. The surface of the ball was wrapped in purple flames. It was beautiful, but it also had an extremely dangerous aura. He turned to look at Skyfall and cried out, Zhou Xuanji, if you don't come out, I will destroy this mountain and kill everyone on it. You should know that great realization cultivators cannot hurt me. His aura erupted, and the pressure of a great tribulation scattered immortal wreaked havoc in the world, causing the forest to shake and the wind to blow. He's from the boundless ocean, and he's the ruler of a part of the ocean. He became a great tribulation bodiless immortal 1,000 years ago. This is my first time seeing him, and I've only heard of his name, Ning Zifeng said with a serious expression. He shuddered at the thought of the legends about Lu Tiange. Lin Chang'e frowned. He didn't expect Lu Tiange to have such a powerful background. He did not know much about the overseas region. He had only heard Ning Zifeng mention some people and things occasionally. At this moment, a figure slowly descended from the clouds, emitting an extremely powerful aura. It was Zhou Xuanji, with the sky-extinguishing sword and ancient god sword in his hands. 67 legendary swords levitated above his head. With a cold expression, he looked down at Lu Tiange and asked, "You're from overseas?" Lu Tiange smiled and looked back at him. His eyes were filled with the will to battle. "I have people in the northern wilderness region. I've been monitoring the northern wilderness region and know the situation there. How can I not be curious about a genius like you?" Just when he finished speaking, silhouettes of purple soldiers appeared behind him. Tens of thousands of soldiers and horses spread across the sky. It was a majestic sight. Zhou Xuanji chose to possess Saber Monarch Donghai's remnant soul straightaway and charged down. Since he could not avoid it, then he would fight. No matter if he came from overseas or within the ocean, he only needed to step on him. Rower, he activated the ancestral dragon sword and transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon. His body was radiating with a golden radiance, and his body was hundreds of meters long. He smashed toward Lu Tiange like a mountain range, which shocked Lu Tiange. The silhouettes of the purple soldiers were torn apart by the 5-clawed golden dragon. In the blink of an eye, the 5-clawed golden dragon came up to Lu Tiange and was about to swallow him. Lu Tiange put his palms together, and a purple radiance shone from his fingers. The radiance turned into a gigantic purple saber and penetrated the 5-clawed golden dragon's head. The 5-clawed golden dragon exploded immediately. Zhou Xuanji leaped up to Lu Tiange's head with his 2 swords and dozens of legendary swords. 10,000 ultimate steps. Lu Tiange's vision blurred. Before he could react, his throat was penetrated and blood gushed out continuously. "How can it be? How can your sword hurt me?" He turned around and asked in astonishment. His divine ability allowed him to keep his body in an illusory state. With this divine ability, he was rarely injured. Zhou Xuanji turned around and glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. "My sword can cut anything," he said. The Heavenly Soul legendary swords possessed the power of creation. Even if they were not real, they could still cut anything. "Good, very good." Lu Tiange wiped the blood off his neck and laughed wildly. The Purple Soul Divine Army swarmed toward Zhou Xuanji like a swarm of bees. They were so dense that they covered the sky. Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly and activated the Emperor's Wei Thousand Hand Sword Buddha. A majestic golden Buddha that was 500 meters tall appeared, and he entered it. Thousands of arms grew out from the back of the golden Buddha, each holding a golden sword. Divine might descended. The thousand-hand sword Buddha opened its eyes, and 2 rays of golden radiance swept across the heavens and earth. Even Lu Tiange had to close his eyes. When he opened his eyes, the thousand-hand sword Buddha's storm-like attacks landed on him. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of gigantic golden swords slashed wildly and destroyed the purple soldier silhouettes. The ground crumbled, and a violent gale swept up trees. The horrifying sword gale swept across thousands of miles. Ning Zifeng and Lin Chang'e were forced back. Lu Tiange, on the other hand, was tongue-tied. His face was filled with shock. "What divine ability is this?" He cried out in shock. Before the thousand-hand sword Buddha, he felt so tiny. It was like an ordinary person facing a high and mighty god. He trembled, and his soul trembled. In a short while, the Purple Soul Divine Army was completely destroyed. The thousand-hand sword Buddha looked at Lu Tiange with its cold and majestic eyes, which made Lu Tinga break out in a cold sweat. Emperor Dongshan? That's all. Zhou Xuanji's voice came. He felt that Lu Tinga was at most comparable to Huangquan Drake King, but not even the injured Jihuang Demon Lord. Lu Tinga was infuriated. He stretched out his arms, and streams of purple dragon qi shot out from his body toward Zhou Xuanji. The gigantic thousand-hand sword Buddha slashed and slashed at Zhou Xuanji without any pattern. It was purely based on speed and brute force. Sound of explosions came one after another. It was like a grand display of fireworks that blossomed in the sky. The thousand-hand sword Buddha was getting closer to Lu Tinga. He could already feel the tip of the sword. Damn, he has not even reached the great realization stage, and yet he is so powerful. No wonder he could become the second in the world in the northern wilderness region. Lu Tinga thought with gritted teeth. He had not tasted such helplessness for a long time. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 290. Tell me, what are you trying to do in the northern wilderness region? Zhou Xuanji, who had transformed into the thousand-hand sword Buddha, cried out with a deep voice. His voice was like thunder and resounded across the sky. Lu Tinga looked up at him and opened his hands. Two curved blades appeared in his hands. The curved blades were engraved with tadpole-like black patterns, which looked eerie and horrifying. What am I trying to do? To dominate the northern wilderness region, of course. Lu Tinga laughed coldly as he swung his blades. Countless curved blades appeared from the two blades. They were all the same, and there were millions of them. They charged toward the thousand-hand sword Buddha from different directions like an inescapable net. Why are all of this brat's attacks so fancy? Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart. He was a little envious of this scene. He had been fantasizing about controlling 10,000 legendary swords, and Lu Tinga completed it for him. Although it was spectacular, it was not enough to defeat him. The thousand-hand sword Buddha ignored the curved blades and flew toward Lu Tinga. All the golden arms raised their swords and slashed at Lu Tinga. They were like afterimages, and a powerful gale blew down, crumbling the ground. Lu Tinga quickly dodged. He turned around and realized that the thousand-hand sword Buddha had already disappeared. He was stunned. A chill came from his back. He turned around and lashed out with his leg, which was like a sharp whip. The wind was sharp. Pshhhh. The sky-extinguishing sword pierced into his chest, but his leg was still dozens of meters away from Zhou Xuanji. He felt that his spirit energy was being sucked away by the swords and was greatly shocked. Swoosh! 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 Numerous legendary swords flew toward him and pierced into his body. He could not dodge in time. In the blink of an eye, he looked like a hedgehog. Blood spurted out from all over his body, and his body twitched slightly. The battle ended. Ning Zifeng and Lin Chang'e were dumbfounded. Isn't this too powerful? In their eyes, Zhou Xuanji completely crushed Lu Tinga. No matter how many spells Lu Tinga used, he could not hurt Zhou Xuanji. The entire battle took less time than they could finish a pot of wine. Weak. Zhou Xuanji walked up to him and snorted coldly. This guy can help me break through to the great realization stage. Lu Tinga was greatly shocked. Fear enveloped his heart. He asked with a trembling voice, "What did you do to me? Why my spirit energy?" He suddenly widened his eyes. Could this be the reason why Zhou Xuanji's cultivation was ridiculously high despite his young age? Zhou Xuanji did not reply and gripped the sky-extinguishing sword with his right hand, absorbing his spirit energy. In just a short while, half of Lu Tinga's spiritual power was sucked away. I admit defeat. I was wrong. Spare me, Brother Zhou. Lu Tinga shouted in fear. He didn't want to die. It wasn't easy for him to get to where he was today, so how could he fall and waste all his previous efforts? Zhou Xuanji was indifferent. Big brother, I was wrong. Senior Zhou, what will make you forgive me? I don't want to die. Grandpa, please spare my life. Can I call you Grandpa? Ancestor, seeing that Lu Tinga was about to cry, Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and stopped absorbing his spirit energy. Even so, Lu Tinga felt that his cultivation level had regressed a lot, and the spiritual power in his body was almost depleted which made him sad and angry. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said, "Either be my dog or die. Choose one." Running dogs. Such a humiliating word. Lu Tiange was furious but dared not to say anything. "Master," he forced a smile and said. Zhou Xuanji stored his sword and carried him like a dog, flying toward the peak of Skyfall. The second-generation disciples, who were watching from the mountainside, were all amazed. "He's so powerful. I feel that the Grand Teacher's power will grow by leaps and bounds every now and then. I feel the same way too. Compared to him, we are so stupid. Don't compare yourself with the Grand Teacher. He's the world's second most powerful cultivator, the top genius. Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha is so powerful. I really want to learn it." Impossible. Even personal disciples can't learn such a sword technique. Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng looked at each other and saw the will to fight in each other's eyes. Before they met Zhou Xuanji, they all felt that they were powerful and awesome. But now, they felt that they were so weak and puny. Sigh. The heavenly law is unfair. On the other side, on the peak, Zhou Xuanji threw Lu Tiange onto the ground. Xianxia, Jiang Shui, Daoya Old Man, Huang Lianxin, and Zhou Xiaoqi surrounded him. As for the others, they were not on the peak. Instead, they were scattered around Skyfall to cultivate. "I want to take him as my slave. Is there any way to restrain him?" Zhou Xuanji asked as he looked at Xianxia and Daoya Old Man. Xianxia said with a deep voice, "I have an insect that attaches itself to the inner pellet and astral infant. It can make people wish they were dead." Lu Tiange, who was lying on the ground, shuddered. Such a vicious woman. He immediately looked up and cried out, "Master, I will never betray you. I, Lu Tiange, am a man of my words." In the face of death, he could no longer care about the dignity of the emperor. "I have a divine ability called Oath. After he makes a promise, if he dares to break it, his spirit energy will be in chaos, his chi and blood will be unstable, and his fate will gather." Daoya Old Man said with squinted eyes as he stroked his long beard. A great tribulation scattered immortal could indeed be taken in. Oath divine ability? The group was shocked. There's such a divine ability? Lu Tiange shuddered and looked at Daoya Old Man fearfully. This old man is so ruthless. After that, Daoya Old Man took out a drop of his essence blood and began casting the spell. "What venomous oath do you want him to make? Let him repeat it." Daoya Old Man said to Zhou Xuanji. Everyone looked at him with curiosity. Even Xianxia was the same. She thought to herself, "This brat has learned a lot." Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself. Lu Tiange swallowed his saliva and pretended to be calm. "I respect Zhou Xuanji as my father. If I dare to harm Zhou Xuanji or any human or demon related to him, I will die a horrible death. If I lie to Zhou Xuanji, I will be struck by lightning. Whatever Zhou Xuanji asks me to do, I will do it because he's my father." After Zhou Xuanji finished speaking, the summit fell into silence. Everyone was trying to hold in their laughter. Lu Tiange's face was red with anger, and his eyes were filled with fury. This was a complete humiliation to him. This was intolerable. He gritted his teeth and said, "Zhou Xuanji, are you really going to bully me?" Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji took out the swine-culling sword and walked up to him. He pierced the sword into his abdomen and began absorbing his spirit energy. Lu Tiange's expression changed drastically. He wanted to resist, but he could not. "Seems like this guy has a backbone." Huang Lianxin covered her mouth and laughed. No one stopped Zhou Xuanji. Lu Tiange was too arrogant just now. A while later. "Wait, stop!" Lu Tiange cried out suddenly, and Zhou Xuanji stopped too. His eyes turned sharp. He took a deep breath and said, "Zhou Xuanji, I'm Emperor Dongsheng, the descendant of an immortal." Zhou Xuanji continued to activate world internalization. Lu Tiange was anxious. "Can't you let me finish what I want to say? I respect Zhou Xuanji as my father. If I dare to harm Zhou Xuanji or any human or demon related to him, I will die a horrible death. If I lie to Zhou Xuanji, I will be struck by lightning." The fourth update. I have already updated all the information about the legendary swords in the forum. Those who want to know more can take a look. The attributes of the legendary swords will be updated regularly. There will also be voting for various storyline characters. It's worth your participation. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Calm. Chapter 291. After Lu Tinga swore, Daoya Old Man took his essence blood. He then asked for a drop of Zhou Xuanji's essence blood and combined them. Essence blood referred to fresh blood and essence qi. The essence blood of different humans or demons was different. In the cultivation world, it could be used as an identity. For example, enchanted artifacts and enchanted treasures required essence blood to recognize their owners. Daoya Old Man waved his right hand, and the essence blood in his hand dissipated into the heavens and earth. It was invisible and soundless. That's it, Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. Why did he feel like a fraud? Daoya Old Man nodded and said proudly, of course. This divine ability is not simple. In the entire northern wilderness region, there are less than 5 people who know this divine ability. Xianxia asked curiously, you and Xuanhe received an ancient legacy. Which powerhouse's legacy is it? A long time ago, Daoya Old Man and Xuanhe Divine Monk were ordinary. After they received the legacy of an ancient powerhouse, they were reborn. Why should I tell you? Daoya Old Man said arrogantly. He used to be extremely afraid of Xianxia, but now he was not afraid. If you want to marry my grand disciple, you must support me well first. Xianxia's eyes turned cold, and a murderous aura emanated from her. He was so frightened that he quickly hid behind Zhou Xuanji. Lu Tinga sat on the ground in despair. Scenes of the past flashed before his eyes. If this were to spread to the Dongxing Empire, would he still have the face to be the emperor? Suddenly, he regretted giving in to her. But he really did not want to die like this. Once he died, he would have nothing left. Zhou Xuanji sat on the ground and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Tell me, which sea region are you from? He said softly. He heard from Ning Zifeng that the ocean was much bigger than the continent. The chaos tide sea was only a small map. Even so, there were great tribulations scattered immortals, and more than one of them. He had always suspected that there were many powerful cultivators overseas, and they might be more powerful than the northern wilderness region. If so, why did they not attack the northern wilderness region? There must be a lot of unknown secrets behind this. Lu Tinga's expression changed, but he decided to bear with it. After all, this was the northern wilderness region, and no one knew him. After he returned, he could remove the divine ability and deny everything. Therefore, he told them about his background. It turned out that there were 108 sea regions in the ocean, with the northern wilderness region as the center. There is a powerful barrier between these sea regions and the northern wilderness region, and one could only enter and exit through the illusory void hole. The void was flowing, located in the sea water, unable to be seen with the naked eye. From ancient times until now, no one could calculate how many voids there were. A long time ago, the empires of the various sea regions had started planning to invade the northern wilderness region and occupy the land resources. However, the void was unstable, and they could not invade on a large scale. Moreover, the sanctums of the northern wilderness region were guarding the borders of the sea regions, so the sea region empires could not invade the northern wilderness region. In the past, there were many heroes and geniuses in the northern wilderness region. Ever since the hegemon Sword Emperor ascended, the northern wilderness region had fallen into desolation. Tens of thousands of years ago, there were several people like Sunlight Emperor in every era, even in the double digits. It was said that the northern wilderness region was originally much larger, but because of the battles between the strong, many lands were sunk into the sea. 500 years ago, someone from the Dongxing Empire accidentally entered the northern wilderness region. That person was loyal and devoted, and since then, he had been gathering information for the Dongxing Empire. Lu Tinga thought that the northern wilderness region had fallen into desolation, so he searched for the void and entered it. But reality gave him a heavy blow. He cursed in his heart. It's all that guy's fault. How did he gather information? TSK. This guy's mood is the same as mine. He thought that he could do whatever he wanted after coming to the northern wilderness region. But, Ning Zifeng laughed mercilessly, which made Lu Tiange's veins bulge on his forehead. We are all from the sea region. Why make things difficult for each other? Zhou Xuanji asked a few more questions, and Lu Tiange answered them honestly. There were empires in every sea region, which meant that there were hundreds of empires overseas. However, the population of these empires was far less than the empires in the northern wilderness region. After he finished asking, he asked Lu Tiange to find a place to stay at the waist of the mountain. Zhou Xuanji asked Lin Changge and Ning Zifeng to keep a close eye on him. This person was a great tribulation scattered immortal after all, and he had many tricks up his sleeves. Seems like this world is more exciting than we imagined. Daoya old man sighed in amazement. After hearing Lu Tiange's words, he suddenly felt that the northern wilderness region was very small. A bunch of natives from overseas dares to encroach on the northern wilderness region? What a fool's dream. Xianxia snorted coldly. The other sighed in amazement as well. Zhou Xuanji was thinking about another question. Who set up the barrier around the northern wilderness region? After Lu Tiange joined Skyfall, he ended up as Zhang Quanglan. Every few days, Zhou Xuanji would find him and absorb all the spirit energy in his body. At first, he was furious because he thought that Zhou Xuanji treated him like a pig or a dog. 3 months later, Lu Tiange was numb, and his body became noticeably thinner. During this period, he saw Zhang Quanglan. The two met, and their gazes met. Their silence was filled with sorrow. With the great tribulation scattered immortal providing him with endless spirit energy, Zhou Xuanji was getting closer and closer to the great realization stage. Another 4 months passed, and he finally had an opportunity to break through. He left Skyfall and went to undergo the tribulation 100 miles away. He took out the thunderclap sword and was prepared to absorb the power of heavenly lightning. He brought Lu Tiange along on purpose so that the latter could watch from the side. Boom! Thunderclouds gathered, and a horrifying heavenly might spread across the wasteland. There were no trees within a radius of a few thousand meters, only weeds. Under the cover of the thunderclouds, the world was dark and looked extremely bleak. Lu Tiange was 100 meters away from Zhou Xuanji. Lu Tiange was completely different from half a year ago. He was no longer as arrogant as before. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated expression and cursed in his heart. To him, Zhou Xuanji was provoking him on purpose. Zhou Xuanji was absorbing his spirit energy to obtain an opportunity to break through, and he had to watch from the side. It was an absolute humiliation. Zhou Xuanji sat down with the thunderclap sword hovering above his head. He activated golden invincibility, and strands of heavenly lightning coiled around him like dragons and snakes. An extremely powerful aura exploded from his body, causing the ground to tremble slightly. At the same time, heavenly lightning appeared in the thunderclouds like numerous lightning dragons tumbling in the sea of clouds. Roar! A world-shaking roar came from the sky. Lu Tiange looked up, and in the next second, he opened his eyes wide. A gigantic Qilin head emerged from the thunderclouds. It was formed by interweaving heavenly lightning, and it was as huge as a mountain. Its eyes were beaming with a powerful radiance as it looked down at the ground like a supreme ruler. Qilin divine tribulation. How can it be? This is a heavenly tribulation that only great tribulation scattered immortals can encounter. Lu Tiange cried out in shock. He had seen a powerhouse encountering this tribulation before. The world-destroying scene was still fresh in his memory. He immediately distanced himself from Zhou Xuanji to avoid being accidentally injured by the heavenly tribulation. Qilin Divine Tribulation? Such a good name. But it's nothing before my legendary sword. Zhou Xuanji laughed softly. Just when he spoke, bolts of heavenly lightning struck down crazily. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 292. An hour later, Lu Tiange swallowed his saliva and tried to stay calm, but his body couldn't stop trembling. What did he see? When Zhou Xuanji was breaking through to the Great Realization stage, he had encountered the scattered immortal tribulation, and he had passed the tribulation unscathed with a single sword. How could this be? That was the Qilin Sage tribulation. How could that sword block it? Moreover, if he was not mistaken, the sword seemed to have absorbed the lightning. The wasteland was filled with charred smoke, and there were potholes everywhere, formed by the heavenly lightning. Zhou Xuanji levitated in midair. His spirit energy exploded out, forming a tornado around him with a powerful aura. He had already put away the Thunderclap sword. After absorbing the Qilin Divine Tribulation, the Thunderclap sword would level up again. His cultivation base had already reached Mahayana level 1. Sword owner has reached the Mahayana realm. Gacha begins. Ding! Congratulations, sword owner has obtained Amethyst Ghost Weep Sword, sealing Dream Sword formation. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Next, 3 lines of words appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Ghost Weep Sword Grade. Amethyst description, a sword that makes thousands of ghosts wail in the netherworld. It possesses an extremely strong, murderous aura that can easily make people lose their rationality. Zhou Xuanji did not take out the Ghost Weep Sword, but looked at Lu Tiange. Facing his gaze, Lu Tiange hurriedly lowered his head in fear. Seeing Zhou Xuanji's domineering tribulation, he only felt fear in his heart. You can leave, Zhou Xuanji said slowly. After breaking through to the Great Realization stage, he no longer needed Lu Tiange. Lu Tiange was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. He cautiously asked, "Where are we going?" Could it be? His heart began to beat faster. "You can go wherever you want," Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. It was not suitable to leave Lu Tiange in Skyfall. His existence was a threat to everyone else. It was impossible for him to be completely convinced. "Are you really going to let me go like this?" Lu Tiange asked in surprise. He had a surreal feeling. He had thought that it would take decades or even centuries for him to have a chance to escape. Zhou Xuanji smiled mysteriously. "No matter where you go, we will meet again one day." Lu Tiange shuddered in fear and immediately flew away. After he left, Zhou Xuanji took out Heavenly Retribution Martial Song, Intimidating Spirit Legendary Sword. This was the first time he had taken out this sword. Ever since he obtained this sword, he had been looking forward to it. After all, this was the strongest sword he had so far. A crystal broadsword appeared in his hand. The sword was crystal blue in color, and its blade was sharp. There were intricate patterns on it that looked like the scales of a divine dragon or a Qilin. It looked very mystical, and it was obvious that it was not an ordinary sword. With Heavenly Retribution Martial Song in his hand, Zhou Xuanji felt a coolness seep into his palm. He subconsciously poured his spirit energy into the Heavenly Retribution Martial Song. Boom! The ground beneath his feet collapsed, and a horrifying aura exploded out. With Zhou Xuanji at the center, a visible gale swept out in all directions. Zhou Xuanji quickly cut off his spirit energy, and cold sweat covered his forehead. So powerful! He muttered to himself, his eyes filled with surprise. After breaking through to the Mahayana realm, his spiritual energy had leaped in quality and quantity, becoming more than 10 times stronger than before. Just now, when he had used Heavenly Retribution Wuxia's power, he had felt as if the entire world would be destroyed by him. This feeling of strength was unprecedented, and it caused him to shudder with fear. As expected of the intimidating spirit legendary sword. Too powerful. Suddenly, a bold idea came to his mind. Who would win the battle between him and Yang Di? He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Before Yang Di offended him, he would not seek trouble with him. His priority was to continue cultivating. He wanted to be the top cultivator in the next world Millennium Duel. From then on, he would continue to be the top cultivator, surpassing his predecessors and reaching the pinnacle of history. Back at the top of Skyfall, everyone gathered around him. After knowing that Zhou Xuanji had successfully broken through, they were all very happy. The more powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the safer they would be. No one objected to Lu Tiange's departure. "Master, Do you have the confidence to defeat Yangdi now? Zhao Songjian asked with great excitement. Previously, Zhou Xuanji had been emphasizing on breaking through to the great realization stage as soon as possible, and they were all looking forward to it. Zhou Xuanji smiled mysteriously and said, I have never seen Yangdi before, so I don't know how powerful he is. However, I feel that no one in the world can kill me. Before breaking through, he could already defeat First Tribulation's scattered immortals. Now that he had broken through and obtained a legendary sword of a higher grade, how could he not be more powerful? Yangdi's cultivation might have already reached Third Tribulation scattered immortal. In the current world, only he has reached that level, Xianxia said. She was a Second Tribulation scattered immortal. Great Tribulation scattered immortals were divided into 9 tribulations. Normally, a Second Tribulation scattered immortal could dominate the world. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, no matter how powerful he is, we just need to cultivate hard. In a few years, we should let the second-generation disciples go out to train. Just training hard was not enough. They needed actual combat experience. He planned to arrange for the second-generation disciples to train in batches. At the same time, he would give them the opportunity to take in disciples. Every time they went out, he would arrange for people to protect them in secret. The group began to talk about the future plans of the sect. Zhou Xuanji sat on the ground and began to inherit the sealing dream sword formation. Memories flowed into his mind, isolating his consciousness from the current world. The sealing dream sword formation was a sealing sword formation. Once hit, one's spirit energy and senses would be sealed, and one would become a puppet. This sword formation was very domineering, and it made up for one of Zhou Xuanji's shortcomings. Even though he was unparalleled in the way of the sword, he was lacking in other areas. For example, he needed Deoya Old Man's help to seal an enemy's cultivation. As for spells of the 5 elements, he did not care too much. He could rely on the way of the sword in battle, and he had Jiang Shui to help him in daily life. Even if he could not, he could store some scrolls of spells of the 5 elements and use them like tools. After he finished inheriting the memories, he took out dozens of legendary swords and began to practice. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Songjian, Ning Zifeng, Lin Changge, Huang Lianxin, and Beixiao Wangjian immediately came over and watched excitedly. At the same time, news of Zhou Xuanji breaking through to the great realization stage spread throughout Skyfall. All of the disciples and demons discussed this excitedly. I feel that the Grand Teacher's breakthrough speed is even faster than ours. His cultivation stage is so high. How far do you think the gap between the Grand Teacher and Yangdi is? I think it's about there. The Grand Teacher's power has already surpassed our imagination. Can there be someone more powerful than him in the Northern Wilderness region? I feel that the day of establishing the sect is getting closer and closer. Everyone, cultivate well. In the future, there will definitely be more geniuses joining Skyfall. We cannot be surpassed. After a while, news of Zhou Xuanji breaking through to the great realization stage spread among the demons and then into the human race. After all, there were many demons around Skyfall, and there would always be demons who could not control their mouths. A 32-year-old great realization cultivator. Everyone in the world discussed Zhou Xuanji again. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 293. In an inn in Great Zhou's royal city, a storyteller was waving his fan as he spoke. Nearly 100 customers were sitting around him. That day, the sky was clear for thousands of miles at Skyfall. Suddenly, thunderclouds gathered and a demonic wind blew. So, it was the arrival of the demon sovereign. He declared that he would take the Xianxia map and asked the Sword Emperor to come out and accept his death. Who is the Sword Emperor? He's the most powerful cultivator in Great Zhou's history and also the most powerful prodigy in the entire Northern Wilderness region. How could he be so noisy? The storyteller looked like he was in his early 40s. He wore a hat and had a slightly tanned face. When he talked about the key points, his eyes would widen, which made the customers' hearts jump. He would tell Zhou Xuanji's story every day. Some stories had been repeated hundreds of times, but he would still tell them because there were so many people who liked to listen to him. Ever since Zhou Xuanji became the world's second, very few people called him Sword God Zhou. Instead, they called him the Sword Emperor. Since ancient times, the word emperor represented the supreme meaning. Sword God Zhou, on the other hand, sounded like a swindler. Of course, calling him Sword God was just as impressive. I heard that the Sword Emperor has broken through to the Great Realization stage. Is it true? Before he broke through, he could already kill the Demon Sovereign. Does he have the capability to become the world's top cultivator? A customer asked curiously, which attracted the attention of the others. The storyteller slapped his fan on his palm and said with a smile, "The Sword Emperor has indeed broken through to the Great Realization stage and set a new record as the youngest Great Realization cultivator. But it's still not enough to defeat Yang Di. Yang Di has been the world's top cultivator for 3 consecutive times and has dominated the northern wilderness region for 3,000 years. It's too difficult to defeat him. He's the most promising person to become a great emperor, and his future achievements will not be lower than the hegemon Sword Emperor." He began to talk about how powerful Yang Di was, which made the customers gasp in shock. At a corner of the inn, 2 women dressed as men sat. They were Princess Xianxia and Princess Lingling. Princess Xianxia had the rare Dao form. With the help of Zhou Qingxin's resources, she had already reached the Soul Fountain stage. Princess Lingling was not as talented as her, but because of her Minghan relationship with Zhou Xuanji, she was treated well. The 2 felt bored staying in the palace, so they would often come out to play. "Sister, why do people always associate Xuanji with Yang Di? There's no enmity between them." Princess Lingling asked in confusion. Yang Di had an extremely good reputation, and Zhou Xuanji was a straightforward and upright person. Both of them were helping the human race get rid of demons, so there was no reason for them to fight. Princess Xianxia rolled her eyes at her and said unpleasantly, "There's no first in literature, and there's no second in martial arts. With Zhou Xuanji's abilities, he will fight to be the top cultivator in the world sooner or later. You've been in the royal palace for too long and don't understand the world well enough." Princess Lingling did not really understand. Was it that important to be number 1 in the world? That's right. Which of us cultivators doesn't want to become the world's number 1? A chuckle came from the side as a black-robed youth walked over and sat down. His face was handsome, and his long hair was coiled into a red string. His figure was tall and straight, and he had an imposing appearance. Princess Xianxia glanced at him and said, "Who told you to sit here?" The black-clothed young man chuckled and said, "My name is Baihao Yisin, and I consider myself extraordinary. My goal is to become number 1 in the world. I have met 2 ladies by chance, and your smiles have moved my heart. Are you married?" Princess Xianxia and Princess Lingling looked at each other, speechless. Where did this idiot come from? Baihao Yisin could tell what they were thinking. He shook his head and smiled as he said, "You might think that I'm boasting shamelessly, but I do have the qualifications to become the top cultivator in the world. Within 100 years, I will defeat Yang Di and the Sword Emperor. At that time, I will make you the great emperor's wives." How awe-inspiring that would be. The 2 women heard him and rolled their eyes. They got up and left. Looking at their backs, Baihao Yisin did not chase after them. The corner of his lips curled up as he poured himself a cup of wine and mumbled, "Interesting. Tens of thousands of years have passed, yet no one knows of my name. It seems like I'll have to turn the world upside down for someone to know of my prowess." Halfway up the mountain at Skyfall, training with the sword requires one's heart and cannot focus on one move. Moves are dead, but the sword is alive. Only by moving with one's heart can one establish a connection with the sword. Zhou Xuanji sat on a large rock. In front of him, 82nd-generation disciples were training with the sword. They were in an orderly formation, and the formation was quite good. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Songjian, and Beixiao Wangjian stood behind him and watched silently. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoqi ran over with the 3-eyed drought rodent in his mouth. "Master, it found another treasure, but it's protected by restrictive barriers. We need support," Zhou Xiaoqi said as he blinked. This little guy was no longer innocent. After following the little black snake and Chongming demon monarch for so long, it was full of evil tricks. Zhou Xuanji did not even look at it and said straightforwardly, "Let Liuwu demon wolf go with you." Okay. Zhou Xiaoqi brought the three-eyed drought rodent and left happily. A while later, "What do you think about letting the disciples form teams?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Xiao Jinghong and the other two were stunned and asked how they should form teams. If Skyfall wants to survive for a long time, it must be like the other sects and accept missions from various places to uphold justice. But it's too dangerous to go out alone. I want them to form teams of two so that they can look out for each other. Zhou Xuanji said. Along the way, he was leading a team. If he was injured, someone would heal him. If he encountered something he did not understand, someone would explain it to him. It was very difficult to survive alone in this world. That's possible. There are exactly 80 people, 2 to a team. But if someone dies, what about the last person? Zhao Songjie nodded, but he had his doubts too. Zhou Xuanji replied, "That's why we need to discuss this. Next year, we will pick a batch of disciples with the highest cultivation to go out and take in the third-generation disciples. We can't have a lot of people, because we will need people to entertain guests when we open our sect. How could they entertain guests with less than 100 people? Just Great Zhou alone would send more than 100 people." Xiao Jinghong immediately requested to lead the team. But Zhou Xuanji did not agree. The first batch of disciples must be harvested by powerful cultivators. Although Xiao Jinghong had already begun to break through to astral projection, it was not enough. Su Yang listened to their conversation, and his eyes began to wander around. He knew that his chance had come. The more disciples he had, the more secure his position as the eldest senior apprentice brother would be. 2 hours later, Hao Ianbor King went up the mountain suddenly. He half knelt beside Zhou Xuanji and said with a muffled voice, "Master, someone called Meng Tianlang is here. He said that he is here to fulfill the promise of slavery. But he brought someone with him. His cultivation is unfathomable, just like Lu Tiange." Having heard that, Zhou Xuanji frowned. He still remembered Meng Tianlang. He was Xiao Jinghong's nemesis and close friend. But another person with cultivation like Lu Tiange, since there were great tribulation, scattered immortals everywhere. Smiley face, smiley face. Chapter 294. Bring them up, Zhou Xuanji ordered. After Hao Ianbor King left, he asked Zhao Songjian to bring the disciples to another place to train. Xiao Jinghong frowned and muttered to himself, "Where did Meng Tianlang get acquainted with great tribulation scattered immortals?" Meng Tianlang was ranked second on Great Zhou's hero ranking board. Han Shenbo was first, and Xiao Jinghong was third. But now, Zhou Xuanji no longer thought highly of him. "You will know when they come up," Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. If a powerful enemy attacked, he would sense it. But now, he did not sense any danger. This meant that the enemy was not a threat to him. A while later, Hao Ianbor King flew up with 2 people. One of them was Meng Tianlang. He was not wearing armor, but a simple martial robe. He looked a little reserved. The other person looked to be in his 40s. He was dressed strangely in blue clothes and a white cloak. There was a golden crown on his head with a fist-sized ruby embedded in it. "Senior, Zhou," Meng Tianlang cupped his fist and said awkwardly. When he first met Zhou Xuanji was still a kid, and Meng Tianlang did not take him seriously. But now, Zhou Xuanji had grown up and become the famous Sword Emperor. He had to treat him like a junior. "Sword Emperor, now that I've seen you today, you're indeed impressive." The man with the golden crown chuckled. His tone was neither humble nor arrogant. Xiao Jinghong stared at him and asked with a deep voice, "Who are you?" Meng Tianlang looked at Xiao Jinghong with a complicated expression. He could sense that Xiao Jinghong's cultivation had caught up to his. He might have even surpassed him. "My name is Han Daozi, the ancestor of Tianlang. I've lived in seclusion for thousands of years. Everyone thought that I was dead, including my descendants," the man with the golden crown said with a smile. The golden crown man said with a smile. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Songjian's eyes widened. Beishao Wangjian looked confused. "Who is Han Daozi?" Didn't you die in Xianxia's hands? Xiao Jinghong asked curiously. Han Daozi was quite famous. He was once ranked 9th in the world and fought with the top evil cultivator, Xianxia. He died in the snowy mountains in the north. Han Daozi smiled and said, "If I did not die, the righteous sect would have brought my entire clan to fight the Tianhua sect. My death can save my clan." In the past, when Xianxia was the #1 in the world, the righteous path had started a war. If she didn't participate in the war, she would be called an evil demon. Zhou Xuanji and the others had also heard about the war during that period. In Xianxia's words, a bunch of ants overestimated themselves. If not for her magnanimity, she would have slaughtered the entire righteous path long ago. Ever since that battle, the cultivators of the righteous path began to smear her name and exaggerate her sins. "Why have you come?" Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. He could sense the spirit energy in Han Daozi's body, and it was as powerful as Lu Tinga's. He was most likely a first tribulation scattered immortal. Han Daozi's smile faded, and he said seriously, "I want to entrust this task to the descendants of the Han clan. I know you well. You have many geniuses under your command, and even the exquisite sword heart is willing to be your disciple. This shows that your teaching ability is very strong." Meng Tianlang fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead touching the ground. Wait, isn't his surname Meng? Why is he a member of the Han family? Northern Sword Valiant could not help but ask. His brows were tightly knitted, and he was full of conflict with Meng Tianlang. Back then, it wasn't that Zhou Xuanji didn't give Meng Tianlang a chance, but he didn't show up. Now that Zhou Xuanji was famous throughout the world, he wanted to climb up the tree? His mother is a descendant of the Han clan, and to this day, the Han clan only has one descendant left. Before, this boy didn't know how to appreciate kindness and didn't keep his promise. It's his fault. Hurry up and apologize. Han Daozi slapped the back of Meng Tianlang's head and said in a low voice. Apologies. Meng Tianlang knelt on the ground and said in a low voice. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Even so, he was not moved. Perhaps Meng Tianlang had great talent, but he did not like people who went back on their word. I won't hide it from you. This boy's fate is that of a 10,000-year prince. If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't have been able to divine his whereabouts. In the current world, your talent is the greatest. If you can take him as a disciple, he will definitely soar to the sky and serve your sect in the future. Han Daozi continued to speak, his tone sincere. 10,000-year prince. Everyone's expressions changed. How is that possible? He's a 10,000-year prince? What proof do you have? Beixiao Wangjian cried out in shock. All along, they had thought that Zhou Xuanji was a 10,000-year prince. How could they believe Han Daozi so easily? Han Daozi smiled and said, If you don't believe me, ask Xianxia and Daoya Old Man to come down. With their abilities, they will surely be able to see Tianlong's fate. It's as vast as the ocean, unparalleled in the world. Zhou Xuanji immediately gave Xiao Jinghong a look and asked him to invite Xianxia and Daoya Old Man. At this moment, Xianxia appeared beside him, followed by Daoya Old Man. The two of them looked at Meng Tianlang closely. Such boundless fate. Could it be true? Xianxia had a strange look on her face. Back then, she had mistakenly thought that Zhou Xuanji was a 10,000-year prince, which was why she had been paying attention to him. In the end, she was won over by Zhou Xuanji's charisma. If the 10,000-year prince had appeared from the start, she might not have followed Zhou Xuanji so closely. Daoya Old Man frowned and muttered, This boy's fate is indeed incredible. Even Jihuang Demon Lord did not have such powerful fate. As for Zhou Xuanji, because his fate had been changed when he was young, his fate was not obvious and could not be observed. He's a 10,000-year prince. Are you really willing to give him to me? Zhou Xuanji asked as he looked at Han Daozi. Because of Xianxia's appearance, Han Daozi's expression became a bit unnatural, but he hid it very well. He smiled and said, The world is going to be chaotic in the future. I feel that I'm powerless to protect him, so I can only entrust him to you. Don't worry, this child's heart is filled with reverence for you. and he has no ill intentions. Hearing this, Meng Tianlang, who was kneeling on the ground, turned red. In Great Zhou, most people admired Zhou Xuanji, including him. There was no helping it. Zhou Xuanji was just too legendary. When someone is better than you may be jealous. But when he was far stronger than you, to the point where you couldn't even catch up to him, you could only revere and worship him. Let's go up the mountain. I have something to ask you. Zhou Xuanji said as he got up. Knowing that Meng Tianlang was the 10,000-year prince, the dissatisfaction he felt towards him disappeared. Well, the heavens were fair. As long as you were talented, you could open any door you wanted. If Meng Tianlang was properly trained, he might become a peerless talent like Yang Di in the future. He already had a blueprint in his mind. Meng Tianlang joined Skyfall, just like that. Nightfall. Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Songjian, Fenyu Dragon King, and the others all sat in a stone pavilion, while Meng Tianlang and Han Daozi sat across from Zhou Xuanji. So it's like that. 10,000-year princes also need to awaken. However, if they don't awaken, their fate will make it very difficult for them to die. No wonder they didn't die at Master's hands back then, Zhao Songjian said as he stroked his chin, making Meng Tianlang feel quite awkward. Lin Chang'e crossed his arms and coldly harumphed as he said, I can't take disciples. So what if I'm a 10,000-year prince? I can only be a sword slave. Is my exquisite sword heart bad? Yes. Chapter 295. Lin Chang'e suggested that Meng Tianlang be a sword slave, and everyone agreed. Compared to Zhou Xuanji, this 10,000-year prince did not seem as powerful as the legends made him out to be. It's fine to be a sword slave. According to my understanding, the Sword Emperor personally supports sword slaves, and they are no different from disciples. The only difference is their status. Han Daozi stroked his beard and smiled. His gaze towards Zhou Xuanji contained a hint of curiosity. To be honest, he had always been amazed by Zhou Xuanji's talent. Before discovering Meng Tianlang, he had thought that Zhou Xuanji was the 10,000-year prince. Even if he wasn't, he should be a child of Providence. Otherwise, how could he be so heaven-defying? I'm supposed to be a slave. I don't dare to dream of becoming a disciple. Meng Tianlang said seriously. Back then, he was defeated by Zhou Xuanji and promised to be Zhou Xuanji's slave. With his personality, how could he shamelessly become Zhou Xuanji's personal disciple? Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, From today onwards, you will stay at Skyfall. He looked at Han Daozi and asked, What about you? Are you willing to stay and become an elder of the sect? Han Daozi was a first tribulation itinerant immortal, and he had even given him a 10,000-year prince. He naturally had to rope him in. Hearing this, Han Daozi secretly glanced at Xianxia and said with a smile, Thank you, Sword Emperor, for your kindness. I have cultivated all my life, and I have ambitions. I want to do something for the human race. Recently, Sunlight Emperor wants to establish the Great Fate Empire, and I want to investigate it. I won't stay and waste the spiritual chi of the tea. Of course, when you establish your sect, I will definitely come. In the future, if the sect has any difficulties and needs my help, I will definitely not decline. With that, he stood up, bowed to everyone, turned around, and flew towards the horizon, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Chongming Demon Monarch muttered, That sounds nice, but he didn't even leave a way to contact me. I won't even be able to find him for help in the future. Meng Tianlang's face was full of awkwardness, and he did not know what to say. He also found it strange. Why was his ancestor in such a hurry? Daoya Old Man laughed and said, It's all because of our sect, Master Xian. Back then, your demonic aura was overflowing, and you almost killed him. Everyone's gaze shifted to Xianxia, who had a calm expression. Zhou Xuanji looked at Meng Tianlang and asked, How's your talent in the way of the sword? He was most proficient in sword Dao. The other spells could only be taught by Daoya. Old Man Meng Tianlang scratched his head. It should be all right. Everyone in the Great Zhou barracks practices the sword, but they're not as powerful as pure sword cultivators. He did not use a sword, but it did not mean that he did not like it or that it was not suitable for him. It was just that the sword Dao had declined in the past. Ever since Zhou Xuanji rose to power, there were more and more sword cultivators in the various empires, especially in Great Zhou. Almost all the young cultivators practiced the sword. When Zhou Xuanji became #1 in the world, he might usher in a golden age of the way of the sword. Have a good rest. I will personally teach you tomorrow, and see if you're suitable for sword training. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked Xiao Jinghong to bring him to where the second-generation disciples lived. It was also a good opportunity for this pair of gay friends to be alone. After the two left, Xianxia clicked her tongue in wonder and said, I didn't expect the 10,000-year prince to be someone else. However, it will take some time and effort to awaken him. Lin Chang'e said disdainfully, What 10,000-year prince? In terms of swordsmanship, his talent is far below mine. The appearance of the 10,000-year prince made him feel an inexplicable sense of danger. Not only him, but Ning Zifeng also felt the same. Their previous guess was right. More and more geniuses would appear in the future, and their positions would be shaken. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. He did not mind their thoughts. Oh, by the way, I plan to go out tomorrow. It might be a few years, or it might be decades before I come back. You are fully grown anyway, and you don't need my protection anymore. If you stay in Skyfall, you won't marry me. You have to wait until you marry Jiang Shui before you marry me. It's such a waste of time, Xianxia said as she stared at Zhou Xuanji. After living for so long, she finally fell in love with someone, but he had someone else in his heart. Just thinking about it made her angry. Where are you going? Zhou Xuanji asked. Xianxia had mostly recovered from her injuries, but she was not fully recovered, so he was a little worried. To become more powerful, of course. Xianxia left after saying this. Next, she sent a telepathic message to Zhou Xuanji and reminded him, Don't forget to cultivate the celestial devil rebirth technique. It can save your life. Zhou Xuanji felt a warmth in his heart. This old demonic woman was quite cute sometimes. After that, the group dispersed to rest. Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui returned to the house. Jiang Shui poured tea for him as she asked, Xuanji, do you think I have some kind of identity? When I awaken, I will soar into the sky. As she spoke, she became excited. It was as though she was a 10,000-year prince. Zhou Xuanji lay on the bed and snorted. Yes. I didn't tell you. I already found out when you were very young. Jiang Shui opened her beautiful eyes wide and asked in surprise, Really? Zhou Xuanji flipped over and changed into a more comfortable position. Yes, you are the woman of the future Sword Emperor. You are below one and above tens of thousands, he said with a solemn and sacred tone. Jiang Shui heard him and immediately pounced at him with bared fangs. What? You want me to be below you? To the right of one and above tens of thousands. The next morning, Zhou Xuanji got up and left the house. He asked the little black snake to call Meng Tianling up. He took out the swine-culling sword and waited by the cliff. After a while, Meng Tianling and the little black snake flew to the top of the mountain. Without a word, Zhou Xuanji activated Heavenly Light's Ancestor Dragon Sword and Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. Meng Tianling was fascinated by them. As expected, he decided to practice the sword. He first taught Meng Tianling the 36 Paths Jade Shao sword. This guy had a photographic memory. He memorized all the sword moves after seeing it once. However, it took him 2 hours to completely practice the 36 Paths Jade Shao sword. The others left the house one after another. Daoya old man stared at Meng Tianling and began to think about how to awaken this guy. In the next half a month, Meng Tianling mastered 36 Paths Jade Shao sword. Every move he made was like a swordsman who had cultivated for decades. This time, Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Songjian, Beishao Wangjian, and the others could no longer sit still. They all began to practice the sword. Daoya old man came to a conclusion. This guy had already awakened, without any warning. Ever since he started practicing the sword, his talent was fully displayed. Even his internalization of qi was much faster than before. Even he himself was confused. Before this, he did not believe that he was the 10,000-year prince. But now he believed, and he was a little flustered, because Ning Zifeng and Lin Chang'e often found trouble with him. They claimed that they were sparring with each other, but they were actually beating him up. And so, he was struck down by Lin Chang'e's scabbard again. "Kid, you have improved again. Not bad. You are more powerful than all of us." Lin Chang'e smiled with squinted eyes, which made Meng Tianlang gnash his teeth. Ning Zifeng also smiled mockingly. Before Meng Tianlang grew up, he must bully him, or else there would be no more chances in the future. Chapter 296. The days became peaceful again. Zhou Xuanji taught the Soul Eater / to Meng Tianlang again and left the matter to himself. Meng Tianlang followed Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng to cultivate. Although the two of them were a little jealous, they quickly regained their composure, and their bullying of Meng Tianlang gradually decreased. The relationship between the three became better and better. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, for years had passed. Zhou Xuanji was already 36 years old, but his cultivation was still at Great Realization Level 1. On the other hand, he managed to cultivate the first level of the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique and obtained a chance to be reborn. In these 4 years, he'd obtained 7 divine swords, and the highest grade was only at the amethyst rank. It was clear that the heavenly retribution martial punishment had used up all of his luck. The 7 divine swords were the evil purple sword, the torrential sword, the scorching sun sword, the boundless western heaven sword, the flying south sword, the great Kuei sword, and the Zhuyan sword. What was worth mentioning was that Meng Tianlang had already reached leaving Aperture Realm, and he had already mastered the Soul Eater / to major accomplishment. He was currently learning the sky-dominating divine sword. This guy didn't like fancy sword techniques. He liked the domineering sword techniques that could defeat everything with brute force. After all, he had been on the battlefield for a long time and liked the aura of invincibility. In just 4 short years, he had mastered the sky-dominating divine sword. His talent was truly terrifying. He was much stronger than Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng. Fortunately, he was not arrogant and willful. He could still remain humble and polite in front of others. Apart from Xiao Jinghong, he fought with Chongming Demon Monarch and the 4 Mountain Garden Kings. As they were all-body cultivators, they could often engage in physical combat. On this day, Zhou Xuanji gathered Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongyin, and the others. He was going to select a group of second-generation disciples to go down the mountain to gain experience. Right at this moment, the sound of footsteps appeared behind them. Everyone turned their heads and saw a white-haired man standing at the edge of the cliff. He wore a tattered purple Taoist robe, his face expressionless and his eyes cold. "Who are you?" Lin Chang'e asked in a deep voice. The other party had ascended the mountain without a sound, and he had not noticed it at all. The others also looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Over the years, cultivators and demons would occasionally sneak into Skyfall to steal the Xianxia map, but they were all chased away. Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply. He could not see through the spirit energy in this person's body. He had always thought that he could see through all living beings in the world by relying on the World Buddha art. Could it be that this person's cultivation far surpassed his, or that he had a special identity? "Zhou Xuanji, come with me, or else I will kill them." The white-haired man stared at Zhou Xuanji and said faintly. Ning Zifeng looked at him thoughtfully. He suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "You are heaven. Impossible. Aren't you overseas? Why would it appear in the northern wilderness region?" Heavens! Everyone was greatly shocked. This was an existence even more terrifying than the 10,000-year princes. In the past, even the Hegemon Sword Emperor and the ancient Diablo King could not do anything to him. "Tian is just my identity. I have my name. My name is Xinyuan Zhou." The white-haired man glanced at Ning Zifeng and said softly. Just as he spoke, his eyes narrowed. Apart from Zhou Xuanji, everyone else was sent flying by a formless wind. Zhou Xuanji took out the sky-extinguishing sword, an ancient god sword, and said in a low voice, "You and I will fight in the distance." He didn't expect heaven to find him so soon. However, he had already predicted today's battle. After all, heaven specialized in hunting down people who possessed the monarch purple chi. Xianyuan Zhou lightly nodded and turned to fly towards the horizon. He believed that Zhou Xuanji would follow him. Xuanji, Jiang Shui got up from the ground and looked at Zhou Xuanji worriedly. He turned and smiled at her as he said, "You all stay here. Trust me, I will be back. Don't come looking for me." After saying this, he turned into a ray of sword light and chased after Xianyuan Zhou. In the clear sky, Zhou Xuanji and Xianyuan Zhou levitated in the air, facing each other. They were less than 100 meters apart. Their gazes met. Both of their gazes were cold and showed no fear. "I'm very curious about Tian's background," Zhou Xuanji said. Zhou Xuanji said, "For years had passed, and although his cultivation level did not increase, his power had been growing. Facing the mysterious and unpredictable Xianyuan Zhou, he did not feel any fear and instead felt quite eager. Xianyuan Zhou was not in a rush to make a move. He replied, "Heaven is naturally the law enforcer of the will of the heavens. Whenever there are too many possessors of monarch chi in the world, heaven will appear and kill the possessors, returning peace to the world." Those with Emperor Qi were all people destined to become emperors. They were filled with ambition and would bring war to the world. When many people with Emperor Qi appeared, there would often be a massive calamity. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, "Could it be that you were born from Tian?" Xianyuan Zhou did not reply. He slightly raised his chin and looked at Zhou Xuanji as he said, "Zhou Xuanji, you are different from those with Emperor Qi in the past. Your fate is mysterious and unpredictable, so I don't want to kill you for now. If you follow me, I can spare your life." Zhou Xuanji laughed. He wanted to subdue him? It seemed that Tian was not completely just and merciless. "It's not what you think. I just want to observe you for a while and use your power to kill those with Emperor Qi, as well as those who should not exist in this world." Xianyuan Zhou continued to speak. His gaze was just as cold as before, and there were no ripples in it at all. He waved his right hand downwards. In that instant, the ground below was torn apart, forming a massive canyon that stretched to the ends of the world. Rumble, dust flew everywhere, and it was as if the apocalypse had arrived. Looking from above, it looked like a semicircle had been split in two. The end of the canyon could not be seen, and it was at least 10,000 kilometers long. Zhou Xuanji frowned, feeling greatly shocked. This power. He could not even see the trajectory of Xianyuan Zhou's spirit energy clearly. He sank into his thoughts. Should he act or not? You are at Great Realization Level 1, and you have cultivated the World Buddha art to Level 2. Your strength is enough to defeat First Tribulation Scattered Immortals, and you might be able to fight against Second Tribulation Scattered Immortals. However, I have the strength of a Third Tribulation Scattered Immortal, so you have no chance of winning. Follow me, and perhaps I can help you become stronger, Xianyuan Zhou said calmly, drawing a large picture for him. Zhou Xuanji thought and asked in confusion, "If you just want to observe me, why do you want to help me become stronger?" Why did he feel that this Tian was different from the legends? In the legends, when Tian met someone with Emperor Qi, he would immediately fight without saying anything. Why would he be so courteous? I want to see if you have the qualifications to become Tian. Xianyuan Zhou's words were incredibly shocking, and hearing this, Zhou Xuanji's pupils constricted. Become Tian? Under the blue sky and white clouds, there was a boundless grassy plain. A group of gorgeously dressed women were walking forward. There was a man among them, hugging women on both sides, and his face was covered with red lipstick marks. This person was Baihao Yisin, who had appeared at Great Zhou's royal city. When this emperor finds his natal artifact, it will be the day this emperor regains control of the world. When that time comes, all of you girls will become concubines. What do you say? Baihao Yisin loudly laughed, looking incredibly carefree and relaxed. A beautiful woman next to him waved her fan and harumphed. Who will be the empress? 1, 2. Chapter 297. You want to be the empress? That depends on talent. Little girls like you, your cultivation talent is too poor. You can only serve this emperor. Baihao Yisan shook his head and laughed mercilessly, causing the surrounding women to boo him in unison. Upon closer inspection, there were a total of 73 women, all of them beautiful and had impressive figures. They were all convinced by his strength and followed him to roam the world. Being this emperor's concubine will still allow you to stand at the peak of the world. Women must be content, understand? Baihao Yisan lifted the chin of the woman next to him and teased. He sighed in his heart. The human world was indeed beautiful. In the distance, on a white cloud, Zhou Xuanji and Xianxia looked at Baihao Yisan. This person is the reincarnation of an ancient emperor? Is that for real? Zhou Xuanji looked quite confused. Seeing Baihao Yisan with so many beautiful women, he could not associate him with the incredibly domineering great emperor. Xianxia said expressionlessly, "Since ancient times, all those who became great emperors would be roped in by various immortal sects in the higher realms after ascending, continuing to command the world. However, it's difficult for great emperors to be invincible in the higher realms, so this heartless emperor couldn't help but reincarnate and stay in the mortal world to enjoy himself." Great Emperor Heartless? Zhou Xuanji's mouth twitched as he heard this. Does this guy look like he's heartless? We must kill this kind of person who doesn't abide by the rules of heaven. Go and deal with him. If you succeed, I will allow you to return to visit your subordinates after a certain period of time. Xianxia ordered, but Zhou Xuanji frowned and did not move. He had no enmity with Baihao Yisan, so how could he kill him for no reason? If you aren't willing, when he recovers his peak cultivation and controls the world, he will use all the women in the world as his cauldrons. At that time, it will be difficult to protect the women you care about. Xianxia continued to speak. Hearing this, Yi Futian's eyes turned cold. Was this guy a stallion? Isn't this the desire of some otaku? He immediately took out the sky extinguishing sword and the ancient god sword. Stepping on the thunderclap sword, he charged forward. The Thunder Divine Sword had reached the peak of the glorious gold level after absorbing the heavenly lightning of the Qilint's divine catastrophe. However, it had not broken through to the heavenly soul level, which was a pity, but it was still enough. Whoosh, the sound of air being torn could be heard, causing Baihao Yisan to look back in shock. His gaze met Zhou Xuanji's cold and sharp gaze. "Who are you?" Baihao Yisan asked in a low voice. He raised his right hand, and a white barrier of light appeared, protecting all of his beloved servants. Two black figures appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. They were the souls of powerful beings. They were Saber Monarch Donghai and Demon Lord Ryuan. The ancient god sword awakened a soul every 3 years. Demon Lord Ryuan was the third soul. With the power of two powerful beings and the power of the sky extinguishing sword, Zhou Xuanji's aura was incredibly domineering as he slashed downwards. Ping! The white light barrier shattered like glass, turning into countless specks of light and dissipating. 73 women screamed in unison. The piercing power of their screams was so strong that it seemed to be able to ascend to the 36 heavens and descend to the netherworld. Impudent! Baihao Yisan leapt up and slammed his palm towards Zhou Xuanji. A green shield appeared in his palm, blocking the ancient god sword. The spiritual power of the two exploded, directly sending each other flying. The legendary swords overlapped and appeared behind Zhou Xuanji, blocking his way. Baihao Yisan somersaulted a few times in the air before landing stably. Their gazes passed through the dozens of women and stared at each other. So many swords. Are you the current sword emperor Zhou Xuanji? Baihao Yisan asked in a low voice. His expression was a little unsightly. If it were anyone else, they would have been furious. He was enjoying himself with his women, and now someone jumped out to attack him. How could he tolerate this? However, when his women heard that it was Zhou Xuanji, they immediately exploded. Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. Is it really him? He's so handsome. The rumors are true. He really has many legendary swords. He's so young. I heard that he's only 35 or 36 years old. That's right. That sword strike was so powerful. Hearing this, Bai Hao Yisin's face darkened, and veins bulged in his forehead. These damned women. Didn't the path of ultimate bliss make them calm down? Zhou Xuanji straightened his body and looked at Bai Hao Yisin as he said, "Great Emperor Heartless, the mortal realm does not want you. Your era has passed. Do you still want to enslave mortal women as cultivation furnaces?" These words made Bai Hao Yisin frown. "How do you know my identity? But I'm not enslaving them. I'm using my charm to conquer them. I'm going to conquer all the beautiful women in the world," he said in a low voice. Toward the end, he looked like a pig, which made Zhou Xuanji feel nauseous. "The heavens cannot tolerate you. Don't blame me." Zhou Xuanji charged toward him. He wanted to see what the great ancient emperor was capable of. As for whether to kill him or not, he had not decided yet. He did not trust Xianyuan Zhou completely. If not for the fact that he wanted to use him to become stronger, he would have attacked him long ago. Good. I want to see if the current Sword Emperor is worthy of the title of Sword Emperor. Bai Hao Yisin leaped up and soared into the sky. The two of them fought high up in the sky to avoid harming the innocent women. Zhou Xuanji activated the 10,000 Sword Dragon incantation, and all of the legendary swords were surrounded by dragon-shaped sword chi as they attacked Bai Hao Yisin. The legendary swords were like the wind, and their attacks were sharp without any blind spots. A layer of silver-white armor appeared on Bai Hao Yisin's body. He held a spear in his hand, and the spearhead was connected to a ferocious and mighty dragon head, giving off a boundless and primordial aura. Facing the attacks of the legendary swords, he held the spear with one hand and swept out in a circle, sending all of the legendary swords flying back. Zhou Xuanji directly unleashed the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. The 6,000-meter-tall Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha appeared in the air, looking like a god and unparalleled in the world. Seeing this, the women below were completely dumbfounded. Bai Hao Yisin was also stunned. It was the first time he had seen the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. Zhou Xuanji fused into the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha, and the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha opened its eyes, looking down at the world. The 1,000 golden arms swung their massive swords and madly slashed towards Bai Hao Yisin. Sword after sword, they were like massive waves, each wave stronger than the last. Bai Hao Yisin swung his spear to defend. He was just as fast, and he was able to receive every attack. Zhou Xuanji did not use Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment. It was not that he could not use it, but that he wanted to keep it as a killing blow. He would only use it after he fell out with Xianyuan Zhou. One had to keep a trump card. There was a loud bang. Bai Hao Yisin was suddenly blasted back, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He clutched his chest with his left hand and cried out, "World Reincarnation!" Zhou Xuanji's heart sank. How did this fellow know about world reincarnation? It seemed that in his era, there had been a master of the Xianxia map. Since it was like this, he would not hold back anymore. The Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha rushed at Bai Hao Yisin, and the 1,000 swords wildly slashed out, creating a berserk gale that swept through the heavens and earth. Bai Hao Yisin hurriedly dodged, but he could not dodge in time. He swung his sword to block, but he was injured by his own spirit energy. Despicable. How am I supposed to fight like this? He cursed in his heart. If he had already obtained his natal enchanted artifact, how could he feel so frustrated? The third chapter, 2 chapters. The voting for the main character's sect began at 6 p.m. The voting location was at So Run with Shao. Chapter 298. Boom, boom, boom. The Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha continuously swung its sword, making it difficult for Bai Hao Yisin to see through it. Every time he counterattacked, he would be struck back by world reincarnation. Injuries piled on injuries, causing his speed to become slower and slower. The huge golden sword landed on his body, but was blocked by his silver armor and helmet, preventing him from being smashed into meat paste. If this continued, he would definitely lose. Wait, Zhou Xuanji, you and I have no enmity. Can't you just talk nicely? Can you give me some face? Bai Hao Yisin said as he gritted his teeth. His heart was filled with unwillingness. He had heard of Zhou Xuanji's name before, but he did not take it to heart. However, After today's battle, he understood why Zhou Xuanji could sit on the throne of number 2 in the world. Too strong. He had met the owner of the Tianxia map before, but that person completely relied on the world Buddha art, unlike Zhou Xuanji, who had extremely high attainments in the way of the sword. I'll endure it for now. After Zhou Xuanji obtained his natal artifact and a legacy from his previous life, he would settle the score with Zhou Xuanji. However, Zhou Xuanji did not stop, and the thousand-hand sword Buddha continued to wildly hack and slash. Even after smashing him into the ground, it did not let him off. This is Great Emperor Heartless? So weak, no wonder he didn't leave his name in history. Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself, and his evaluation of Baihao Yisan plummeted. He started to hesitate. Should he kill Baihao Yisan? No. This person could be kept to restrain Xianyuan Zhou. Thinking to there, he said, Great Emperor Heartless, you're only a so-so. Before me, the Sword Emperor, you're like a pig or a dog, unable to withstand a single blow. His words were filled with contempt and mockery. Within the ruins, when Baihao Yisan heard this, he became furious. He was the heartless Great Emperor, an invincible existence who had once dominated the world. How could he allow a junior to humiliate him like this? Rumble, a horrifying aura exploded out, sending Zhou Xuanji's thousand-hand sword Buddha flying back. Zhou Xuanji immediately deactivated the thousand-hand sword Buddha and pretended to look pale. Immature kid, I'll show you how I became a martial monarch today. Baihao Yisan's voice sounded out, cold and domineering. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Was it going to explode? He immediately shouted, This person's strength is not inferior to mine. Please support me. Baihao Yisan turned into a rainbow light and shot out from the billowing dust, rushing towards Zhou Xuanji. His speed was much faster than before. Zhou Xuanji activated heavenly lights, and the sword Qi was directly broken through. Puff! Zhou Xuanji forced out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared over the horizon. Baihao Yisan stopped, a look of confusion on his face. He didn't use world reincarnation. At that moment, a boundlessly powerful might descended, causing Baihao Yisan to look up. Xianyuan Zhou hung high in the sky like a sun, divine and majestic. Those eyes stared coldly at Baihao Yisan, causing his heart to beat wildly. He said with a trembling voice, Heavens, his eyes were filled with fear. Xianyuan Tian was expressionless. With a flip of his hand, silver light lit up the world. A huge silver palm appeared out of nowhere, falling down like a mountain. The spectating women were dumbfounded. Boom! Baihao Yisan was slammed down by the massive silver palm, causing the entire grassy plains to violently tremble. The heavenly might was so powerful. Far away, Zhou Xuanji steadied himself and swallowed his saliva. Looking at the scene just now, he could not help but think of the Buddha beating up Monkey Sunday. Was a third tribulation scattered immortal so powerful? Soon, Xianyuan Zhou waved his right hand, and Baihao Yisan, who was covered in blood and looked like a dead dog, rose up from the dust and flew in front of him. The heavenly might cannot be defied. Great Emperor Heartless, you should understand, right? Xianyuan Zhou said coldly, without any emotion in his tone. Baihao Yisan opened one eye with great difficulty and glanced at him. His breath was weak as he said, Heavens! This emperor is not convinced. Xianyuan Zhou raised his left hand, and Zhou Xuanji felt a powerful force wrap around him. He did not resist and allowed this force to pull him over. When he flew to Xianyuan Zhou's side, the three of them disappeared into the sky. The 73 beautiful women came back to their senses. The great emperor is so weak? Were we tricked? Damn it. Previously, we served him so well and were so obedient. Now that he's dead, aren't we just wasting our efforts? Ooh, my chastity, it's okay. At most, I'll find an honest man to marry. Ta. Zhou Xuanji and the others landed on the ground. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and found that he was within a dazzling palace. There were dozens of 15-meter tall stone statues on both sides of the palace, and they looked exactly like Xianyuan Zhou. It was just that their expressions and actions were different. He looked at Xianyuan Zhou and asked, "Where is this?" "The heavenly palace," Xianyuan Zhou replied. Xianyuan Zhou replied before turning around and walking towards the throne nearby. Bai Hao Yisin lay on the ground and looked at Zhou Xuanji as he gritted his teeth and said, "You are the owner of the Xianxia map, but you are used by heaven. We cultivators are ashamed." Seeing his sorrowful and angry expression, Zhou Xuanji did not feel any sympathy and instead wanted to laugh. "With your strength, killing him would be as easy as flipping your hand, but you pretended that you could not defeat him. What are your intentions? Don't you want to become Tian?" Xianyuan Zhou sat on the throne and asked as he looked at Zhou Xuanji. Before Zhou Xuanji could speak, Bai Hao Yisin loudly cursed. "What's so good about being Tian? Only an idiot would be Tian. Abandon your emotions and desires and become a puppet of the heavenly law, never being able to transcend. Don't try to scam my little friend Xuanji." In order to survive, he could only think of a way to rope Zhou Xuanji in. "Abandon my emotions and desires." Zhou Xuanji frowned and looked at Xianyuan Zhou. This fellow indeed looked cold and emotionless. If you want to become the enforcer of the heavenly law, you naturally have to abandon your mortal emotions, or else how can you be fair and just? If you don't want to become Tian, you can only die. Xianyuan Zhou did not try to explain and directly threatened him. Bai Hao Yisin could not stand it anymore and cursed out, "Shameless! You're not worthy of being Tian, bullying my little friend like this. Give my little friend 100 years and I'll definitely kill you." Boom! Bai Hao Yisin was slammed against the palace wall by a formless energy, and he almost fainted. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, "Can you be a loyal and affectionate Tian?" "No. Heartless. Are you even human? You want to be heaven, not a human. Can I beg you to be a human?" Facing Xianyuan Zhou's powerful attack, Zhou Xuanji took out all of his legendary swords and prepared to fight. If he had to abandon his emotions in order to become the price of heaven, then he wouldn't mind it. "You want to rebel against heaven? Do you know what will happen to you?" Xianyuan Zhou said coldly with killing intent in his eyes. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji was just an ant. If not for his incredible talent, he would have died long ago. Zhou Xuanji let go of the ancient god sword in his right hand, allowing it to float in front of him. Then, a crystal broadsword appeared in his hand. "Heavenly punishment, martial punishment." He stared at Xianyuan Zhou and smiled disdainfully. "So what if you're Tian? In my eyes, you're just a worm without freedom. You're even inferior to a mortal. I, your father, have tolerated you for a long time." Chapter 299. Bug? Xianyuan Zhou slowly got up, the killing intent in his eyes becoming even denser. Since he could not use Zhou Xuanji, he would kill him. That's it. Little friend Xuanji, destroy him. Bai Hao Yisin furiously yelled as he clutched his chest. He also disliked Zhou Xuanji, but compared to Tian, Zhou Xuanji was not much of a threat. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. "I'm very curious. What gives you the confidence to say such a thing?" Xianyuan Zhou looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked softly, his gaze falling on heavenly retribution martial punishment. "Could it be this sword?" Zhou Xuanji gripped heavenly retribution martial punishment, and a violet 8 trigrams appeared on his forehead, causing his entire being to become devilish. Traces of intense blue flames flowed along his right arm and wrapped around his body. A terrifying aura exploded out from his body, causing the entire heavenly palace to violently tremble. Bai Hao Yisin's eyes widened, a look of shock on his face. Xianyuan Zhou tightly frowned and muttered, "This power." With the intimidating spirit legendary sword in hand, Zhou Xuanji's confidence swelled. "Who else but me? How arrogant. So what if it was the heavens? He would still kill him. My confidence? Because I don't believe in the heavens." Zhou Xuanji said as he proudly laughed. He almost yelled out that his fate was not up to the heavens. He stepped out with his right foot and slashed out with the sword. All of his muscles tensed up, and his body was like a bow, looking incredibly domineering. Sword chi swept out, and Xianyuan Zhou instinctively raised his arm to block. Boom! The sword chi swept past him, shattering the palace walls behind him. All of the palace pillars within the heavenly palace trembled. Xianyuan Zhou's sleeves exploded, and his gaze became serious as he said in a low voice, "This sword is definitely not something from the mortal realm. How did you obtain it?" Bai Hao Yisin was completely dumbfounded. Just then, when he had slashed out with that sword, his heart had jumped, as if he was facing the might of the heavens. What a terrifying sword strike! "This is my most powerful legendary sword, Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment. It specializes in punishing scammers like you and merciless people like you." Zhou Xuanji coldly harumphed as he blasted out. Hearing this, Bai Hao Yisin felt a surge of emotions. He liked Zhou Xuanji's attitude. Traces of heavenly lightning wrapped around Zhou Xuanji's body, making him look like a god of thunder, incredibly domineering. He directly used 10,000 ultimate steps and appeared behind Xianyuan Zhou. Puqi, blood spurted out of Xianyuan Zhou's chest, and his expression changed drastically as he exclaimed inwardly, "So fast." He understood that he could no longer hold back. He turned and struck out with his palm, and Zhou Xuanji blocked it with his sword. Rumble! The two powerful forces clashed together, shaking the heavenly palace. The wind forced Bai Hao Yisin against the wall, unable to move. He looked at the two of them in horror, feeling as though his body would explode at any moment. Damn it! If he was at his peak, how could he allow them to be so arrogant? Xianyuan Zhou's body shone with a powerful light. A beam of light broke through the roof and shone on his body, causing his aura to soar. The might of heaven is vast and mighty. Do you think you can resist the might of heaven just because you have a divine sword? What right do mortals have to fight against the heavens? Xianyuan Tian said in a low voice. He raised his right hand, and a powerful light shined out of his palm, turning into a sword of light. The tip of the sword stretched out and pierced through the wall of wind in front of him, wanting to pierce through Zhou Xuanji's throat. The thousand-hand sword Buddha came out of Zhou Xuanji's body and devoured him in an instant. 1,000 golden arms grew out of its back, each holding a sword, and furiously slashed out. Dang! The thousand-hand sword Buddha's arms were all repelled. Zhou Xuanji threw out Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment with his right hand. Ranged sword propelling. Puqi, Xianyuan Zhou's chest was directly pierced through, and his entire body froze. Bai Hao Yisin once again stared with wide eyes, unable to believe his eyes. Could this boy really defeat the heavens? Heavens, please bestow upon me divine power to sweep away demons. Xianyuan Zhou roared as another beam of light descended, shining on his body, causing his aura to once again explosively rise. Numerous clones, shining with powerful light, surrounded Zhou Xuanji. Now, Zhou Xuanji could finally sense Xianyuan Zhou's spirit energy. It was incredibly dazzling. He was even more powerful than the injured Jihuang Demon Lord, Lu Tiange, and Han Daozi. In fact, he even felt an intense sense of danger. He was now holding the intimidating spirit legendary sword, but he still felt a sense of danger. What did this mean? He did not dare to let down his guard and directly unleashed the Sealing Dream sword formation. Legendary swords lined up in front of him, pointing at Xianyuan Zhou. In less than 2 breaths of time, the sword formation was completed. Holding Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment, he stabbed out. All of the legendary swords gave off sword chi, which turned into a hexagram of light and shot forward. They hit Xianyuan Zhou's body in an instant, making him unable to move. Heavens, please bestow upon me glory, unhindered by evil energy. Xianyuan Zhou cried out again. Another beam of light descended, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack. The powerful aura made Bai Hao Yisin quickly crawl toward the Heavenly Palace's gates. His spirit energy was sealed by Xianyuan Zhou, and he was heavily injured, so he could only crawl. Boom! Xianyuan Zhou suddenly broke free from the Sealing Dream sword formation and came before the thousand-hand sword Buddha with a single step. He slammed his palm into Zhou Xuanji's chest. So fast, this was the only word in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Next, he felt as if his organs were on fire, and the world spun around him. He crashed through the heavenly palace's walls and fell down. Xinyuan Zhou was also pushed back by the impact, and he almost flew out of the heavenly palace's gates. He mumbled to himself, "World reincarnation is really powerful. Created by a divine lord, no wonder it could reign supreme for countless years." At the same time, Zhou Xuanji steadied himself. He was high up in the sky. Above him was a dark, starry sky, mysterious and beautiful. Below him was a sea of clouds, and he could not see the ground. He was shocked in his heart. If he fell like this, would he shatter into pieces? He looked up and saw a stone palace levitating 10,000 meters above him. From the outside, it looked simple and ordinary, not as luxurious as the inside. Under his gaze, Xinyuan Zhou walked out from the gates and looked down at him from the stairs. "Zhou Xuanji, I'll give you one more chance. Kneel down and submit to me, and become the next Tian, and I will let you live." Xinyuan Zhou stared at Zhou Xuanji and said coldly, "In this era, there were not many good seedlings who could become Tian, let alone a genius like Zhou Xuanji. I'll say it again. I don't believe in heaven." Zhou Xuanji was disgusted by Xinyuan Zhou's tone. He spoke as if he was going to die for sure. Zhou Xuanji activated the other legendary swords and activated the Hades god-slaying formation. At the same time, he transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon and charged toward Xinyuan Zhou with a roar. Xinyuan Zhou waved his right hand, and a silver saber appeared in his hand. "Since you insist on going about things the wrong way, then die." Just as he spoke, the 5-clawed golden dragon arrived below the heavenly palace. The 5-clawed golden dragon was 3,000 meters long and looked incredibly domineering, as if the ancestral dragon had appeared. "Martial punishment power," Zhou Xuanji furiously roared. Following this, a layer of blue flames covered the 5-clawed golden dragon, and his speed increased drastically. Xinyuan Zhou slashed out with his saber. In the next second, he was devoured by the 5-clawed golden dragon, and half of the heavenly palace was taken away. Bai Hao Yisin also fell down from the sky. "Little friend Xuanji, save me," he cried out in despair and quickly disappeared into the sea of clouds. Come, Wonderful Book House. Chapter 300. The 5-clawed golden dragon charged up but was stopped by a formless barrier. Zhou Xuanji deactivated the 5-clawed golden dragon form. With heavenly retribution martial punishment in his hand, he penetrated Xinyuan Zhou's chest and pinned him to the formless barrier. Their eyes met, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. This power, heavenly retribution martial punishment? This sword is a sect treasure even in the upper realm. Where did you get it? Could it be from the Xianxia map? Xinyuan Zhou asked with a frown, as though he could not feel the pain. Zhou Xuanji's heart sank. Even this could not kill him. He jerked his right hand and activated the 6-path sword shadow before slashing with the sky-dominating divine sword. 5 streams of sword qi collided with Xinyuan Zhou with tremendous momentum, but no damage was done. Xinyuan Zhou was protected by the divine radiance. Other than the heavenly retribution martial punishment on his chest, no other legendary swords or moves could hurt him. Just when Zhou Xuanji was about to continue, a formless energy burst out and sent him flying away. Absolute power, power that surpassed mortals. Even with the power of martial punishment, Zhou Xuanji felt that his body was about to explode. So powerful, if not for heavenly retribution martial punishment, he would have been killed instantly. "I'll let you taste the power of heaven," Xinyuan Zhou said coldly as he looked down at Zhou Xuanji from above. Next, countless beams of light shot out from his body and shot toward Zhou Xuanji like a storm. They were so fast that they surpassed the speed of wind and lightning. Zhou Xuanji quickly swung his sword and deflected the beams of light. At the same time, the Hades god-slaying formation was formed. A massive black hole appeared. Deafening roars came from within, making everyone panic. Xianxia looked over and recognized this formation. Hades' god-slaying formation. I didn't expect you to learn this formation, he said with a deep frown. It was his first time seeing someone who could set up the Hades god-slaying formation alone. A massive skeletal hand reached out from the black hole. Zhou Xuanji glanced at it with his peripheral vision and felt a sense of anticipation in his heart. I hope it's a powerful helper. Soon, a flaming skeleton that was hundreds of meters tall climbed out. Its body was like a human's. Flames wrapped around its body like a layer of armor. There were 2 balls of green flames in its eyes, just like its pupils. It was eerie and frightening as it locked its gaze on Xianxia. There was a loud bang. Flaming bones charged directly at Xianxia at an extremely fast speed, stirring up gusts of hot wind. Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and an arrow-like beam of light shot out, scattering the flames and bones. Countless bone fragments floated in the air like white flowers. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He was killed instantly just like that. Damn it. He looked so impressive when he made his entrance just now. Who would have thought that he was only good for show, but useless? Enraged, he used the Emperor's Way 1,000-hand sword Buddha again. It was 600 meters tall, and its 1,000 hands held the sword as it slashed towards Xianxia. Facing the 1,000-hand sword Buddha's torrential attacks, Xianxia was quickly suppressed because his attacks were directly reflected by world reincarnation. This was equivalent to him and Zhou Xuanji's combined attacks, and he had no choice but to dodge. Such powerful strength. This kid didn't use his full strength just now. Xianxia was inwardly shocked, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. This kid must die. He raised his hands, and lightning intertwined in his palms, exuding an imposing aura. Heavenly thunder. With heavenly lightning in his hand, he rushed towards Zhou Xuanji. At this moment, the thunderclap sword entered the 1,000-hand sword Buddha's body suddenly. Next, the 1,000 giant golden swords in the 1,000-hand sword Buddha's hands transformed into thunderclap swords. Heavenly lightning coiled around the blades as they slashed towards Xianxia. How can it be? Xianxia opened his eyes wide. Although he saw Zhou Xuanji use heavenly lightning, it was not much. Looking at it again, this thunderclap sword Buddha's domineering aura was not inferior to his at all. Zhou Xuanji did not care about his shock and continued to attack wildly. The Emperor's Way 1,000-hand sword Buddha demonstrated its domineering aura. Its strength could topple mountains and rivers, and its chi could pierce through the sky. No matter how skillful Xianxia was, he was beaten into a sorry state. Xianxia, you are still far from Tian. Zhou Xuanji mocked with a cold smile, but he was a little puzzled in his heart. Why did the World Fool's sword not work on Xianxia? Could it be that this guy had really forsaken his emotions? Xianxia did not reply, but looked for an opening calmly. The Xianxia map provided Zhou Xuanji with endless spirit energy, which allowed him to unleash his full power without reservation. The golden radiance on his body grew more dazzling. At the same time, many humans and demons in the northern wilderness region discovered that another sun had appeared in the sky. The golden radiance shone brightly and seemed to be moving slightly. What's that? Why is there a second sun? It's an ominous sign. Senior, can you go up and take a look? I tried to fly up just now, but I sense an extremely powerful might. If I get any closer, I will die. What's going on? There wasn't any before. All sorts of shocked voices sounded out on the ground. Zhou Xuanji did not know what was happening below. He only had eyes for Xianxia. He must kill this guy today, or else he would die. The Emperor's Way 1,000-hand sword Buddha raised all of its giant swords. The 1,000 swords merged into one, forming a horrifying legendary sword that was thousands of meters long and slashed out furiously. Xianxia could not dodge in time and was slashed by the sword. Boom! A world-shaking explosion sounded out. A powerful radiance burst out, and Zhou Xuanji felt as if the world had lost its color. This slash contained his full power and was extremely domineering. Even if he was facing Jihuang Demon Lord, he was confident that he could kill him instantly with one slash. On the ground below, countless humans and demons were in an uproar. From their point of view, the second sun seemed to have exploded. At Skyfall, Xianxia, the old man, Xiao Jinghong, and the others were worried about Zhou Xuanji. Look! Meng Tianlang suddenly pointed in a direction and cried out, which attracted everyone's attention. There was a ball of golden radiance in the sky. It was extremely far away and looked like the sun at first glance. What's that? Daoya old man divined instinctively, but he vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. On the other side, in the forest, Xianxia walked slowly. Suddenly, she leaped up into the air and looked up. She squinted her eyes and mumbled, "Who's fighting that? This aura?" She was shocked in her heart. Could it be Yangdi? Then who was the other person? When did such a powerful being appear in the northern wilderness region? Could it be the revival of an ancient powerhouse? The Emperor's Wei Thousand Hand Sword Buddha stopped. Zhou Xuanji was within its body and panted continuously. That slash just now had exhausted him. If not for the Tianxia map replenishing his spirit energy, he might have fallen straight down and shattered into pieces. His eyes were fixed on the front. The clouds and smoke dissipated, and Xianyuan Zhou's silhouette appeared slowly. Lightning flashed around him vaguely. Xianyuan Zhou was covered in blood, and his white ribs were exposed. He looked miserable and horrifying, like a malicious ghost that crawled out from hell. His breathing was weak, and he was also panting continuously. "Zhou Xuanji, you are powerful indeed. You already have the power to fight against a third tribulation-scattered immortal." He spoke in a stutter, as though he was at the end of his rope. "But, heaven, please bestow me faith and fear no evil demons." Calm. Wonderful Bookhouse. Chapter 301. Hearing Xianyuan Zhou's words, Zhou Xuanji's expression slightly changed. Not good. Just as he was about to make a move, a beam of light descended from the sky and shone on his body. Immediately, his injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart. This guy was cheating. If this went on, how were they supposed to fight? If he kept asking for help from the heavens, wouldn't he be unkillable? Without hesitation, he swung his sword again. Although this sword was not as domineering as before, it was not far off. Dang! A metallic sound came, and Zhou Xuanji's expression froze. Xianyuan Zhou raised his right hand and blocked the sword with his palm. How is this possible? Zhou Xuanji was greatly shocked. Damn! Could it be any more ridiculous? Xianyuan Zhou's expression became incredibly cold, and his gaze pierced through the thousand-hand sword Buddha as he stared at Zhou Xuanji. He said coldly, "Zhou Xuanji, you are very powerful, and your talent is not inferior to the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. You indeed have the right to be called the Sword Emperor of the present age. However, you are facing the heavens that created all things. You're not a match for me. Just pray that you don't have the Emperor's chi in your next life. Otherwise, you will repeat the same mistake." After that, he slammed the golden legendary sword into the thousand-hand sword Buddha and shattered it. The shockwave from his palm slammed into the thousand-hand sword Buddha and dispersed it immediately. Zhou Xuanji flew back and vomited blood. His body spun and fell to the ground. Xianyuan Zhou grabbed at the air with his right hand, stopping Zhou Xuanji. This sudden stop made Zhou Xuanji feel as if the world was spinning. His internal organs felt as if they were twisted into a ball, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Xianyuan Zhou's gaze became colder and sharper, and a blade of light appeared in front of him, preparing to end Zhou Xuanji's life. At this moment, a figure appeared behind him out of nowhere. It was the heartless great emperor, Baihao Yisin. His expression was extremely cold, and a diagram of a dragon and phoenix intertwining appeared on his forehead. His right hand shot out like lightning, piercing through Xianyuan Zhou's chest. In an instant, Xianyuan Zhou's body stiffened. Heartless, Xianyuan Zhou's expression changed as he said in a trembling voice. Zhou Xuanji lost his restraints and fell straight down. Blood leaked out of Baihao Isin's mouth as he coldly laughed and said, "Compared to the past Tian, you're too weak, and you still want to kill this emperor? Die." Blue light suddenly burst forth from their bodies. Streaks of light appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around Xianyuan Zhou. Zhou Xuanji, who was falling, opened his eyes wide. This guy didn't die from the fall. He did not stop and continued to descend. It would be best if Xianyuan Zhou and Baihao Isin perish together. Emperor Heartless, you are indeed talented. Sadly, you are now a reincarnated body. Xianyuan Zhou did not panic and said coldly, "Since that's the case, then let's die together. The heavens will revive me, but you won't even have the chance to reincarnate." Hearing this, Baihao Isin's expression changed. Before he could say anything, Xianyuan Zhou detonated himself. Bang! Zhou Xuanji, who was on the ground, felt a massive force descending from the sky. His robe was torn to shreds, and he coughed up blood again. The speed of his descent increased drastically. Damn! Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart and looked a little terrified. He felt that his bones and tendons were broken, and he had no strength to stabilize himself. If he were to fall like this, he would definitely die a horrible death. At the same time, the northern wilderness region was in an uproar. Looking up from the ground, the second sun first disappeared and then exploded. The scene was rather shocking. Exploded? What the hell happened? Be careful. There might be a natural disaster later. It's a sign of a great calamity. I have an uneasy feeling too. The people discussed among themselves, and rumors were born. East of the northern wilderness region, in a small village by the coast, the villagers knelt before a stone platform with devout expressions and fervent eyes. On the stone platform, there was an old priest. His face was covered in colorful paint, and he was mumbling to himself as he danced a strange dance. Beside him, there were 3 white pigs and a cow, as well as many fruits. All the villagers were looking at the massive explosion in the sky. May the gods protect us. Please help us slay the demon and return peace to our village. The old priest waved his hands and chanted with his eyes closed. Look, something is falling. A young man stood up and cried out excitedly as he pointed at the sky. Everyone looked over and saw that something was indeed falling. It was Zhou Xuanji. Seeing that he was about to fall, Zhou Xuanji's heart burned with anxiety. His speed was already at the limit, and if he fell like this, he would definitely die a horrible death. Even with golden invincibility, he could not withstand the horrifying pressure of falling from such a height. Numerous legendary swords flew below him and stacked on top of each other to slow him down. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and used his mind to control the 2 souls of the ancient god sword. Saber Monarch Donghai, Demon Lord Ru Yuan. The 2 souls appeared and pressed on his chest to slow him down. His speed began to decrease tremendously. Boom! Zhou Xuanji and the legendary swords crashed into a thatched hut, sweeping up a cloud of dust and causing the ground to shake. The instant he landed, Zhou Xuanji quickly stored the legendary swords into the supreme storage. After that, he fainted on the spot. Up in the sky, a silhouette appeared out of nowhere. It was Yang Di. Looking at the floating rocks in front of him, he frowned slightly. Because of Xianyuan Zhou's self-explosion, the heavenly palace was shattered, and his and Baihao Isin's corpses were nowhere to be seen. Such a powerful battle aura. There's someone like this hiding in the northern wilderness region? No, could it be Tian? Yang Di mumbled to himself with curiosity on his face. He was not afraid of the mysterious, powerful cultivator. Instead, he was a little excited. He had been invincible for 3,000 years and lonely for 3,000 years. With a smile, he turned and left. About an hour after he left, a pillar of light descended. Next, Xianyuan Zhou walked out with a pale face. Great Emperor Heartless, Xianyuan Zhou mumbled to himself. A tinge of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Today's battle had almost killed him. It also made him realize that he should not underestimate those invincible great emperors who had once dominated an era. He took a deep breath and sat down in the sky. He began to regulate his aura. Although he had been reborn, it would take him a long time to recover to his peak. Some time later, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes slowly. A young face came into his vision. The face was red, and a stream of crystal-clear liquid flowed from his nose. It was very long and was about to drip into his mouth. "This is," Zhou Xuanji thought in confusion. "Mucus? What the?" Zhou Xuanji immediately turned his head in fear. He wanted to get up, but his body was in excruciating pain. He could not move at all and could only move his neck. The little boy sniffed and sucked the mucus into his nose. "The immortal is awake." He got up in joy and cried out. He hopped out of the wooden hut, leaving Zhou Xuanji to lie on the bed and doubt his life. Memories flooded his mind like a tidal wave. A while later, he came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. "I almost died. Fortunately, Bai Hao Yisin had a trump card up his sleeve. Sword Spirit, how long have I been lying here?" Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart. He could sense that most of his broken bones had recovered, but he still needed to rest for a while. A little more than a month. The sword owner is already 37 years old. Oh, what did I get? Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 302. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 37 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations. The sword owner has obtained Amethyst, Flowing Color Piercing Sword, Heavenly Soul, Cold Abyss Spirit Harvester Sword, Universal Attraction. The sword spirit's voice sounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, repeating to him what he had gained when he was 37 years old. 2 divine swords. One of them was a Heavenly Soul divine sword. Apart from that, he also obtained a sword art manual, which was quite generous. Zhou Xuanji's mood improved. Next, 6 lines of small words appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Flowing Heart-Piercing Sword Grade. Amethyst description, a sword made from a 10,000-year-old flowing color stone. Once pierced by an enemy, the flowing color poison will invade the enemy's heart and corrode their cultivation. Sword name, Cold Abyss Spirit Harvester Level. Heavenly Soul description, gathers the spiritual chi of the world and can freeze anything, turning it into a world of ice. This sword is extremely powerful, so use it cautiously. The description of the 2 swords seemed to be very powerful and could increase his strength. As for the primal restoration, he did not inherit it. Instead, he pulled out the Holy Light Redemption Sword and pierced it into his chest while the blade stood upright in the air. At this moment, a group of villagers rushed in, and when they saw Zhou Xuanji stabbed by the Holy Light Redemption Sword, they immediately panicked. "Immortal! Someone tried to assassinate an immortal. Be careful, there are enemies." "Who did it?" The villagers were enraged and were about to help Zhou Xuanji draw the sword. He was so frightened that he hurriedly shouted, "Don't move. This sword is my magic tool." As soon as he said that, the villagers were stunned and stopped what they were doing. Magic item? Someone's expression changed immediately. Zhou Xuanji did not panic. If anyone dared to act recklessly, he could use his will to control his sword and kill them. However, he found that his storage ring was still there, which meant that the villagers had no ill intentions. An old man with a walking stick walked shakily to the side of the bed. He tried his best to open his murky eyes wide and said, "Immortal, please help our village eliminate the demon. If you don't help, our village will be eaten by the demon." Zhou Xuanji agreed immediately. "Let me rest for a few days, and I will help you eliminate the demon. If not for these villagers, he might have already been eaten by demons." He could agree to such a small matter. He didn't ask how powerful the monster was. He looked down on all the demons in the world. Hearing Zhou Xuanji's promise, the villagers were overjoyed and expressed their gratitude. After that, the group of people tactfully left. Zhou Xuanji lay on the bed and continued to recuperate. He thought about Xianxia and wondered how she was doing. She must still be thinking about him. However, with Daoya old man around, he believed that no one would do anything rash. After thinking about it, he closed his eyes and let the sword spirit pass on the myriad returnants. A large amount of memories forcefully drilled into his mind. After a while, he fused the memories of universal attraction. The universal attraction was indeed a sword technique, but it was not an offensive sword technique. However, its destructive power was not inferior to that of the Emperor's Wei thousand-hand sword Buddha. It could absorb all objects and living beings around it and draw closer to the swordmaster. If one were to stand in front of a city wall, they would be able to directly destroy it. If it was on the battlefield, it could suck all the enemy soldiers in front of it, incomparably domineering. At the same time, this sword technique was controlled by the swordmaster's spiritual power. In other words, he could select the target of absorption. As for the range of the universal attraction, it depended on the swordmaster's cultivation. As long as he was strong enough, he could even suck in the sun in the sky. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes, and surprise flashed in his eyes. Such a domineering sword technique. If he used the Emperor's Wei thousand-hand sword Buddha and universal attraction at the same time, he would be invincible. Even if he did not use the Emperor's Wei thousand-hand sword Buddha, he could still crush everything with world reincarnation and universal attraction. Zhou Xuanji's breathing hastened. He knew that his power was going to increase again. However, when he thought about Xianyuan Zhou's power of heaven, his burning heart cooled down again. Universal attraction alone could not defeat Xianyuan Zhou. The most important thing was still his own cultivation. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He had a feeling that Xianyuan Zhou would not die just like that. What was the saying? Evil lives for 1,000 years. He stopped thinking about it and focused on recuperating. At Skyfall, Jiang Shui found Daoya Old Man and asked with gritted teeth, "Are we really going to wait?" A month passed. Zhou Xuanji had not returned, and there was no news from him. She was worried every day and could not focus on cultivation. Trust him. Moreover, we can't find him. What if something happens to you when he returns? Daoya Old Man comforted her. He did not have much confidence in himself. His opponent was Tian after all. Jiang Shui left with her head lowered. Her hands were tightly clenched in her sleeves. If Xianxia were here, Daoya Old Man would not stop her. He did not trust Zhou Xuanji completely, but he had no other choice. The more she thought about it, the more upset she felt. She felt aggrieved and terrified. If something happened to Zhou Xuanji, what was the point of her remaining in this world? Halfway up the mountain, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Songjian, and Meng Tianlang were teaching the second-generation disciples. Meng Tianlang walked to Xiao Jinghong's side and asked softly, "Why is Master not back yet? Did something happen to him?" During this period of time, he learned about how terrifying Tian was from Ning Zifeng. He had a bad premonition. No matter how powerful Zhou Xuanji was, could he fight against heaven? "He will come back," Xiao Jinghong replied calmly as he wiped his sword. He was not worried about Zhou Xuanji at all. Meng Tianlang was stunned. He wanted to say something, but stopped, thinking about it. Zhou Xuanji came this far not because of good luck, but because he overcame all obstacles and killed powerful cultivators. He had encountered such a situation before. The moon set and the sun rose. After a day of treatment, Zhou Xuanji could already get off his bed and walk. The spirit energy in his body began to recover, helping him to heal his tendons, inner pellet, astral infant, and dantian. If this continued, he would be able to recover to his peak in less than half a month. Other cultivators had to train their spirit energy again after they were severely injured. But he did not need to. The Xianxia map had already stored a massive amount of spirit energy. This morning, a teenager, who was a little over 10 years old, sneaked into the wooden hut carefully. He had a tiger-looking face and slightly tanned skin. His eyes were filled with cunning. He walked to the bed softly and saw that Zhou Xuanji was still sleeping. He rolled his eyes and knelt down straight away, kowtowing to Zhou Xuanji. "Celestial teacher, can you take me as your disciple? I want to protect my village." His voice was sonorous and full of determination. Zhou Xuanji did not answer him, but pretended to be asleep. The teenager did not get up, but continued to kneel. Time passed, second by second, until noon. The teenager knelt until his legs were numb. His body trembled slightly and looked like he would fall any time. Zhou Xuanji got up and said unpleasantly, "You are so weak. How can you take me as your teacher?" The teenager looked up in fear. His face was filled with fear and trepidation. Zhou Xuanji did not look at him, but at the sky outside the window. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the demonic qi soared into the sky. Interesting. So it's him. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself with a playful look on his face. The teenager looked back and saw the demonic clouds outside the window. He was frightened out of his wits. That evil demon is here again. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 303. On top of the mountain, Zhuang Huisheng sat on a throne with 4 transformed demons standing beside him. His face was cold and stern, and there was a murderous aura between his brows. He was the son of demon monarch Gulen. Back then, when Zhou Xuanji was collecting Northern Valiant Sword, he happened to encounter him entering the kingdom to capture Princess Xianxia. Zhou Xuanji relied on defeating him to become famous across Great Zhou. At the foot of the mountain was a mountain village. Looking in the direction of the village, one could see the boundless blue ocean. At this moment, the villagers gathered and knelt in front of the hill, looking up at Zhuang Huisheng. Your Majesty, there aren't many virgin boys and girls left in the village. Why don't we use other things to exchange? The old village chief asked cautiously, his face full of fear. He prayed in his heart for the immortal master to act quickly. Zhou Xuanji was still recuperating, so he did not dare to expose himself. Otherwise, if Zhou Xuanji died, their village would be razed to the ground. Zhuang Huisheng looked down at him and coldly said, "Isn't it merciful to let you have a pair of virgin boys and girls in half a year? If it were any other demon monarch, all of you would have been eaten." Bang! A bolt of lightning struck down from the dark clouds and landed behind Zhuang Huisheng. The lightning flashed, causing his face to flicker between light and dark, making him look even more terrifying. "I'll count to 10. If you don't hand over a young boy and girl under the age of 6, you can forget about living today." Zhuang Huisheng said coldly, his tone impatient. If it weren't for the fact that there were few people along the coast, he would have massacred this village long ago. Yo, the Demon Emperor's son has quite the temper. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji's laughter came, and everyone turned to look. Zhuang Huisheng was stunned. Zhou Xuanji walked out of a wooden house with a swarthy young man. He was wearing a new set of white clothes and held the Holy Light Redemption sword in a reverse grip. The blade of the sword cut his arm and stuck to it. "It's you." Zhuang Huisheng was so frightened that his face turned pale. He immediately got up and prepared to escape. "Stop!" Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly, which frightened Zhuang Huisheng so much that he did not dare to move, as though he was struck by lightning. He was trembling with fear. The other 4 demons became afraid as well. Although they did not recognize Zhou Xuanji, to be able to scare Zhuang Huisheng to such an extent, he must have a powerful background. The villagers were all dumbfounded. The moment the immortal master appeared, this evil demon was scared witless. "Come down," Zhou Xuanji said coldly. Zhuang Huisheng turned around stiffly and flew down the mountain, trembling. He walked up to Zhou Xuanji and lowered his head, not daring to look in his eyes. Once, he hated Zhou Xuanji to the core. But ever since Zhou Xuanji killed Huangquan Drake King, Jihuang Demon Lord, and Nether Ghost, he did not dare to be jealous anymore. He was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would think of such a powerful cultivator again. Otherwise, even his father, Demon Monarch Gulen, would not be able to stop him. "Have you fallen so low that you have to eat virgin boys and girls?" Zhou Xuanji patted Zhuang Huisheng's face and asked with a smile. But his laughter was filled with murderous intent, which made everyone feel as though they were in a cold cellar. Zhuang Huisheng was so frightened that he fell to his knees. His face was covered in cold sweat as he gritted his teeth and said, "Sword Emperor, I didn't want to eat it. I had no choice, Sword Emperor." The villagers were shocked. They did not know much about the northern wilderness region as they were isolated from the rest of the world, so they could only feel shocked. Zhuang Huisheng, who was undefeatable in their eyes, was less than a dog before Zhou Xuanji. The dark-skinned youth clenched his fists and trembled with excitement. How domineering! He had to acknowledge him as his master. "Oh, tell me about it," Zhou Xuanji asked. He was not in a hurry to kill Zhuang Huisheng. This guy's cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of 5th rank. Compared to before, he had great improvements. But in Zhou Xuanji's eyes, he was just an ant that he could kill easily. Even though he had not recovered from his injuries, he could still kill him easily. In order to survive, Zhuang Huisheng told the truth. Ever since the demons were defeated, Demon Monarch Gulen had to retreat with his subordinates. They were too close to Great Zhou, and Great Zhou had produced another second in the world. How could they not be afraid? In order to cultivate peacefully, they traveled through mountains and rivers. All the prosperous lands of the demons were occupied by powerful demons. After much difficulty, they finally came to the eastern coastal area. But there was a 9th-rank great demon here who was extremely horrifying. He forced them to collect virgin boys and girls, or else they would either get lost or die. That demon seemed to have obtained some treasure and needed pure yang and yin blood to nurture it. Zhuang Huixing mumbled. Toward the end, his voice became softer and softer, as though he was afraid. Zhou Xuanji understood what he meant. He wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. You want me to kill him for you? Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes. Zhuang Huisheng did not dare to reply. After that, he asked Zhuang Huisheng to lead the way. If he killed Zhuang Huisheng and the 9th-rank great demon today, there would be other demons to bully this village in the future. He already had a plan in mind. Zhuang Huisheng was pleasantly surprised and immediately led the way. Looking at their backs, the villagers were in an uproar. Celestial Teacher is so powerful. What Celestial Teacher? He's the Sword Emperor. Sword Emperor? Such a majestic name. Isn't he the most powerful person in the world? Of course. He fell from such a high place and did not shatter into pieces. We are finally saved. The villagers discussed excitedly, and some of them hugged each other and cried bitterly. Those who cried were those who lost their children. The tanned young man looked up and did not come to his senses for a long time. They flew along the way. Standing on Zhuang Huisheng's demon cloud, Zhou Xuanji listened to Zhuang Huisheng's introduction quietly. The 9th-rank great demon was called Tiger Monarch Fudi. He had been hiding among the demons. After the demons were defeated, he had to retreat to the seaside. Only by staying as far away from the humans as possible could he feel safe. Demon Monarch Gulen had already submitted to Tiger Monarch Fudi. After passing through a forest, they came to a mountain that was thousands of meters tall. The mountain looked like 2 mountains that were pieced together. There was a depression in the middle, and there were many caves and valleys. Many demon beasts circled in the air, and many shape-shifted great demons were cultivating in the forest. Demonic chi gathered together, and it was hard to see the sun in this area. Later, I will pretend, Zhuang Huisheng whispered to Zhou Xuanji and was about to tell him his plan. Zhou Xuanji focused his eyes, and the thunderclap sword appeared above his head. With a loud whoosh, it slashed toward Zhuang Huisheng's words. The thunderclap sword penetrated into the mountain like a bolt of lightning. Dust exploded, and countless rocks flew up. All the demons in the mountain were alarmed. All sorts of cries resounded. Enemy attack. What happened? Everyone be careful. Prepare for battle. Who is it? Over there. Countless demons dashed out from the forest toward Zhou Xuanji. Numerous legendary swords appeared out of thin air and slashed toward the demons with extreme speed. Their throats were slit, and their blood splattered across the sky. Their corpses fell to the ground. Zhuang Huisheng stood beside Zhou Xuanji, and his heart was pounding. He knew what the second in the world meant, but only after witnessing it with his own eyes did he feel awe. He glanced at Zhou Xuanji with the corner of his eyes. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji's expression was indifferent, he was shocked. I'm afraid that he alone can turn the entire demon race upside down. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 304. Tiger Emperor Fu Di. Right? Hurry up and come out. Zhou Xuanji ignored Zhuang Huisheng's gaze and shouted. His voice resounded through the clouds and shook the forest, scaring the other demons that rushed over to stop. Looking at the dozens of divine swords wreaking havoc in the air, they were scared out of their wits. So many swords. Could he be the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji? What? Impossible. Why is Zhou Xuanji here? It's over. The Sword Emperor is here. Quickly run. Even Ji Zun died his hands. We can't resist. So many swords. Apart from the Sword Emperor, who else has such capability? The demons cried out in shock. All of them were terrified and continuously retreated, not daring to get close to Zhou Xuanji. Within the demon race, Zhou Xuanji's intimidation was definitely the greatest, and he could not even compare to Yang Di. The top 10 monsters of the Northern Wilderness top 100 were all killed by him. It could even be said that Zhou Xuanji had single-handedly destroyed the demon race's top-tier battle power. Zhuang Huixing broke out in a cold sweat. Was this the tyranny of a sword emperor? The moment he opened his mouth, it was enough to make him tremble in fear. Roar! A tiger's roar exploded, shaking the clouds. Immediately after, a gust of demonic wind flew out from the mountain stream on the mountain peak. When the demonic wind dissipated, a man with a tiger head and a human body could be seen. His body was tall and sturdy, and his tiger fur was black, so his tiger head looked extremely baleful. It was the Fudi Tiger Emperor. He looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously, but did not dare to say anything. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Zhou Xuanji, what do you want? I didn't offend you." Zhou Xuanji looked at Tiger Monarch Fudi indifferently and said, "That mountain village saved my life. You captured so many young boys and girls. It's time for you to pay with your life." After saying that, all the divine swords shot towards the Fudi Tiger Monarch. Xiao! Xiao! Swoosh! Each of the divine swords had a dragon-shaped sword chi entwined around them, giving off a majestic aura. The Fudi Tiger Monarch was so startled that he took out his twin axes and hurriedly dodged. Zhou Xuanji's hands hung by their sides, his right hand still gripping the Holy Light Redemption Sword as he coldly watched the battle. Now, 9th-stage great demons were nothing in his eyes. Even though he was heavily injured and had yet to fully recover, he was still confident that he could kill him. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was able to make Tiger Monarch Fudi so helpless without even helping, all the demons were in an uproar. Too powerful. Zhuang Huixing swallowed his saliva and began a plan. How could he bury the hatchet with Zhou Xuanji? He thought of the mountain village and suddenly had an idea. In the distance, a green-robed man stood in the forest, followed by dozens of great demons. He was Zhuang Huixing's father, Demon Monarch Gulen. In his human form, he had a scholarly temperament. It was difficult for mortals to tell that he was a demon. He stared at Zhou Xuanji, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. So powerful, he was quite confused. Zhou Xuanji had cultivated for less than 40 years. So how could he be so powerful? Xianxia map? Talent? Even so, this was too much of a blow. His thoughts were the same as Zhuang Huixing's. They began to plot to eliminate the hatred between him and Zhou Xuanji. At that moment, the ancient god sword released the souls of two powerful beings. Saber Monarch Donghai, Demon Lord Ru Yuan. The two great cultivators simultaneously struck out with their palms, striking Tiger Monarch Fudi's chest. Puff! The Fudi Tiger Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into the forest. The Cold Abyss Spirit Gatherer sword rotated at high speed and descended from the sky, smashing into the ground. In an instant, a wave of cold air exploded, freezing the forest within 1,000 meters into a world of ice and snow. The powerful Tiger Monarch Fudi was already frozen into an ice sculpture and could not move. He struggled with all his might to break out of the ice. At this moment, the colorful heart-piercing sword pierced through his chest. Ah! Tiger Monarch Fudi cried out miserably, which made all the demons shudder in fear. Zhou Xuanji flew up to him and pressed his right hand on the layer of ice to absorb his demonic energy. Soon, Tiger Monarch Fudi stopped screaming. Trapped in the ice, he stared at Zhou Xuanji with hatred. He wanted to tear Zhou Xuanji into pieces. Zhou Xuanji watched him die expressionlessly. After Tiger Monarch Fudi's demonic energy was sucked dry, the surrounding ice dissipated. The forest became wet as though it had just experienced a heavy downpour. Zhou Xuanji stored his sword and walked into the mountain where tiger monarch Fu Di lived. He wanted to see what kind of treasure it was. Shuang Huisheng gritted his teeth and did not follow. Instead, he waited on the spot. Soon his father, Demon Monarch Gulen, flew over. "What happened?" Demon Monarch Gulen said with a deep voice. "Why did Zhuang Huisheng bring such a murderous god here?" Zhuang Huisheng smiled bitterly and told him what happened. He was puzzled as well. Why did Zhou Xuanji appear in this area? At the same time, Zhou Xuanji flew into the mountain stream and quickly entered a cave. He scanned the entire mountain with his mind and found many young boys and girls. There were also countless human corpses. It was like hell on earth. Because of his arrival, the demons in the mountain had already escaped, so he was not in a hurry to save the children. Soon, he came to a cave that was glowing with a faint purple light. There was a flower that was as tall as a human near the cave wall. It was budding and swayed with the wind that passed through the cave. The flower was bright red and extremely beautiful. A faintly discernible aroma wafted in the cave. Zhou Xuanji immediately held his breath and stopped smelling the aroma. Looking down from the red flower, he could see many white bones. Judging from the size of the bones, they belonged to children. He walked up to the red flower and took out the wind-cutter sword, preparing to cut it down. At this moment, the red flower blossomed suddenly. Its petals turned into a bloody mouth and bit toward him. Zhou Xuanji activated Sword Qi Soar straight away. Sword Qi emanated from his body and shredded the flower. He frowned slightly. Could this flower be the extraordinary treasure? He focused his eyes and noticed a fingernail-sized red pearl hovering near the red flower. It was as red as blood. "Mortal, I advise you to leave this place and not disturb me. Or else, no matter how many tribulations scattered immortals you are, I will extract your soul and refine it so that you will never be able to reincarnate." An eerie female voice came. The voice was a little hoarse, as though an old woman was speaking. Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes, "Tell me your name. You are so arrogant. Are you more powerful than heaven?" She did not even take great tribulations scattered immortals seriously. Could it be that some ancient powerhouse was hiding here? Heaven? Humph, you are quite knowledgeable. If I was at my peak, even heaven would avoid me. This sovereign's name, if I say it out loud, you will be scared to death. My name is Old Mother One. The eerie female voice came from the blood pearl again, which stunned Zhou Xuanji. Old Mother. He was dumbfounded. He had never heard of her before. He could not be bothered to deal with it. He directly activated World Reincarnation, and a purple Taiji diagram appeared on his forehead. He reached out with his left hand and grabbed the blood bead. As expected, waves of spiritual power surged out from the blood bead and were repelled by World Reincarnation. World Reincarnation. How is this possible? Old Mother Wan cried out in terror, as if she had met her mortal enemy. At this moment, a black silhouette emerged from the ground nearby. He was shrouded in darkness and could not be identified. He looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously and roared, "Let go of my mother!" Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji threw the blood bead over and cursed, "I'll throw your mother away." Chapter 305. Zhou Xuanji's strength was so great that he tossed the blood bead with all his might. The blood bead turned into the sharpest arrow in the world and pierced through the black shadow. The arrow smashed into the cave wall and shook the entire cave. Then he used the universal attraction to suck the blood bead back and held it in his hand. All of this happened in less than a breath's time. Neither Old Mother Wan nor the black shadow could react in time. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand and sucked the black shadow over. No matter how the black shadow struggled, it couldn't break free. With World Reincarnation, Zhou Xuanji was not afraid of sneak attacks at all. "Tell me, who are you?" Zhou Xuanji asked coldly. This guy looked like a shadow, but he had a corporeal feeling, which was very strange. "I'm Old Mother's Ghost General Zhan Yang. I advise you not to act recklessly. Old Mother carries the destiny of the human race. If her soul is destroyed, the human race will collapse and even be wiped out," the black shadow said through gritted teeth. His tone was filled with fear. Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly. "Trying to scare me? How could an evil spirit like her, who only ate children, inherit the destiny of the human race. Did your mother only teach you to lie through your teeth? Ghost General Xianxia was anxious when he heard that. He could sense Zhou Xuanji's murderous intent. Old Mother was the princess of the human race's first great fate empire, the daughter of Emperor Xia. She fell into the ghost path for the sake of the human race's providence. Without her, the human race would have long ceased to exist. So what if she ate some children? Come to think of it, I am your ancestor. Ghost General Xianxia said furiously, which made Zhou Xuanji's eyes turn cold. Why does that sound like a curse? But was that really Old Mother Wan Yi's identity? He remembered that the first great fate dynasty of the human race was called the Great Xia. This was quite similar to the history of Wuxia. However, the historical background was completely different. The Xia kingdom was born in the era when the demon clan ruled the world. Emperor Xia was the first Renhuang, and it was said that he was also the strongest Renhuang. It was he who led the human clan to dominate the world, establishing the human clan as the overlord of the world. Long ago, the Xia emperor had ascended. If he was still alive, how terrifying would his cultivation be? Even the He Gem and Sword Emperor could use his will to observe the northern wilderness region, let alone Emperor Xia. If he killed Old Mother Wan Yi, wouldn't it be troublesome for him to ascend in the future? Moreover, if what Ghost General Xianxia said was true, killing Old Mother Wan Yi would destroy the human race's fate. In the future, Zhou Xuanji might even overthrow the human race. Wait a minute. Why was he thinking so far ahead? Zhou Xuanji's gaze once again became resolute. He asked coldly, since her background is so important, why is she still in the demon race? Isn't she afraid that the demons will destroy her and then destroy the human race? Don't tell me you think that the most dangerous place is the safest place. The most dangerous place is the safest. The demon clan would never think that the matriarch would be hiding in the demon clan's territory. Ghost General Xianxia snorted, his tone revealing a sense of superiority in terms of intelligence. Zhou Xuanji was silent. Realization dawned on him. No wonder Old Mother Wan Yi had been hiding here for so long. How many years has Xia Kingdom existed? 100,000 years? I'm afraid it's not just that. History could not be completely calculated. It was only known that a long time ago, the first great fate dynasty of the human race was Great Xia. Brat, I can see that your bone age is young, and you have the Xianxia map. You are qualified to be the next human emperor. If you help me revive, I will use the name of Emperor Xia to promote you to the throne. By then, you will surpass the predecessors of tens of thousands of years ago and become the human emperor. As long as the human race is not destroyed, you will never die. Old Mother Wan Yi coldly harumphed. Her tone made Zhou Xuanji think of someone. Dragon Proudflower. The tone of the two old witches was just like that. Zhou Xuanji said with disdain, "You want to bewitch me? I've already used this trick when I took in sword slaves." After that, he absorbed the soul in the blood bead into the Xianxia map. He suddenly remembered that Huangquan Drake King's soul was still in the Xianxia map. He almost forgot. With a thought, he killed Huangquan Drake King straight away. A man and a woman were alone in the same place. Even though they were separated by the human and demon, Zhou Xuanji was still afraid that they would act recklessly. You killed the matriarch. Ghost General Xianxia's body trembled. He was so furious that he was about to collapse. Zhou Xuanji said with contempt, "That's right. I killed her. What can you do?" This guy was quite interesting. He had a serious and humorous temperament. Ghost General Xianxia was infuriated. "I will kill myself." He screamed and chose to self-destruct. Boom! Zhou Xuanji relied on world reincarnation and was unharmed, but the entire cave shook violently. He was speechless, but he did not waste any time. He disappeared on the spot to save the children. Ghost General Xianxia had the cultivation of great realization. If his soul self-destructed, the entire mountain would collapse. Soon, Zhou Xuanji flew out of the mountain with dozens of children. Just when they flew out, the mountain collapsed. Dust billowed and covered the sky. Demon Monarch Gulen and Zhuang Huisheng were terrified. Zhou Xuanji had only gone in for a short while. How did he blow up the entire mountain? Zhou Xuanji flew over on his sword. The children behind him cried out loud in fear. Their cries were as loud as an army. He felt a headache as he listened. He stared at the Gulen demon monarch and his son and said, "The villages nearby are under the protection of the sword cord, including the homes of our disciples. Do you know what to do if you want to dominate the forest nearby?" Demon monarch Gulen and Zhuang Huixing heard him and were excited. "Don't worry, Sword Emperor. As long as we are alive, we will not let them suffer." Demon monarch Gulen patted his chest and promised. Zhuang Huixing nodded as well. Zhou Xuanji gave a slight smile before turning and leaving with the children. Looking at his back, the father and son did not speak for a long time. A long while later, Zhuang Huixing sighed in amazement. "Father, I feel that the future belongs to him and Yang Di. The two of them will definitely fight. Once Yang Di ascends, the world will belong to the Sword Emperor." Demon monarch Gulen nodded and said, "Maybe before Yang Di ascends, the world will already belong to him." To him, Zhou Xuanji's talent was unprecedented and would not be matched in the future. The heavenly might was mighty. Under the billowing thunderclouds, there were many mountains. These mountains were straight like gigantic spikes that pierced into the sky. They cover an area of 10,000 miles like an earth-colored forest. Innumerable swords of all kinds of styles were stabbed into every mountain peak. 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. This was once the sanctum of the Sword's Way in the northern wilderness region. At the border of the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain, the man in the woven rush raincoat, who had interacted with Zhou Xuanji before, stood at the edge of the cliff and looked at the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. He was still wearing a conical bamboo hat that covered his face. 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. Sure, Shinzong, you are so powerful. You should not have fallen here. I shall grant you a chance to be reborn. Let the name of the sword saint resound across the world again and resound through the ages. The man in the woven rush raincoat mumbled to himself. As he spoke, he raised his right hand slowly. A snake-like golden light emerged from his sleeve and turned into a golden dragon. It flew into the sky above the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain and rapidly expanded, turning into a mighty divine dragon. Then it suddenly exploded, turning into countless specks of light that floated down. Boom! Chapter 306. Zhou Xuanji brought the children back to the village. Among the children, 2 came from this village. When their parents saw them, they cried tears of joy. Zhou Xuanji gathered the other villagers and told them about his arrangement. When they heard that Zhuang Huixing wanted to protect them, they were all excited and hoped that Zhou Xuanji could kill him. But when they heard about Fudi Tiger Monarch, they fell silent. Let's listen to Immortal Teacher Sword Emperor's arrangement. After killing that demon, there will be other demons. It's better to let them protect us. Moreover, the one who ate our children was not him, but that damned Fudi Tiger Monarch. The old village chief said with a trembling voice as he leaned on his walking stick. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "I will teach you a sword technique. How much you can learn will depend on your luck. If you have the power to protect yourselves and want to learn sword techniques, you can come to Skyfall. Remember, to come to Skyfall, you must be at least astral infant, or else you will die on the way." The villagers heard him and became excited. There were blacksmiths in the village who made many iron swords. Although they were ordinary weapons, they were enough for them to practice with. In the next 5 days, Zhou Xuanji taught the vibrant raindrops sword to the villagers as he recuperated from his injuries. The white crane sword technique was too low-leveled. It was not effective in this area. He only asked for 1 person to learn it. The children he saved stayed in the village. He did not have the energy to help them find their way home. This day, he was prepared to leave, but he was stopped by a dark-skinned young man. The young man knelt before him again and said with gritted teeth, "I want to cultivate. I hope that you can take me as your disciple. If I can't, I can even be your servant, as long as you take me with you." Zhou Xuanji glanced at him. He had an impression of him. This young man was the most hard-working in sword techniques among the villagers. It was a pity that he was not talented in the way of the sword. He smiled and tossed out a blue-covered book. "Young man, Do you know my criteria for taking in disciples? Only 1 in a million can enter my eyes. Seeing that you are determined to seek immortality, I will give you this internalization of qi. I hope that we will meet again in the future. After that, he turned into a stream of sword light and flew toward the horizon. The dark-skinned young man held the energy technique in his hand and looked determined. Immortal teacher, Sword Emperor, one day, I, Suhan, will stand before you and gain your approval. I want to become a powerful sword cultivator like you. Skyfall was to the south of the northern wilderness region, and Zhou Xuanji took half a month to return to Skyfall. He activated the art of concealing qi and turned into a silver sword. He shuttled through the forest and hid himself. Halfway up the mountain, the second-generation disciples were still practicing their swordsmanship. They were very hard-working, and he was very satisfied. The 4 mountain guarding kings were dozing off, as usual. At the top of the mountain, Daoya Old Man was teaching Xianxia the art of divination, but the girl was lost in thought and did not listen. Sai, you can't go on like this. You have to focus. Daoya Old Man sighed helplessly. He wanted to blame her, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. After all, there was a reason for this. Xianxia frowned and did not speak. Master is back. Zhou Xiaoqi suddenly shouted. His voice was very excited, and it attracted the attention of all the people nearby. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. How did this guy know he was coming? Zhao Songjian appeared in front of Zhou Xiaoqi out of nowhere and asked in a deep voice, "Where is Master?" Xianxia looked around in surprise, but she did not see Zhou Xuanji. At this moment, he was hiding behind a rock and did not immediately jump out. He's not here. Meng Tianlang opened his eyes wide. He instinctively scanned with his divine sense, but he still could not sense Zhou Xuanji's presence. Zhou Xiaoqi mumbled, "I clearly felt him." The smile on Jiang Shui's face froze, and tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing that she was about to cry, Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart and flew out. Swoosh! The silver sword soared into the sky and drew a perfect arc in the air. Zhou Xuanji transformed into his human form and landed in front of Jiang Shui. He opened up his arms and said with a smile, "I'm back." Jiang Shui was stunned, and so were the others. Next, she leaped into his arms and started sobbing. The others cheered. Ever since Zhou Xuanji left, the entire Skyfall was filled with a deathly aura. Everyone was worried about his safety. If something happened to him, the group would most likely fall apart. After Zhou Xuanji comforted Jiang Shui, he told them about what had happened during this period of time. After knowing that Great Emperor Heartless had appeared, Daoya Old Man was greatly shocked. Only he had heard of the legends of Great Emperor Heartless. Legends say that 90,000 years ago, Great Emperor Heartless dominated the world and had 3 great emperors under him. However, he did not have any desire for power and always traveled the world freely. It said that in the past 100,000 years, Great Emperor Heartless power could be ranked in the top 10. Daoya Old Man sighed in amazement. He had never thought that such a person would descend into the human realm. 3 great emperors under him? Zhou Xuanji blinked. It seemed that he had offended an incredible person. After that, he continued to speak. When he heard that Emperor Xia's daughter was still alive, Daoya Old Man was shocked again. Old Mother Wani? That's an ancient evil demon. She's indeed Emperor Xia's daughter. Because of her identity, the human race could not kill her and could only seal her. She actually escaped. Daoya Old Man's face was filled with terror. Fear was written all over his face, and he shuddered at the thought of Old Mother Wani. The others looked at each other. Although they had never heard of Great Emperor Heartless and Old Mother Wani, for Daoya Old Man to be so wary, they must be very terrifying. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've already suppressed Old Mother Wani." After that, he flipped his right hand, and a blood bead appeared in his hand. "Brat, let go of me, or else I..." Before Old Mother Wani could finish her sentence, she was put into the Tianxia map by Zhou Xuanji. The group was stunned. Daoya Old Man was stunned too. They did not expect Zhou Xuanji to subdue such an existence. For the next period of time, everyone cultivate well. In a few days, the first batch of disciples will depart, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile as he got up. The appearance of great Emperor Heartless, Tian, and Old Mother One made him understand that the world was going to change. The group had no objections and dispersed to spread the news of Zhou Xuanji's return. Zhou Xuanji and Xianxia returned to their huts to be alone. Only after 4 hours did he come out of his hut. He came to the edge of the cliff, took out the bronze dagger, and channeled his spirit energy into it. Soon, a shadow appeared. His face could not be seen clearly, but from his figure, he knew that it was Dao Seeker. "Why are you looking for me? I have something to tell you too," Dao Seeker asked. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told Dao Seeker about what happened to him. After that, he asked Dao Seeker to analyze the situation of the world. After listening, Dao Seeker fell silent. A long while later, he sighed faintly and said, "What a great situation. They want to restore the prosperity of 20,000 years ago. Who's the one planning this? To have such means, it's incredible. I'm afraid that even in the upper realm, they're omnipotent." Great Emperor Heartless reincarnation was too coincidental. It was the same for Old Mother One. If she wanted to revive, she should have done a long time ago. Why did she do it now? Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 307. Zhou Xuanji felt that it was a coincidence too. Great Emperor Heartless, Heaven, Old Mother One 10,000-year Prince, Xianxia map, etc. All these things happened at the same time. Something was wrong. There was also the fact that more and more experts from overseas had infiltrated the northern wilderness region. There was probably a reason behind this. He suddenly thought of Feng Kuel and that man in the raincoat. No one knew what role these two guys played in this. That's right, the Sword Saint has revived. Very soon, he will sweep across the world. As the current Sword Emperor, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Dao Seeker said suddenly, which stunned Zhou Xuanji. Sword Saint? His expression was strange as he asked, the hegemon Sword Emperor's teacher, Sword Saint Shixinzong? 20,000 years ago, the Sword Saint had a domineering style and dominated the world. He created the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain and created a golden age for the way of the sword. The hegemon Sword Emperor was his proud disciple. For some unknown reason, the Sword Sage committed suicide in the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain before becoming a martial emperor. Even though he did not become a martial emperor, he left behind countless astonishing legends. Great Emperor Heartless is easy to deal with. He's a reincarnation, and Old Mother One can't be killed, but what about Sword Saint? They could be revived? Will all the experts in the past be resurrected? Zhou Xuanji asked with a raised brow. Although he felt that it was absurd, he was a little excited. If he were to defeat all the tyrants in history, wouldn't he be able to ascend to the top of the river of history and become the one and only Sword Emperor? Just thinking about it made him excited. Dao Seeker shook his head and said, "That's not the case. The Sword Saint's death is very special. His body transformed into the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. And it's because of his soul and body that the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain can stand for so many years. Anyone who dares to damage the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain will be killed by the countless swords in the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain." In other words, the Sword Saint is not dead. He is only transformed into the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. Their conversation attracted Daoya, old man's attention. The old man came over and asked, "Shixinzong, did he revive to become a great emperor and ascend?" Xiao Dao said meaningfully, he was resurrected by someone. However, with his will, he probably wanted to fight to be the best in the world. In his era, he was already invincible. He was the one who had the greatest hope of breaking the legend of the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. When mentioning Shixinzong, he had too many words of praise that he could use. However, he was now on Zhou Xuanji's side, so he could only help Zhou Xuanji defeat Shixinzong. With your current strength, you will definitely lose against Shixinzong. Cultivate well and try not to go to the human race. Xiao Dao reminded him, after saying that his phantom image dissipated in the air. Zhou Xuanji looked at Daoya old man with squinted eyes and asked, "Why do I feel like he's trying to provoke me?" Daoya old man nodded with a smile. Zhou Xuanji looked forward to Shi Shunzong's revival. This was because there were no outstanding sword cultivators in this era. Even though Zhou Xuanji was the sword emperor, his position in history was not very high. If he could defeat the sword saint, his name would definitely go down in history. Thinking of this, he turned around and continued to cultivate. His current cultivation base was only at Mahayana level 1. He was still far from becoming a great tribulation scattered immortal. Daoya old man stood at the edge of the cliff, deep in thought. Half a month later, Lin Xianxia led Su Yang and 10 second-generation disciples down the mountain to gain experience. 2 years later, they finally returned. And this time, they also brought back hundreds of third-generation disciples. There were men and women, and every one of them had a murderous aura. After all, they had killed their way back. In these 2 years, Zhou Xuanji did not leave Skyfall and cultivated in peace. His cultivation base had also reached Mahayana level 2. He obtained 3 legendary swords, but they were all gold-grade legendary swords, which disappointed him. They were the bamboo suspension sword, the dragon python sword, and the curse fire sword. Other than that, he did not even obtain a single sword technique. His luck was extremely bad. Fortunately, the ancient god sword awakened another soul, which was called Emperor Songhai. His strength had also increased by a large margin. This day, Zhou Xuanji gathered all the disciples and gave a motivational speech. All the disciples looked at him fervently. The person in front of them was the world's second, the most powerful sword cultivator, and also the most powerful genius in history. So far, we have 80 second-generation disciples and 334 third-generation disciples. We're very close to establishing our sect. You will all be founding elders, the future pillars of Emperor's Sword Court. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. His first sentence attracted everyone's attention. Emperor's Sword Court. Such a domineering name. He chose this name because Zhou Xuanji was called the Sword Emperor and because he wanted to imitate Chinese legends. Legend had it that the ancient heavenly emperor created the heavenly court on Buzhou Divine Mountain. And now, he created Emperor's Sword Court on Skyfall. Wasn't there a deeper meaning behind this? He wanted Emperor's Sword Court to reign supreme over the world and become the most powerful sanctum. Its fate would last forever. Emperor's Sword Court, what a good name. From today onwards, we are members of Emperor's Sword Court. I'm looking forward to the day we establish our sect. I like it. When can we establish our sect? The disciples discussed excitedly. Even Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, Chongming Demon Monarch, Lin Xianxia, and the others were discussing it. Zhou Xuanji continued to speak. There's still some time before we establish our sect. In the future, Emperor's Sword Court will establish Xuanji's Sword Library, 10,000 Swords Behemoth, Skyfall Inner Court, and other subordinate factions to guard energy techniques, swords, and natural treasures. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. Different statuses will enjoy different treatment. Cultivate well. Your performance will be watched by Jing Hong and the others. They will assign you positions in the future. 1,000 years later, Emperor's Sword Court will be like Songhai Ziggurat and Dongyuan Monastery, above the empires. At that time, I will be the top cultivator in the world, and you will be the disciples of the number 1 sanctum. His tone was impassioned, stirring up everyone's emotions and making their blood boil. Even Xiao Jinghong and the others were looking forward to it. Meng Tianlang held the sword in his hand and thought to himself, I must become the sharpest sword in Emperor's Sword Court. Zhou Xuanji treated him well and taught him many profound sword techniques. His treatment was not inferior to that of his personal disciples, which made him feel grateful. He had long become a part of Skyfall. After that, Zhou Xuanji asked the second-generation disciples to teach the third-generation disciples sword formations so that they could get closer to each other. Seeing that they began to train, Zhou Xuanji left with his trusted subordinates. Lin Xianxia reported to him at the top of the mountain. The Sword Saint has appeared and stirred up the world. Countless people flocked to 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain to cultivate under the Sword Saint. Lin Xianxia said with a deep voice. If he had not become Zhou Xuanji's disciple, he might have gone to 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain as well. But now, he only felt that things were troublesome, and he viewed Shi Shenzong as an enemy. Zhou Xuanji smiled calmly and said, "It's okay. Let him continue to develop. The more powerful 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain, the more Emperor Sword Court will gain from defeating them in the future." The little black snake spat its forked tongue and asked curiously, Shi Shenzong did not cause trouble for Yang Di? He was looking forward to Shi Shenzong beating up Yang Di. Lin Chang'e shook his head and said, "Ever since he was revived, he has not left 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. He might be recovering his power. After all, he has just been revived." Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 308. Restore his cultivation? Zhou Xuanji gave a weird smile. He suddenly looked forward to seeing Shi Shenzong fight against Xianyuan Zhou. He wanted to see whether the legendary sword saint or Tian was stronger. Of course, he hoped that all of them would be defeated by him. You should also seize the time to train. Tianlang is about to master the sky-dominating divine sword. Be careful not to be surpassed by him. Zhou Xuanji patted Lin Chang'e's shoulder and said with a smile. Having heard him, Meng Tianlang chuckled. Lin Chang'e frowned, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Ning Zifeng's expression was the same as his. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Songjian, Huang Lianxin, and Han Shenhua had all been surpassed by Meng Tianlang. Every time they saw Meng Tianlang cultivating, they would feel very complicated. As for Northern Valiant Sword, he was the most hardworking one, but it was a pity that his talent could not keep up. Chongming Demon Monarch shouted, "Isn't it tiring to cultivate all day? Meng Tianlang is enough. Let's just be salted fish." Other than the little black snake and Zhou Xiaoqi, no one paid attention to him. Not only them, even a big, small, and small heir did not like to cultivate. They would follow the 4 mountain guarding kings and doze off every day. The 3-eyed drought rodent liked to pester Finyu Dragon King. The Dragon King liked it very much, and under the nourishment of the Dragon King's demonic power, it also started to gain cultivation and gradually became stronger. Zhou Xuanji called Doya Old Man to the side and told him about the demon's cultivation plan so that he could supervise them. Daoya Old Man's cultivation had already reached his limit. Furthermore, he had too much to do with the mandate of heaven. If he advanced any further, he would definitely be killed by the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, he was the most idle person. Zhou Xuanji had thought about using the Thunderclap's sword to help him with the tribulation, but he said that the tribulation he encountered was not just heavenly lightning, so Zhou Xuanji could only give up. The addition of the 3rd-generation disciples made Skyfall even livelier. While they were cultivating, Zhou Xuanji arranged for them to build the mountain gate and mountain paths. It was difficult to calculate how tall Skyfall was. It was extremely difficult to build a path from the foot of the mountain to the top. Zhou Xuanji euphemistically called it cultivation, and the 3rd-generation disciples never got tired of it. These were all merits. When Emperor Sword Court was established, they could brag to thousands of disciples that the Skyfall Mountain Road was built by them. Just like that, Skyfall welcomed an unprecedented liveliness. The 4 mountain guardian kings also called for demons to help. It was rare for humans and demons to fight together. 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. Countless cultivators stood on the cliffs at the edge of the Divine Ridge. They gazed at the magnificent 10,000 Swords Divine Ridge before them with fanatical expressions. Can you feel it? The aura of a sword saint. He's really strong. His resurrection will probably have an impact on number 1 in the world. Who do you think is stronger, Sword Saint or Sword Emperor? Of course, it's the Sword Saint. Even the Hegemoan Sword Emperor is his disciple. That's right, the Sword Saint can be called the teacher of a great emperor. Zhou Xuanji is still too young and cannot be compared to him for now. The cultivators discussed among themselves as they waited on the cliff. They did not dare to recklessly enter the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. The name of the Sword Saint was simply too mythical. They did not dare to offend him and could only wait here. Naturally, they had come to take the Sword Saint as their master. Who wouldn't yearn to be able to groom a great emperor? At this moment, a black-robed old man flew out from the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. He had white hair and a youthful face. A diagram of 3 swords clashing was carved on his back. The moment he appeared, he attracted the attention of the man in the woven rush raincoat. I am the mountain lord of 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain, Xianxia. My ancestors said that if you want to take him as your master, you must pass the test. You will enter the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain in batches. If you can stay inside for 30 minutes, you will pass the test. The black-robed old man swept his gaze across everyone and said expressionlessly. With this, a commotion broke out. 30 minutes? The 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain was so vast. It was not difficult to hide in there for 30 minutes. But when they remembered that they were facing the Sword Saint, they could not help but feel anxious. Immediately, 300 powerful cultivators flew into the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. The others held their breaths and waited for the battle. A while later, boom! A horrifying aura exploded from the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. Next, all the swords on the peaks began to vibrate violently. The sound gathered together and was deafening. Swoosh! 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 The swords soared into the sky and hung high above, covering the thunderclouds. The tips of the swords pointed downwards, and it was impossible to count how many swords there were. 1 million? 5 million? 10 million? No one could count. They were all shocked by the scene before them. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. Zhou Xuanji asked Ning Zifeng to bring the second batch of second-generation disciples down the mountain. This time, he sent out 18 second-generation disciples. He, who was 42 years old, obtained another 6 legendary swords. One of them was Glorious Gold Grade. It was called Desert Frenzy. Sword name, Desert Frenzy Grade. Glorious Gold description, forged from the heart of the desert. It can draw upon the power of the desert. The larger the desert, the more powerful it is. As for the other 5 legendary swords, the lowest was Gold Grade. 2 of them were Amethyst Grade. They were Swift Earth Sword, Evil Blue Sword, Wind Riding Sword, 3,000 Turbulent Sword, and Green Mountain Entering River Sword. Up until now, he had 88 godly swords. The ancient god sword awakened the soul of another powerful cultivator. He was called Ghost Emperor Xianxia, and he was more powerful than the previous souls. What he regretted was that Emperor Hanlin had not woken up yet. Back when he fought Huangquan Drake King, if not for Emperor Hanlin, the outcome would have been hard to predict. He would have most likely perished. So, he had a good impression of Emperor Hanlin. In these 3 years, he obtained 2 other sword techniques. They were not very powerful and were not of much help to him in battle, but he still learned them. He would carve them in the future and place them in the sword library. Since he was going to establish a sect, he could not lack sword techniques and energy techniques. The more, the better. Only then could he show off Emperor Sword Court's foundation. This day, Zhou Xuanji was teaching Meng Tianlang, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Songjian, Lin Changge, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin. Nowadays, he rarely taught them personally, so Xiao Jinghong and the others treasured him. Meng Tianlang had already completely mastered the sky-dominating divine sword. His cultivation improved tremendously, and he fully displayed the demeanor of the 10,000-year prince. The others were not discouraged. They continued to cultivate and try to reduce the gap between them. He was teaching them the secrets of the ancestral dragon sword. Not only them, but the second and third generation disciples were also drooling over the ancestral dragon sword. Zhou Xuanji only taught the ancestral dragon sword to his trusted subordinates. If the other disciples wanted to learn it, they had to get his permission. This was Emperor Sword Court's signature sword technique. It cannot be taught easily. He was looking forward to how long Meng Tianlang would take to learn the ancestral dragon sword. Lin Changge and Ning Zifeng's ancestral dragon sword could already take shape, but they were still far from great accomplishment. To him, even if Meng Tianlang wanted to cultivate the ancestral dragon sword to great accomplishment, it would take him at least 10 years. To reach the level of his ancestral dragon sword, it would take 50 years. As for the Emperor's Way, thousand-hand sword Buddha, he did not want to teach it yet. This was his most powerful sword technique. He would only consider teaching it when a more powerful sword technique appeared. After all, as the founding ancestor of Emperor's Sword Court, he had to maintain a profound and unfathomable attitude. At this moment, Jingtian Eagle appeared behind Zhou Xuanji and half knelt down, cupped his fist, and said, "Master, 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain has already recruited 1,000 disciples. The Sword Saint's prestige in the human race has reached its peak. I'm afraid that even Yang Di cannot compare to him." Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 309. Zhou Xuanji turned around and asked Jingtian Eagle aside so that he would not disturb the cultivation of Xiao Jinghong and the others. "The Sword Saint still hasn't left the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain?" he asked softly. Every 3 months, he would send the 4 mountain guarding kings out to scout for information. The 4 mountain guarding kings all had their own demon armies, so it was easy for them to obtain information. Jingtian Eagle replied respectfully, "No, Sunlight Emperor didn't go to 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain either. We mind our own business." Both the human race and the demon race believed that the Sword Sage and the Sunlight Emperor would definitely fight. With the Sword Saint's personality, how could he not be number 1 in the world? That's normal. The Sword Saint has to recover his cultivation, and the Sunlight Emperor is busy establishing the Great Fate Empire. The two of them won't be able to fight each other for now. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He had an inexplicable premonition. The Sword Sage would look for him before challenging Sunlight Emperor. Defeating the number 2 in the world, then challenging the number 1 in the world, this was the correct way to show off. After Shi Shenzong defeated the number 1 under the heavens and then challenged the number 2 under the heavens, he would lose his cool. I did not manage to track down the whereabouts of Heaven and Great Emperor Heartless. However, I did manage to obtain some information about the Tanhua sect. Jingtian Eagle continued with a strange expression. Tanhua sect? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He almost forgot that Tanhua sect still existed. Ever since the battle at the fallen immortal heavenly lake, the Tanhua sect had fallen apart in his eyes and could no longer cause any trouble. I understand that the Tanhua sect is recruiting disciples in the west of the northern wilderness region. There are rumors that sect master Xian revived the ancient Diablo. Jingtian Eagle continued, his tone a little hesitant. After all, Great Emperor Heartless and Sword Saint had appeared out of nowhere. It was not unbelievable that the ancient Diablo had come back to life. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Xianxia had not destroyed the ancient Diablo's soul. It was no wonder why the Diablo's soul was able to survive for so long in the fallen immortal heavenly lake. After all, they were father and daughter. However, he had a feeling that the evil king would become Xianxia's puppet, because he could feel the hatred Xianxia had for the evil king. It was the kind of hatred that went deep into her soul and could not be resolved. "Yes, is there any other important news?" Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. He was not worried about Xianxia. This old demonic woman had been besieged by the whole world for so many times, yet she had not died. This meant that she was very lucky. Jingtian Condor shook his head. He suddenly thought of something and said in a low voice, "There's one thing that is strange. I'd better tell you about it. It is said that the shadow of 1,000 zhang tall golden Buddha appeared in Dongyuan Temple. It lasted for half an hour before disappearing. This is not true. If it is true, it may be disadvantageous to you." He knew that Chief Monk Xuanhe had enmity with Zhou Xuanji, especially with Xianxia. It was an irreconcilable enmity. Dongyuan Temple. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and signaled for Jingtian Eagle to leave. He then rubbed his chin and thought to himself, could it be that Xuanhe Divine Monk had practiced some kind of peerless skill? He thought for a while and didn't care. His opponents were the Sword Sage, Yang Di, Tian, and Great Emperor Heartless. Xuanhe Divine Monk was not qualified. He turned around and continued to guide Xiao Jinghong and the others in their cultivation. 6 hours later, he walked to the edge of the cliff and continued to internalize qi. He was still a distance away from reaching Mahayana level 3, But that did not mean that he had not become stronger. In these 3 years, other than obtaining new legendary swords, he had a deeper understanding of the celestial devil rebirth technique. This technique could not only rebirth, but also cultivate a celestial devil. He fused the celestial devil with the Emperor's Way thousand-hand sword Buddha and created an even more powerful sword technique. Even he was amazed by his own talent. Indeed, he was born to practice the sword. Late at night, he returned to his room and flirted with Xianxia for a while. After that, the two of them lay on the bed and chatted. Ever since she started learning divination from Daoya Old Man, her cultivation had improved tremendously. Now, she was ready to break through to astral projection. Huang Lianxin, who was initially on par with her, was left behind by her. Xuanji, I heard that grand teacher looked at Shi Shinzong with respect every time he talked about him. It seems like he's really powerful. If he comes to find trouble with you now, are you confident? Jiang Shui asked curiously as she lay on her side and supported her face with her right hand. Unlike Lin Chang'e, Xiao Jinghong, and the others, she had not grown up in a sect. She had followed Zhou Xuanji from place to place, and she did not know much about the legends of the northern wilderness region. Even when she heard them talk about Shi Shinzong's legend, she did not feel any reverence. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "He's powerful indeed, but I'm not weak either. Don't forget that he had not become a great emperor before he died. If not for the Hegemon Sword Emperor, he might not have reached such a legendary status." Shi Shinzong became the Hegemon Sword Emperor, and the Hegemon Sword Emperor became Shi Shinzong. It was a pity that their descendants did not acknowledge each other. Until today, the Hegemon Sword Sect and the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain did not have any contact. The two of them chatted until late at night and only fell asleep. Every month, they would have such a relaxing sleep. Even if they returned to their rooms, they would be cultivating day and night. 5 days later, Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating, opened his eyes suddenly. He flipped his right hand and took out the bronze dagger. The bronze dagger was boiling red and was giving off strands of steam. Soon, Dao Seeker's shadow appeared. Something bad has happened. The 10,000-year prince has appeared. He is the prince of the great Qin dynasty, Chun Bantian. Sunlight Emperor, Xuanhe, Divine Monk, and Heaven will all go to fight for him. You have to snatch the 10,000-year prince before they do. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to your future, Dao Seeker said with a deep voice, which made Zhou Xuanji's expression turn strange. Qin Bantian was the 10,000-year prince? Meng Tianlang was the one. He did not reveal this point. He had already sealed off the news that Meng Tianlang was the 10,000-year prince, and not even the second-generation disciples could know about it. You think I can deal with Yang Di and Tian? Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. He was a little hesitant in his heart. He had an old relationship with Chun Bantian and wanted to nurture him so that Great Chun could establish a connection with Emperor Sword Court in the future. Should he go and help? Dao Seeker sighed and said, "How do you know that Yang Di and Tian will work together?" Zhou Xuanji came to a realization. That's right. Tian hunted down people with Monarch Qi, and Yang Di was also someone with Monarch Qi. I advise you to go now. If you're too late, the 10,000-year prince will be taken away. After saying this, Dao Seeker's figure disappeared. Following this, Zhou Xuanji gathered their old man, Jiang Shui, Meng Tianlang, and the others and told them about this. Everyone was greatly shocked. How could Qin Bantian be the 10,000-year prince? However, Dao Seeker was unfathomable and had a mysterious background. His strength was definitely greater than Han Daozi's. Could it be that Han Daozi had mistaken him for someone else? Facing everyone's doubtful gazes, Meng Tianlang's face became red as he said, "Could it be that my talent isn't worthy of my status as the 10,000-year prince?" Daoya Old Man stroked his chin and said, "It's rare for a 10,000-year prince to appear, and no one can be sure that there won't be two 10,000-year princes. Even if Chun Bantian isn't the 10,000-year prince, his identity is most likely not simple." Thinking about Chun Bantian, that boy, he had endured all sorts of trials and tribulations back then. Evidently, his luck was extraordinary. Calm. Wonderful bookstore calm. Chapter 310. After Zhou Xuanji discussed with the others, he decided to head to Great Qin alone. Back when he was still weak, he had dared to go around recklessly, let alone now that he was number 2 in the world. That day, he stepped on the snakeskin sword and flew north. His flying speed was extremely fast, and he disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Along the way, he flipped his right hand and took out Old Mother Wan Yi's blood bead. "Do you know anything about the 10,000-year princes?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Over the past few years, he would occasionally send Old Mother Wan Yi out to do some ideological work. As time passed, Old Mother Wan Yi calmed down. She had been sealed for countless years. Now that she was in the Xianxia map, her situation hadn't changed. It was just that she had changed places. Thinking of this, she felt much better. 10,000-year prince? Has a 10,000-year prince appeared? Old Mother Wan Yi asked in confusion. Before Zhou Xuanji could reply, she continued to mutter to herself, "Strange, why would the 10,000-year prince appear now? Could it be that the main body's awakening?" Before, Zhou Xuanji had asked her about Tian, the Sword Saint, and Great Emperor Heartless. She didn't care about the heavens, but she admired the Sword Saint and Great Emperor Heartless. Although she was sealed most of the time, she relied on the 12 ghost generals that she had trained to gather information and understand every era. Great Emperor Heartless and Sword Saint Shenzong had left a deep impression on her. After learning about the appearance of these 3 fellows, she was puzzled. Now, the 10,000-year prince had appeared. She felt inexplicably uneasy. That's right, they did appear, and there are 2 of them. Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and said softly, "If Chun Bantian was also a 10,000-year prince, then he had to subdue him. With 2 10,000-year princes, how powerful would the Emperor's court be in the future?" He wanted to surpass Great Emperor Heartless and nurture a few more great emperors before ascending together to the upper world. Just thinking about it made him happy. "You too? How could this be? Could this be the heaven and earth epic?" Old Mother Wan Yi exclaimed, her voice filled with terror. The bead of blood began to tremble, which made Zhou Xuanji frown. "What does world epic mean?" he asked. He suddenly had a bad feeling. The heaven and earth epic is when the main characters of the world change. To put it simply, the human race is about to decline, and a new race will take control of the world. When my father led the human race to rule the world, he had 2 10,000-year princes under him. That must be the case. Otherwise, why would Heaven, Sword Saint, Great Emperor Heartless, Xianxia map, the 2 10,000-year princes, and me appear? It's over, it's over. Old Mother Wan Yi's voice was filled with despair. If the human race lost their position as the main character of the world, she would also perish. After all, her fate was connected to that of the human race. The main character of the world was going to be replaced? Zhou Xuanji frowned. Could it be that the demon race was going to rise up? But more than half of the demon race's top combat power had died. How could they rise again? Could it be the Ghost Clan? He fell into deep thought. "Father, what you said back then was true. The human race can never be the main character of the world forever," Old Mother Wan Yi said dejectedly. Her voice was low and filled with despair. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji felt quite annoyed and harumphed. The human race hasn't been destroyed yet. Hearing this, Old Mother Wan Yi felt as if she had been stabbed in her heart, and she cried out angrily, "This is the will of the heavens. Neither you nor I can stop it. Even if my father was alive, he would not be able to stop it. Back then, the human race had the will of the heavens. So no matter how bad the situation was, they could rise again. You don't understand how terrifying the will of the heavens is. It's something that mortals cannot change, not even immortal gods." At that moment, all of her hopes had turned to dust, and boundless terror devoured her heart. "The will of the heavens?" Zhou Xuanji said disdainfully. "I don't believe in the will of the heavens. I only believe that humans could defeat the heavens. Just watch, with me here, the human race will not be destroyed." He was not boasting. This was what he thought. After all, he was not a native creature of the northern wilderness, and his soul came from another space-time. As such, He did not believe in the heavens. Old Mother Wani fell silent, not moved by him. She had lived for countless years and had seen people more arrogant than Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji put the blood bead back into the Xianxia map and thought to himself as he flew. Daoseeker had said that someone was plotting against him. Now that Old Mother Wani said that the world epic had arrived, he could not help but think about it. He even suspected that all of this was Daoseeker's doing. 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. Within a tall mountain, there was a gloomy palace. Within the palace, candlelight flickered, making the atmosphere a little eerie. Xianxia was cultivating on a jade bed. His back was straight, and he wore tattered black clothes. His face looked ancient, and his hair was a mix of black and white. His entire being gave off a deathly stillness. The man in the woven rush raincoat suddenly appeared in front of him. He lowered his head slightly and did not show his face. Xianxia, what are you waiting for? With your current power, you can sweep across the world, the man in the woven rush raincoat asked. His voice was calm, and he did not sound like the legendary sword saint. He did not show any fear either. Xianxia did not open his eyes and said indifferently, "Why would I care about the future generations? I'm cultivating for the sake of the human race." After that, he opened his eyes slowly. His brown pupils shone brightly in the darkness. "Why did you revive me during the world epoch? Who are you?" he asked as he stared at the man in the woven rush raincoat. His tone was still indifferent, as if he did not fear the man in the woven rush raincoat at all. "Who I am is not important. Since you understand that this is the world epoch, you should know your mission, to control the human race. Only by uniting can the human race have a chance of survival. Otherwise, you alone will not be able to change the situation," the man in the woven rush raincoat said as he lightly laughed. The man in the raincoat chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly twisted his body, and a sharp sword appeared out of thin air in front of him, almost piercing his sword. Xianxia stared at him, his eyes flashing with a cold light as he said, "You want me to become your puppet? The human race has its own path. If we encounter any changes in the heavenly Tao, I will block them all by myself. Who cares if they're demons or monsters? If they want to take over the human race, they will have to ask my sword first." The man in the woven rush raincoat slowly retreated and shook his head as he smiled and said, "Xianxia, you're still so arrogant. Don't look down on the future generations. The current young emperor and sword emperor's talent is not inferior to yours, especially the sword emperor. He became the second strongest in the world at 30 years old and can fight against great tribulation's scattered immortals. Be careful not to be surpassed by him. Also, your senior, Great Emperor Heartless, has also come to the northern wilderness region, as well as two 10,000-year princes. Perhaps you will become their stepping stone." He loudly laughed before disappearing into the darkness of the palace. Xianxia was expressionless as he closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Great Qin's palace. Within a courtyard, Chen Bantian was surrounded by a group of beautiful palace maids. There was a palace maid sitting on each of his legs, and her hands wandered about. Behind him, there were palace maids massaging him, and in front of him, there were palace maids feeding him fruits, causing him to smile so widely that he could not even close his mouth. Back when I met the Sword Emperor, he was still looking up at the world's top 100. Back then, he was being chased by powerful enemies and met me by chance. I saw that he had decent talent, so I gave him a few pointers. Who would have thought that this boy would have an epiphany and breakthrough on the spot? Chen Bantian sighed as he spoke, his expression filled with nostalgia and happiness. Calm. WonderfulBookhouse.com. Chapter 311. Wow, Your Highness is so powerful. The petite maid sitting on Chen Bantian's left leg covered her mouth and said. Her face was filled with admiration. The other maids cried out in amazement too, which pleased Chen Bantian greatly. He pretended to be deep in thought and said, "Zhou Xuanji is incredible. I predict that he will become the top cultivator in the world. Of course, it's only temporary because I will become the top cultivator in the future. Without my guidance, how can he achieve what he has today?" The maids all flattered him, and his heart almost flew into the sky. At this moment, oh, a voice came. Really? Chen Bantian was stunned. He looked around instinctively, but did not see anyone else. The maids also looked over. Who dared to interrupt in the royal garden? Zhou Xuanji suddenly appeared on a huge tree. He sat on the trunk with his right leg crossed and stepped on the side with a playful smile on his face. Chen Bantian shuddered and stood up abruptly. The two maids on his legs fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Although Zhou Xuanji had matured after 20 years, he could still recognize Zhou Xuanji immediately. He wore a black robe with golden threads. He swallowed his saliva and asked helplessly, "Senior Zhou, why are you here?" His legs were trembling, and even his voice was trembling. The maids were stunned. "Senior Zhou?" Could it be? They opened their eyes wide and sized Zhou Xuanji up. Wow, so handsome. It was their first time seeing such a handsome man. His confidence made him look like an emperor who looked down on the world. Not only was he domineering, but he was also elegant and had the demeanor of a prodigal son. "I'm here to listen to your bragging," Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile, which frightened Chen Bantian so much that he knelt down immediately. I was wrong," he said awkwardly. Caught in the act, he had no way to defend himself, so he could only admit defeat. He was not ashamed to kneel before Zhou Xuanji. The person in front of him was already the second in the world. Even if the Emperor of Great Chun knelt before him, no one would feel that it was inappropriate. "Ask them to leave. I have something to say to you." Zhou Xuanji jumped down from the tree and walked toward Chen Bantian as he instructed. Seeing how he walked, the eyes of the maids almost turned into flowers. "Hurry up and leave. You're not allowed to tell anyone that Senior Sword Emperor has arrived. Otherwise, your 9 generations will be exterminated." Chen Bantian glared at the palace maids behind him and berated them. His heart ached. These girls had never shown such love-struck expressions in front of him. This was too much of a blow. After the palace maids left, Zhou Xuanji sat before the stone table. Chen Bantian stood beside him and poured wine for him. He smiled coyly and said, "Senior Zhou, what do you want to say to me?" If not for Zhou Xuanji, he would already be dead. Although he was the one who gave Zhou Xuanji the Xianxia map, Zhou Xuanji obtained the Xianxia map by himself. In his heart, he still remembered the favor of saving his life. Zhou Xuanji swirled his wine cup and said, "You're in big trouble. Yang Di, Tian, Chief Monk Xuanhe, and other top-tier experts are all coming to capture you." Chen Bantian was stunned. In the next second, his expression turned into one of horror. "Sunlight Emperor." Just these 2 words were enough to make his hair stand on end. "Senior Zhou, why?" "I don't have a Xianxia map," Chen Bantian hurriedly asked. Ever since he had awakened the Yellow Dragon royal bloodline, his cultivation had been growing rapidly, and he was now about to break through to the astral projection stage. However, this kind of cultivation was not enough to face top-tier experts in the world. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told him about the 10,000-year prince's background. After hearing this, Chen Bantian felt both delighted and nervous. He was quite intelligent and said straightforwardly, "Senior Zhou, take me away. When my strength increases, I will come back to inherit the position of emperor. I don't trust Yang Di or Chief Monk Xuanhe. I only trust you." He believed that Zhou Xuanji would not lie to him. If he was captured by someone else, he did not dare to imagine what would happen to him. However, he was not afraid if he followed Zhou Xuanji. After all, he had followed Zhou Xuanji before and knew how he treated people. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "I'm here to save you. Go and tell your father first. I'll wait for you here. You'd better hurry. Perhaps Yang Di will descend today." Hearing this, Chen Bantian hurriedly bowed and quickly left. After he left, Zhou Xuanji drank wine by himself, feeling quite at ease. Things were going smoothly, and he was in a good mood. It was a pity that good times did not last long. After a while, a familiar voice resounded throughout the royal city of Great Chun. "Amiba, this old monk Xuanhe has come to visit the Emperor of Great Chun. I hope that the Emperor will allow this old monk to enter the palace." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji frowned. The royal city of Great Chun was in an uproar. "Chief Monk Xuanhe?" The Lord of the Sanctum is here. It said that he's the top monk in the northern wilderness region. He made the greatest contribution in getting rid of the Tanhua sect. It said that he once suppressed the top evil cultivator. What is he doing in Great Shun? Could he be recruiting disciples? Recently, many sects are recruiting, and the Sanctum is no exception. It's possible, but I don't want to be a monk. I'm in a dilemma. The arrival of Chief Monk Xuanhe excited the cultivators of Great Shun. After all, Dongyuan Monastery was above the empire. Zhou Xuanji saw a group of people flying out from the palace to welcome Chief Monk Xuanhe. At this moment, Qin Bantian appeared before him and said anxiously, "What should I do? Chief Monk Xuanhe is already here. If I leave now, I'm afraid that he will make things difficult for my father." Chief Monk Xuanhe had a good reputation, but after escaping, he did not trust anyone other than Zhou Xuanji and his companions. Zhou Xuanji muttered, "Let's pretend that we have already left and see how he reacts. If your father is in danger, I will act immediately." Qin Bantian nodded. Although Chief Monk Xuanhe was the top monk, he was not the second. He was not even in the top 10 in the world. Zhou Xuanji brought Qin Bantian under the tree and took out a scroll to activate a concealment spell formation. This scroll was made by Daoya Old Man. It could conceal one's body and aura. Each scroll could only be used once, and it was extremely costly. Soon, they saw Chief Monk Xuanhe's silhouette. He was talking and laughing with the Emperor of Great Shun as they flew into the main hall of the royal palace. Zhou Xuanji did not use his divine sense immediately. He had a feeling that Chief Monk Xuanhe would scan the entire royal palace with his divine sense. Within the time it took for half an incense to burn, a powerful divine sense scanned the entire royal palace. With Daoya Old Man's spell formation, Chief Monk Xuanhe could not discover Zhou Xuanji and Qin Bantian. "Senior Zhou, what's the situation?" Qin Bantian asked anxiously. His father had treated him very well, and he didn't want anything to happen to his father, especially if it was because of him. Zhou Xuanji calmly replied, "Don't worry, Chief Monk Xuanhe is nothing. A true powerhouse is here." Qin Bantian's eyes widened, and just as he was about to speak, Zhou Xuanji's gaze became cold. He looked back and saw Xin Yuanzhou 10 meters away, staring at Zhou Xuanji. "You really didn't die." Xin Yuanzhou ignored Qin Bantian and said to Zhou Xuanji. His voice was cold and murderous. "Calm. Wonderful bookstore calm.